Welcome to Anime T23, where we dive deep into the most intriguing what-if scenarios in the anime universe. In today's episode, we explore a world where Naruto Uzumaki, the future hero of Konoha, is neglected by his own family. But what if this neglect unlocked a hidden potential within him? Join us as we uncover how Naruto's loneliness transforms into his greatest strength. This is What If Naruto Was Neglected by His Family and Had Every Elemental Bloodline, final part. Somewhere in Fire Country? Sasori-sensei? Kise muttered, her eyes going completely wide as her very own sensei turned towards her. Her golden eyes glowing with pure disbelief as she took note of Sasori leaning against a small cabin. Very similar to the one that Naruto and Kise had discovered in Lightning Country, the only difference was the overflowing amount of greenery and flowers that surrounded the area, making the cabin look like a perfect getaway trip. Sasori turned towards the young girl, her voice reaching his ears. His blue cloak swaying in the wind as his chestnut eyes shined with happiness at seeing the young girl. "Kise, thank goodness you made it," Sasori said happily, throwing his arms around the young girl and bringing her close to his chest. "I was starting to worry about you two. I'm glad to see that you're okay." Kise got over her shock and eagerly returned the hug. She had missed Sasori-sensei these past few months very much. He was the only other familiar in her life, and she planned to keep it like a long time. Away from the hug, Kise tilted her head, reaching into her pouch, and pulling out the note that Naruto had given her. Sasori's face lit up with recognition at the slip of paper. Getting to his feet, he offered his hand to Kise. "I see. I guess that does mean everything is set into motion now." Kise put her smaller hand into his, raising her eyebrow as he slowly started to lead her towards the small cabin. "Huh? What's in motion?" Sasori didn't respond to her question as he guided her towards the cabin doors. "How is Naruto doing? He's awake now, yes?" Kise looked up to Sasori in shock, her hand tensing within his. "How did you know he was unconscious?" The redhead went silent again, pushing open. Several lanterns lit the inside of the room, hanging from the ceiling by a thin blue chakra string, with a large table in the center atop a plain brown rug that matched the cabin's interior. Kise felt her heart rate quicken as she noticed two silhouettes seated at the table. Both immediately recognizable, and her eyes went wide. Taking her hand back from Sasori, she pointed at the man seated to her left, exclaiming loudly, "You're that masked man back in Roka!" The man frowned, crossing his arms over his blue trench coat as he looked away from the young girl. "I have a name, you know. It's Itsumi. And you're Yuno-san. We saw you back at Sasori." At the other man sitting at the table, this time with a smile on her face. Itsumi's frown turned into a long pout, putting his head down in shame. "Am I really that forgettable?" "Afraid so, Itsumi." Sasori spoke up, walking past Kise and taking a seat directly beside his silver-headed friend. Pulling out a chair for Kise, he continued, "But you were the one who threatened Naruto into leaving in the worst possible way. They probably wanted to forget you." Itsumi flinched, subconsciously rubbing his cheek in phantom pain as he remembered the punishment that Yuno had given him after that incident. His matching silver eyes drooped slightly as he slammed his head onto the table, trying to hide his embarrassment. "I apologized, didn't I?" "Not to them. There's just no pleasing you as there." Itsumi bit back, snapping his head back up as his eyes shined dangerously. Completely over his little funk like it had never happened in the first place. Sasori scoffed, yelling back just as annoyed. Kise's sweat dropped at the scene, scooting her chair further away from Sasori-sensei so she didn't have to be involved in the argument. Kise looked over to Yuno, her brow raised in confusion as she simply pointed to them. "Do they do this often?" Yuno chuckled, putting his hand on his chin. "More often than you think. They just can't seem to get along for very long. They've been doing this for the past 5 months. 5 months? But that was when," Kise said, peering over her head as she slammed her hands onto the table. Both Itsumi and Sasori stopped their arguing to look at the brown-haired girl in confusion, while Yuno looked impassive. "Oh yeah, Sasori-sensei said something about a plan. What plan? And how did he know that Naruni was even unconscious?" Yuno nodded his head, shaping his fingers towards both Sasori and Itsumi. Both Adarashi members silently went back to their seats without question, schooling their emotions as Yuno got up from the table, walking over to the window and looking out into the never-ending amount of trees they were surrounded by. Pay attention, Kishan. We have important matters to discuss. The next day, Minato sighed, suddenly flashing in the hospital where his son was being kept for the past 2 days. His appearance started some of the passing nurses making them jump in fear. Minato laughed sheepishly, apologizing with a small smile on his face. The female nurses blushed at his smile, giggling and getting back to work with much more pep in their step than usually. As soon as they all left, he felt his smile fall off his face. His argument with Natsu yesterday morning was still very fresh in his mind, and he wasn't quite over it yet. He knew he had let some of his anger seep into his words, and he was much more harsher than he originally intended to be. But it wasn't unwarranted by any means. His eldest son had been growing more impulsive in his ramblings, and didn't really care about the repercussions of his actions. "Tucson, what are you doing here?" Minato turned to his right, smiling at the approaching form of his daughter as she made her way towards him. A look of curiosity formed on her features as she offered her father a small smile and a wave. Minato returned her smile, pointing his thumb over her to the hospital door. "I came to visit Naruto. I haven't seen him yet, so here I am. Where have you been? You didn't come home last night?" Minato asked with a raised brow. Narumi frowned, tightening her arms around herself. "I spent the night over at Kurenai's. She called me late last night and didn't seem to be doing too well," she said, her eyes drifting over to Naruto's hospital door. Minato picked up on the subtle clue and raised his eyebrow even further. Pushing it into the back of his head for now, he responded, "I see. Well, just try and let me know next time, okay?" "Of course, Tucson." Narumi resounded sheepishly, not really feeling guilty for her actions. "Sue, you have anything important to discuss with Naruto?" she asked, noticing the displaced folder Minato was clutching to his person as she started to walk to Naruto's door. Minato raised an eyebrow, stopping his walk and putting a hand on Narumi's shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. The red-headed beauty looked over her shoulder and to her father with confusion, feeling his hand grab on tighter onto her shoulder. The words died on her lips as she watched Minato's expression change rapidly before her eyes, to confusion, to annoyance, to contemplation, and then finally resting on uncertainty. "Tucson is everything. You lied about Naruto, didn't you?" Narumi internally flinched, her stomach doing flips as her father's eyes unwaveringly met hers. She fought back the urge to gulp loudly as she racked her brain to come up with an answer. If she was quiet for too long, then he would find it suspicious. And if she was caught in a lie, then his suspicions would only skyrocket to unparalleled amounts. She didn't even have enough time to think on how Minato would even find out about Naruto's abilities. She had done an amazing job keeping her lips sealed about the whole thing. So good, in fact, she didn't even stop to think about the possibility of any of her family finding out. Narumi settled on the easy response. "What are you talking about, Tucson?" feigning ignorance. Minato stopped himself from scowling at his daughter. His free hand tightened into a fist, crumpling the folder in his hands even further. He swore each time he saw one of his children, it was like looking at a complete and utter stranger. Narumi had been secretive all those years since Naruto's defection. She never shared any details outside of her mission report, or about what her team training was like. Thinking back on it now, Minato was a fool for not thinking anything of it. Especially since Narumi herself refused any mission regarding Naruto, even going as far to suffer insubordination charges and the loss of her rank to keep whatever she was hiding a secret. And Natsu was no better. He had grown a little too arrogant for his liking. Natsu had done a lot of good for the village. After he was promoted to Junin, he was already one of the top-rated shinobi in Konoha, having completed the most A-rank missions, and second for most S-rank missions completed, right behind Minato's last living student, Kakashi Hatake. Not only that, but he had undergone intense medical training after learning Sage Mode. Tsunade Senju had taken him on as a sub-apprentice, and he was quickly climbing the ladder of professional medical means. the village had ever seen. He was a natural-born prodigy, and he knew it. And he knew it all too well. But Natsu still to this day refuses to take credit for his own losings. Something both Minato and Kushina had tried to teach him when he was young. If anything ever went wrong with him, he was quick to pin the blame on others in order to retain that picture-perfect prodigy image that everyone in the village molded for him. If Natsu disobeyed orders, then the blame would be put on the team leader, stating that the leader should have known better. If something went wrong during training, blame was pushed on his teachers for not showing it to him correctly. It became so abhorrential bad that Minato was forced to either suspend Natsu for an indefinite period of time or only give him solo missions. Minato went for the latter, but Naruto was the biggest enigma out of all three kids. It still made Minato sick just remembering the solid proof Natsu had shown him yesterday regarding Naruto's changes. The possibilities that lay dormant behind that hospital room and in his son was unnerving to say the least. He knew Naruto was hiding something big, something massive, something that he never let anyone see unless he wanted them to. It stung Minato to think that, but he knew it was ultimately true. He had failed his duties as a father the second he turned his back on Naruto. He failed his duties as Hokage when he chose willingly to ignore a young dedicated shinobi who wanted nothing more than to learn. He knew he failed, and he knew that no amends would be enough. That being said, it put Minato in a sticky situation. "Don't play dumb with me, Narumi. This is not the time," Minato said, releasing his grip from his daughter, crouching slightly to meet her blank eyes, pointing his index finger towards the door. "Natsu told me everything. Naruto is in there, hiding something from all of us. I should have noticed it sooner, at how adamant you were in not going after him when he went rogue. It was like you felt guilty, that keeping a secret would make up for what you did to him when you were kids." This time Narumi did flinch back. Her father's words felt like 1,000 daggers slowly cutting up her skin, like he wanted her to suffer. Minato wanted to grin. His deduction appeared to be spot on, watching as his daughter's eyes glanced away from his own sapphire. "This is a serious situation, Narumi. Naruto could be dangerous. So you don't trust him? After all this time away from him, you still think he's not worth a chance?" Narumi bit back, scoffing as she did so, taking a step away from her father as she watched his eyes go wide. The sight of her father repulsing her at the thought of him still not trusting Naruto. Minato quickly got over his shock. He felt his blood begin to boil. His hands clenched into tight fists as his body started to tremble. He didn't know who anyone in his family was anymore. All were so deluded into their own dreams that they made him sick to his stomach. Minato glared darkly at Narumi, making the 16-year-old take another step back. But this time in sheer fear and surprise, having never seen her father look at another human being like this before. His hands slammed down on her shoulders, clicking his tongue against his canines, fully irritated. "That's exactly why I don't trust him," Minato spat out venomously, saliva flying from his mouth and stuck to Narumi's shocked face. "He's been gone for years, hiding something so incredibly massive from the entire shinobi world. I have every right to not trust him. All signs point towards him being untrustworthy." Minato didn't care about how loud he was being, or the fact that most of the hospital staff was openly gawking at him in shock. Minato was bottled up, and for far too long. What I did to him was unbecoming as a father. "I've accepted it, I've come to terms with it," he said, his voice turning colder as his body started to shake again. "But I'm the only one who seems to have accepted it." Natsu rages on and on that it was never his fault for Naruto leaving. Kushina is persistent that Naruto will come back to us, ignorant to the facts we laid out for ourselves. "And you," his voice sharp, making Narumi's breath hitch in anxiety. "You're trying to protect him. No matter how hard you try, you can't help but still feel like his older sister. The need to make it up to someone who even said himself that we aren't family any longer." Minato stopped, not feeling any remorse at his daughter's now tear-stricken face as he straightened his back with a huff, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down from his surprising outburst. Looking coldly into his daughter's eyes, he could see that he was right. He was truly the only one who had moved on. "You and Natsu, need to grow up. He's gone from us. The person behind the door is no brother to you, and no son of mine. We lost that right a long time ago. Taking a few steps past his frozen daughter, picking up the file that he dropped in his verbal frenzy. Not even taking a single glance at Narumi as he grabbed the file. Tucking it under his arm. Your reaction was enough to tell me that I was right in suspecting Naruto of something. I'm done here. Finally taking a look at his daughter. Blue stared at Blue. Narumi felt her knees start to wobble at the look, her body drowning in tension. Go home, Minato said, before leaving in a bright flash of yellow. Narumi finally felt her knees give out, falling to the floor, using her hands to keep herself from falling on her face as she looked at the tiled ground. Tears continued to flow down her cheeks, and she knew it was impossible to get them to stop. Out of everybody in her life, Minato was the last one she had expected to get made at her like that. But Minato yelling at her isn't what made her sad. No, it was how truthful everything he said had been. She was trapped in her own dream, believing herself to be a victim who tried to make amends for her past actions. Believing that if she catered to Naruto's demands and feelings, that things would change for the better. Her father's words stung deep. Like a million scorpions stinging her simultaneously in the chest, as a weak sob pushed past her, one hand to cover her mouth, to encase any more that tried to sneak away from her. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at the whole situation. The laughs muffled by her hand as her shoulders started to tremble from the sensation. This wouldn't have happened if you were just better fucking parents. She laughed aloud, slamming on her fist against the tiles under her, smashing it into pieces as the shards entered her skin, drawing several drops of blood from the new wound. She opened her eyes. Her laughing finally died down as she stared at her reflection in the white tile below her. Her smile dropped from her face, looking deep into her now bloodshot eyes with lament. Can't come to terms with it. What the fuck do you think I've been doing for the past 3 years? Her pupils started to dilate, all previous warmth expiring in her eyes as she dug her nails into the tile, the screeching sound echoing in the halls as she felt her fingernails start to break off, not caring for the pain as the QB already got started on healing her wounds. I'm the one who took the blunt force from it. I'm the one he beat. I'm the one he could have killed. I'm the one who tried to get closer to him. She growled out, ignoring the snap of her fingernails breaking, scratching at the ground as fresh blood stained the porcelain. You want us to just shake it off like it was nothing? Like it didn't matter to us? What bullshit. Narumi felt her blood begin to boil. A small amount of the QB's chakra entered her coils as she got back to her feet. The sheer pressure from the chakra broke more of the floor under her as she walked out of the hospital. Ignoring the way the nurses were looking at her, she didn't care as they moved away from her. She was angry, she was hurt, and she didn't care who knew it or how she showed it. She could feel her skin start to burn with the power that the QB usually gave her. Her presence alone was enough to make people even miles away stop in their tracks. No doubt all of Konoha could feel her presence as she walked down the streets of the village. Heading back towards Kurenai's apartment, they needed to have a talk. Yes, Narumi herself had bottled up more than she knew, and the bottle finally broke. Meanwhile, Minato had flashed back to the Hokage Tower, ignoring the greeting by his receptionist as he walked past her and straight into the council room, where he was greeted by all the clan heads and his 3 advisors. Minato had called for an emergency council meeting last night to be held in the morning regarding what he would do regarding Naruto. He knew it was foolish to ask if everyone was aware of the fact that Naruto was back in the village. He was sure the whole village already knew about his return the moment he got back. It only takes one set of eyes to notice, then it would be spread around like wildfire. And judging by the looks Minato was getting from everyone present, it made it even more obvious that everyone knew. Ignoring the ostracized looks, he walked calmly to his chair at the very end. Taking a seat, throwing the file on the table, folding his arms over his chest. Minato's mere presence alone was enough to thicken the atmosphere to unbearable levels. You could practically cut the tension with a knife as all eyes were looking at the Hokage expectantly. If they didn't have the experience as a shinobi, they would have no doubt passed out from the deadly aura that Minato was excreting. Choza Akimichi, the clan head of the Akimichi clan, stood up, ignoring the bead of sweat that rolled down his eyebrow as he bowed to the village leader. "Is everything okay, Hokage-sama? Why call a meeting so early?" Minato stayed silent, moving his eyes to glance over at the Akimichi clan head, making him wince from the intensity. Minato uncrossed his arms, leaning back into his chair and snapping his fingers. Within seconds, an Anbu appeared next to him, already bowing to the Hokage. "Yes, Hokage-sama? Go and find my son Natsu. Ask him to retrieve and accompany Naruto Namikaze to the chambers this instance." Minato's voice was empty as he gave his orders. The Anbu nodded his head and quickly flashed away to go do his mission. "Hokage-sama, if I ma..." "Shut up, Danzo." Minato bit at the bandaged man, making him purse his lips as the clan heads looked over at Minato at shock. Never in their lives have they ever seen Minato snap at somebody before, well, someone in Konoha. He was always so happy and go-lucky. It was one of the reasons why people loved and idolized him so much. He was easy to approach and always gave a warm welcome, even to enemy villages and shinobi. "I don't have time to deal with your shit, or with your preaching about weapons again. We have a serious matter to discuss here, and I expect you to be on your best behavior," Minato said, painting a dark glare to the bandaged man. Danzo clicked his tongue against his teeth, his grip tightening around his cane, holding him up as he nodded hesitantly. He had a vague idea of what this meeting was going to be about, and getting shut down by the Hokage so quickly really put a damper on his own agenda. And the fury shining in Minato's eyes was odd. Something seemed to have sparked within the Hokage that started a burning that was plainly visible to all that looked at him. Danzo looked away from Minato, ignoring the looks he got from several of the clan heads. "As you with Hokage-sama." Minato huffed in response to the elder, resting his hand on his cheek as he looked pointedly at the Nara head leader, Shikaku Nara. The lazy leader felt his own spine straighten up as well. The laziness that usually reflected in his eyes got washed away and replaced with seriousness. The blonde Kage slid the file on the table towards Shikaku with his free hand. Shikaku watched as the heavily crumbled file stopped sliding as it reached him. Raising a brow in question, he opened it to look through, his face growing paler by the second. The rest of the clan heads watched him with growing interest. Ieyashi Hyuga was tempted to use his Byakugan to try and see what Shikaku was looking at, to get ahead of the rest of the clans and try and gather more information that could prove useful to help grow his clan to even stronger heights. Since the Uchiha clan was no more, Hiyashi wanted to solidify his place as the strongest clan in Konoha. But Hiyashi held down the urge to do so as Minato silently watched them all, almost like he was egging them on to try and do something as his blue irises danced around the room. Growling to himself, he decided to stay patient, crossing his arms under his robe with a silent huff. Danzo already had a talking to, and Hiyashi didn't need to one himself. Unbeknownst to him, Tsume Izukuwa and Shibi-Aburame of their respective clans were thinking along the same lines, both trying to find ways to try and read what was on the file that Shikaku was reading. Tsume ended up giving up shortly after seeing that her dogs were unable to get around and get a peek. They could only smell the panic resonating off of Shikaku, and it made her Nukanins whimper slightly. Shibi-Aburame tried something similar, having his microscopic bugs fly towards Shikaku silently, in hopes to get the general idea on what he was reading. Not soon after he sent them out, they had returned, shaking and sneaking back into his clothes. No doubt totally spooked and couldn't even dare get close to Shikaku, thanks to Minato's threatening presence. Hiding himself behind his mask like usual, he gave up, taking the loss with a heavy heart. The only two who seemed to have good intentions were Choza and Inoichi Yamanaka. Both were looking over at their friend with growing concern. They have known Shikaku since the academy. In fact, everyone at this table minus the 3 advisors had all gone to the academy together. And they knew how Shikaku acted, and in all the years they have been friends and teammates they had never seen him go so pale and honest. Shock. Whatever he was reading must have struck the Nara genius deep down into his very core. Hokage-sama is... Debrief them all. Minato said, cutting Shikao off as he leaned further back into his chair, glaring into nothingness as he drummed his fingers on the table in front of him. Don't spare a single detail. Everything in there is the truth. I will explain everything further once our guest has arrived. Natsu Namikaze stood outside the hospital, looking at the tall white building with a strong sense of melancholy. He loved working here. It was always a nice feeling to help someone in need. The feeling to save another person, being the catalyst that reunites them with their special people, was always such a strong and euphoric feeling that overtook the body. But it was also what he wanted to get back dearly. Shaking his head from his thoughts, he slowly walked into the hospital, the sliding doors opening up for him as he was met with a somber room full of people. Noticing the tension in the room, he raised his eyebrow. It seemed no one had noticed his entrance, so he slowly made his way to the center of the room where the nurses were gathered. What happened? Why is everyone crowded around here? The nurses jumped in surprise at the voice. Some even turned around to look back at Natsu in shock, not expecting someone to catch them by surprise, especially by the close proximity Natsu was to them. Before any of the nurses could even respond, Natsu finally caught sight at what they were looking at. A few streaks of blood lined the tile floors, looking like someone was trying to escape from an insane asylum as the sanguine liquid was sprawled across the floor. Not only that, but Natsu could see faint traces of broken fingernails scattered around like they were ripped or torn off forcefully. Natsu pushed closer, bending down to get a better look. What happened? He asked, looking at the magnitude of the smashed tiled lining around him. He hadn't even noticed it before, but even at the entrance some seemed to be destroyed. He looked up at the closest nurse to him, watching her fidget nervously in place as she hugged her clipboard closer to her chest, playing with the hem of her hospital uniform, blushing as Natsu looked at her. Actually, Natsu-sama. Narumi-sama had done this not too long ago. Narumi? He questioned aloud, taken aback by the response, looking back at the destroyed floor with more interest than before. Is that so? Yes. She and Hokage-sama had gotten into a pretty bad argument this morning. It was quite a shocking scene to witness, the nurse replied. Natsu hummed in response, pondering what he was just told. An argument? Seems to be the common trend these days, he thought with some amusement, though he did wonder what the argument that his sister and father would have had. They rarely argued at all. In fact, they seemed to agree on most things ever since childhood. They were like two peas in a pod to one another, while Natsu took much more from Kushina's side. So it was strange to even think about the two of them getting into a little spat. But he did have one idea. His eyes moved towards Naruto's hospital door. Several emotions fluttered in his gut as he did so. The only possible answer he could come up with that made the most sense would have to be Naruto. It seemed that no matter what the time of day it was, when it was, or where, ever since Naruto's return, the past 2 days have been some of the most stressful for the Namikaze family. Natsu himself hadn't actually talked to Narumi since Naruto returned. Actually, thinking about it, Natsu hasn't even seen Kushina lately either. When he got home last night, Minato was still awake in his study working hard on something in secret, though Natsu assumed he was working on deciphering the seals hidden on Naruto's body. But Natsu did take notice of the absence of his mother from the house. It was quite strange since he knew that she hadn't come to visit Naruto once. Also, Narumi didn't return home last night either. Do you know what their argument was about? Natsu asked, getting back atop his feet and looking at the nurse. Well, it was all over the place. But I believe it was about Naruto-san. The nurse said timidly, but honestly. Natsu just nodded at the answer, confirming his suspicions as he walked around the nurses. Very well. Get this cleaned up and get back to work. Too many of you are just standing around doing nothing. Yes, Natsu-sama. After his quick order, they all quickly snapped back into work mode. The nurse, who he was previously talking to, had already begun cleaning up the blood and sweeping the shards of tile into a bin. Ignoring the group of now bustling nurses, he made his way to Naruto's door. He had too much on his mind to worry or care about a fight with his family. That was becoming a much more common occurrence as of late, and barely what he could focus on. On the list of importance, it was strictly at the bottom. He had already wasted enough time mingling with the nurses at the front. His father had given him strict orders to grab Naruto and take him to the council chambers. And on the list of importance, this was at the very top. But on the other hand, Natsu was starting to get excited. Natsu would finally get what he was seeking. It was only a matter of time before the walls started to decay away and leave Naruto vulnerable, like he was when they were kids. That's right, I'll get my little brother back. Natsu grinned, his thoughts pumping more and more adrenaline into his body and into his veins. He almost felt giddy. Like a kid on Christmas who had just received the gift that he was begging his parents for since Easter. He was on cloud 9. Things finally felt like they were falling into place for him. Natsu was about to push open the door to Naruto's room, but before he could, the door itself swung open. Natsu's grin drooped down, his lips now pursed into a deathly thin line. Narrowing his eyes at the boy who opened the door to the room, Natsu clicked his tongue, eyeing the familiar black-headed boy that had dropped off Naruto's comatose body in such a rush 2 days ago. Natsu looked past the boy to see the unsurprised eyes of his brother, looking at him with a small smile. The boy's eyes turned wide as he noticed the dark look Natsu was giving him. Without wasting any more time, he bowed to Natsu before taking a long-lasting last look towards Naruto. It was good to see you again, Blondie-kun. Yes, you too, and thank you, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest as he looked away from the two boys. Natsu stayed silent as he watched the now identified Sai quickly escape the room, pushing past Natsu rather rudely and vanishing behind the hospital doors. Natsu watched the boy leave with interest, his eyes staying narrowed in question. Something seemed off about him. He looked like he was in a trance. Natsu thought to himself with little intrigue. He wasn't expecting anyone to be in Naruto's room. The surprise was quickly diminished as he looked back towards his brother. Naruto's back still facing him as Natsu stepped into the room, not bothering to shut the door as he leaned on the doorframe. Who was that? I was told you weren't allowed to have any visitors today. Natsu crossed his arms as well, taking note that Naruto seemed to have shed the hospital gown and was now fully dressed in his clothes he was brought here in. They seemed to have undergone a deep wash and were now blood-free, pristine like they were brand new. Naruto turned back around, finally meeting his brother's eyes with a big smile. Natsu was a tad confused at his brother's attitude. He seemed to be in a much better mood than the previous 2 nights. The nurses said I was so good today that they lifted the rule for me, he said, smiling all the while as he leaned against his freshly made bed. Natsu watched his brother with a keen eye. I gave the nurses strict orders to not allow Naruto any visitors today, he thought, eyes glazing down at his bed. Fully dressed, and he made his bed, it's almost like he was expecting to leave here today. Schooling his features and pushing away his thoughts into the back of his head for now, he waved his hand for Naruto to follow, which his brother did with no hesitation. Tucson had called a council meeting, so let's get going. Naruto laughed as he fell in step directly next to his brother. Natsu looked over to Naruto, confused on why he was laughing. Naruto noticed Natsu's questioning look and couldn't help but laugh some more. Sorry, you're just so serious that it brought back a lot of memories, he said in between his laughter. Natsu couldn't help but feel a genuine smile play across his lips as he looked away from Naruto. But as soon as it made its appearance, it vanished without a trace. Like it was a mirage. I assume more bad than good. Naruto's laughter was brought to a halt at Natsu's words, as they stepped out of the hospital and into the crowded streets of Konoha. Our blonde hero stayed silent for a few minutes as he walked down the familiar path of his home village, feeling a very strong sense of nostalgia with a loud undertone of melancholy hidden underneath. While they were walking, he noticed that several of the civilians passing by would stop and stare at the two of them. And if Natsu noticed, he didn't seem to care to react to it. But for Naruto, it was like he was being judged just by how he was walking. Strangers' eyes never left him, and small, quiet whispers started to grow as a few crowds started to form. Though Naruto couldn't blame them. He was a rogue ninja after all, and it's very rare for one to be walking the streets of their home village, even if he was being attended by the village prince. You think it's all right for me to walk around without a seal on me? You know, like hindering my chakra or something? Naruto asked, pushing his hands into his pockets as he looked up to the sky, paying a bizarre amount of focus on the ever-slow passing sun above his head in the cloudless sky. It doesn't matter. If you try anything, I could stop you right away, so there would be no point. Naruto fought back the urge to scowl at Natsu, his hands tightening to fists in his pockets. I see. Sorry for suggesting then, Naruto responded. The blonde could feel his brother's eyes on him, but he chose to ignore it, finding it much easier to stare at the sky than at anything else. Both fell into slow, methodical steps as they walked side by side in silence for the rest of the way to the Hokage Tower. Neither knew what to say to one another. Natsu thought he had a lot to say to Naruto, but walking in such a tense silence had him second-guessing himself. There was a bunch he wanted to discuss, but most of it would have to wait until they entered the council room. It would do no good to ask Naruto about it out in the open with no witnesses. But looking at his brother from the corner of his eye, he could see that Naruto was walking with much more confidence than someone in his position should. He didn't seem worried. In fact, he seemed like he was expecting something like this to happen. Naruto was the hardest puzzle to solve. It was like the blonde kept hiding his pieces or changing them out for new ones whenever he felt like it, making sure no one would ever finish it and see the final product, keeping it a mystery as he flipped it around on you in the most unpredictable ways. Say, Natsu, can I ask you something? Natsu was broken out of his thoughts as he glanced at Naruto again, masking his surprise as Naruto's eyes were looking deep into his own. Natsu nodded his head as both of them walked into the Hokage Tower. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his features going blank, eyes looking dull. If the village were to be attacked, who is the one person you would want to save? Natsu stopped his walking almost immediately after Naruto spoke, his mouth falling open in shock as his head snapped towards his brothers. Naruto didn't even bother to stop walking as he passed Natsu, drawing even closer to the council chambers. Getting over his shock, Natsu eyed his brother with a good amount of suspicion, narrowing his eyes even further. Why? Why would he ask me that? Natsu thought irritably. Just another piece that Naruto temporarily added to this never-ending game of his. Natsu looked at the retreating form of Naruto's back. Why are you asking? Natsu asked. It was like Naruto knew he was getting stared at because he stopped walking. Like something forcefully stopped him from taking another step. Naruto turned his head, blue eyes stared into purple for what seemed like forever. Eventually Naruto looked away, shrugging his shoulders like he didn't have a single care in the world. Just curious, I guess. Natsu knew that was a loaded response. He knew his brother better than anyone. He knew Naruto didn't just ask things like this just 'cause he was curious. No, he did things for a reason. He couldn't prove it, but his gut was telling him to believe it. Naruto was already suspect number one in his eyes, especially since that girl that clung to him had been missing as of late as well. Natsu tried to gather anything he could from Naruto's eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of his true intentions behind those sapphire doors of his, but to no avail. His eyes remained empty, deprived of any emotions and drained of life. The Namikaze wanted to scoff, but held off on doing so as he took a step forward. Then, Narumi? He answered honestly, walking up to Naruto, grabbing him tightly by the hair and yanking him down to his level, which wasn't very much. Naruto didn't even try to fight back as Natsu manhandled him. Instead, he stayed silent as deep violet eyes turned crimson in front of him, glaring at him with a heavy amount of fury. Natsu then spoke, his voice having dropped several octaves. I know you're up to something, Naruto Ototo. This facade of yours can't fool me no matter how hard you try. Natsu growled out, tightening his hands around his brother's long blonde locks and pulling upward. He grew more annoyed when he didn't see what he wanted. He didn't see Naruto wince in obvious pain. I know you better than anyone, Ototo. Don't play these fucking games with me. Natsu finished with a sneer, fighting back the urge to strike Naruto as he saw his face morph into a cocky smile, flashing his canines. I didn't know we were playing a game, Naruto said, his eyes challenging, making Natsu scowl deeper. Letting go of the blonde's hair to grip him by the collar of his shirt, bringing their faces closer together until they were inches apart. Don't worry, Otato. Right past that door is where you'll crumble and break down, just like you used to do in the past. It's only a matter of time. Point taken, Mi-sama. With a gruff, Natsu released Naruto, pushing his brother forward until they were mere inches away from the large door leading into the council chambers. Natsu pushed down the strange feeling that erupted in his gut at hearing Naruto call him Mi-sama. It was strangely warm, but it burned like ice. He was mocking the mere idea of it, but respected where it came from. Feeling even more irritated than before, he pushed Naruto again, this time with much more force, forcing Naruto to stumble into the large council room as he fell to the floor. Naruto once again didn't bother to try and stop Natsu as he got pushed to the ground. I brought him to San, Natsu said aloud, passing by his pathetic-looking brother without even sparing him a second glance as he took to stand right next to his father without another word. Very good. Now let's get right to business. Naruto's ears perked up at the commanding voice of his father wafted its way over to him. Naruto was shocked momentarily, looking up from the ground, only to see deep blue sea eyes looking at him accusingly. Huh, that's unexpected. Naruto slowly picked himself up from the ground, getting back to his feet as he dusted himself off. While he did so, he silently looked around the room, surprised that all the clan elders were looking at him with the same eyes of suspicion like his father was. Some even looked at him with slight fear hidden behind their irises. But his eyes finally settled onto the one man he wanted to see most of all. The man was standing directly to Minato's left, in between two other old people he did not recognize or care to remember for the future. He felt the all-too-familiar sensation start to bubble up in his stomach. And he had to fight the urge to activate his Sharingan and get rid of that trash right here and now. But that just wouldn't do. Masking his face and pushing down what he was actually feeling, he stepped forward, looking around him with interest shining in his face. The elders watched him, expecting the worst, but they weren't prepared when Naruto turned to them, scratching the back of his head bashfully with a pout on his face. Son, I don't even get a chair to sit in? Both Minato and Natsu both felt their eyes widen at Naruto's words, more Minato than his son. The Kaji felt his determination begin to crack as he heard the words from his son that he hadn't heard him speak in 10 years. Minato physically winced, tightening his hands to fists under the table as he tried to steer himself back. No, this is exactly what he wants. He wants to use this as a crutch for us to let our guards down. Making sure his little crack went unseen, he looked at Naruto with a pointed expression. You may either stand or sit on the floor. Naruto internally frowned, surprised that his father didn't fall for the obvious trap he put out for him. That trick had even worked on Natsu to a certain extent. It seemed his father had finally grown a pair and decided to own up to his own mistakes. It was surprising to our blonde hero. Then I'll stand, Naruto replied lazily, shifting onto his other leg and rubbing the back of his head. Minato slowly nodded his head, not caring either way what his son picked. Minato raised his hands and intertwined his fingers together, covering his mouth as he leaned forward. By any chance, do you know why you're here, Naruto? Minato's words were like ice, cold to the sound and unbelievably freezing as they touched Naruto's skin. As the words finished leaving the blonde Kage's mouth, a thick tension rolled over the room. The only sound that was heard was the slow, uneven breathing of everyone in the room, letting it echo against the walls as it bounced around. It was so quiet, a pin dropping would sound like an earthquake under the tense atmosphere. All eyes now trained on Naruto, all looking at him expectantly. Naruto shifted his posture again, the air being so thick and brittle that it could snap at any moment. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, peeking over to the eerily silent, bandaged man in the corner. Not sure. It could be a lot of things, Naruto said, counting on his fingers with a thoughtful expression. Could be attacking a on-duty shinobi, hiding some sort of secret. Or it could even be abandoning Konoha, he said, tapping his chin with his index finger and furrowing his brows. Though I doubt it's that last one. Is this some kind of game to you? Hiyashi Hyuga yelled, slamming his hands on the table and glaring darkly at the young blonde namikaze. His Byakugan flaring to life, making the veins pop out around his eye socket dangerously. "Huh, funny. Natsumi-sama said the same thing earlier." Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head with a playful grin. To say that everyone in the room was shocked would be a huge understatement. They were utterly floored by the rogue namikaze's attitude. Even Natsu was showing signs of shock, having not seen Naruto act like this even when they were kids. Hiyashi Hyuga growled. The blonde's attitude was beginning to piss him off. That playful smile seemed to come off as arrogant as Hiyashi's Byakugan moved around Naruto's body. Internally, the Hyuga leader wanted to curse himself. The real reason he activated his Dujutsu was to see if what was in the file was actually correct. But sadly, he was unable to see nothing out of the ordinary with the boy's system. The only thing you could call peculiar was how thin his chakra looked to be in his coils. "You don't seem to be taking this very seriously, Naruto-san. You do understand the predicament you are in, correct?" Tsume Inuzuka said this time, her dogs growling next to her. Her tone was like ice, and her glare was even colder as it cut through the thick air. Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders again, uncaring. "Not really. Truthfully, I haven't really done anything wrong. Listen here, you brat. Tsume-sama, please refrain from screaming at our guest." Tsume scowled deeply, glaring at Shikaku, who cut her off mid-sentence. The Nara leader ignored the look before looking at Minato. Both seemed to share a silent conversation as the Kage nodded his head to Shikaku. Shikaku sighed. He always hated council meetings, and this one seemed to be the most troublesome one yet. Getting up from his seat, he turned to look at the bored eyes of Naruto. Just as their eyes met, Naruto's ears perked up, looking at the Nara leader with a hint of a smile. "Hey, you're Shikamaru's dad, aren't you? I think I've seen you at his house before." Shikaku stayed impassive, but his brow did raise a tiny bit. Shikaku didn't think that the blonde would remember him. Most people didn't, since he usually kept to himself, and was only well known for his clan name only. Both didn't miss the slight surprise that shined within Minato's eyes at the information. "Yes, it seems you remember who I am. Thank you for keeping Shikamaru company all those years ago. You really made an impression on him." Naruto smiled cheekily, giving a small laugh as he nodded happily. "I should be the one thanking him. When Shisui-san died, he was the one to pick me up and save me. I owe him a lot." Naruto answered honestly, his left eye shooting another glance towards Danzo as he spoke. Shikaku nodded, ignoring the angry musings of Tsume next to him, to stop stalling and get on with it. When the name Shisui was dropped, several people looked at Naruto in confusion, especially Natsu. Natsu felt something in his chest burn at hearing that. His eyes narrowed as they stayed into their red slits as he glared at the blonde. Natsu's hands tightened into tight fists as he crossed his arms. The way Naruto spoke about this Shisui person was warm and tender, completely the opposite of how he spoke to Narumi and himself. It made him angry beyond belief. But we can catch up at a later time, depending on how this goes, Shikaku stated, drawing Naruto's full attention onto him, and many of the other elders. "Let's get right down to business. The first thing I'm sure we're all curious about is, why abandon Konoha to begin with?" Naruto's smile fell off his face as he sighed, scratching the back of his head and pointing his thumb over to Minato and Natsu. "They have a big part to play, as in why I left, refusing to train me or even include me into family activities and whatnot. But after Shisui-san died, I had nothing left here anymore, and I was promised a better life if I left, so I did," Naruto stated, like it was the easiest thing in the world to comprehend. Minato tried his best to ignore the pungent looks he was starting to get from the elders around him as he frowned. He expected something like that to be brought up, but it still stung a bit, even if he was over it all. "Very well. One more question?" "I'll take it from here, Shikaku," Minato said, leaning forward from in his seat. Shikaku merely gruffed and sat down annoyed. The Hokage had asked him to do the questioning at the meeting today, after he had filed everyone. Why would he say that if he would just cut in and do it himself? How troublesome. Minato breathed heavily as he looked at his son for the first time in years. He looked older, much older than his age would tell you. Both their blue eyes met, and both were surprised by how foreign they looked to one another. Minato couldn't help but feel his insides tear again in a very small amount guilt, no matter how hard he tried. He was still incredibly angry, that remained strong inside of him, and he wasn't sure if it would go away anytime soon. But he couldn't deny the fact that Naruto looked so much like him, that they still shared the same blood. Schooling his features entirely, Minato settled just to glare at Naruto, surprising the blonde boy just enough to make him raise an eyebrow. Minato flung his hand in the air, dismissing Naruto's answer. "Frankly, I don't care why you left Konoha," he said, ignoring the looks he was getting from everyone present, minus a select few. "I'm more fascinated by a few other things. Like these." Slamming the file of Naruto on top the desk in front of him, with enough force for it to echo in the room. He narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "You have 2 discreetly hidden seals placed on your body that you have been keeping hidden all this time. The one on your eye is blocking access to your whole eye and nervous system completely. And the second." Minato didn't break eye contact once as he spoke, pointing down to Naruto's chest. "Was an even bigger seal placed on your stomach, and it is painstakingly similar to the one I used to seal the Kyuubi into my 2 kids. Minato's words did nothing to Naruto as he just nodded his head. He crossed his arms over his chest as a coy smile danced on his lips. My, that is rather interesting," he said through his grin, making the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clan heads' breath die in their thoughts. Minato growled. He could feel the air in his chest wanting to take over with each passing second that ticked by, like a metronome of anger that refused to stop ticking. Naruto was acting cocky. This could be life or death for Minato's youngest child, and he didn't seem to have a care in the world as he stood there with a grin on his face. Well, he would prove that he wasn't the Hokage just for show. Yes, it is interesting. Considering that a biju cannot be sealed into a child that is under the age of 12, their bodies just wouldn't be able to handle the barrage of new chakra entering their systems and would most likely die, or be unable to mold chakra again. Which would give you here in Konoha. So it's just mere speculation that whatever this strange seal is on me is holding a biju? Naruto laughed at his father, his face in one of his hands as he tried to giggles. It could just be a tattoo, you know. Yes, it could be. But look at the facts here. Minato leaned back into his chair, his grin challenging as a few chuckles escaped his mouth as well. I'm the world's #1 seal master. I know more about seals than anyone in the elemental nations. You what it is? Don't be so ignorant, he responded back. Well, if you're saying that I've had this since I was a child, then shouldn't a seal master such as yourself have known about it all these years? Not if the seal was being masked completely by a series of hiding seals placed on top of it. It's only visible now because of the amount of damage you sustained before reaching Konoha. Well then, let's say you're correct. Shouldn't the Hyuga over there and Natsu be able to sense and see a biju if it was inside of me? Naruto retorted with a grin, placing a hand on his hip as he watched both Natsu and Hiyashi frown. Minato glanced at the Hyuga, who just slowly shook his head in response. He's right, Hokage-sama. I see nothing else besides his own chakra, Hiyashi said sadly. It's true, Tucson. Even with my sage mode and the Kyuubi, we can't sense anything in him. Natsu said, his face as cool as ever. Minato hummed in response, looking as if he was deep in thought as Naruto's grin started to grow. Under normal circumstances, sure. But what is normal about this situation? Minato asked aloud, not expecting an answer as he started to smirk, running his hand through his hair confidently. I mean, it's not complicated for a master to make a chakra-concealing seal like that one on yours. And if a biju wasn't sealed within you, then the seal wouldn't still be residing on your body. It would have faded away by now. Minato's words seemed to bounce off the room's walls as it hit everyone differently. Minato felt incredible joy as he watched Naruto's own grin fall off his face, turning into a frown that spoke louder than any response. But Minato didn't stop there. Also, the seal on your eye. Why would you have one over your left eye? He got up from his seat, pacing around his desk with a collected pep in his step, finding it fascinating to peel back the layers of his son. Shrugging his shoulders like Naruto had done earlier, he continued. I mean, what could you be hiding in that left eye of yours, except maybe? Minato danced around his words, snapping his fingers like he had figured something out. Didn't you say something about being close to Shisui? Shisui Uchiha? Naruto frowned even deeper, slowly nodding his head as he felt himself get pushed back into a corner by his father. That's right. Fascinating. And weren't you there that day of the Uchiha massacre? If I recall, you were found just under 2 miles away from the central compound, right? Naruto growled, nodding his head in annoyance and not even bothering to respond. Minato grinned, stopping just in front of his son and crouching down slightly to meet his eyes head-on. Minato's voice came out as a whisper, but it was still loud enough for everyone to hear. Then suddenly, you were left alone there. A young 8-year-old boy who now had a scar tainting his skin for the rest of his life, but there's no possible way for such a young boy who got slashed across his eye to leave with the very same eye. Is there? Minato challenged, waiting patiently in front of Naruto as they looked back into each other's eyes. Naruto felt his insides churn. He wasn't expecting his father to have done so much research for today's meeting. It was surprising. He would have never thought that Minato would be the one who would back him into a corner like this. Naruto would have bet that it would have been Natsu hands down. But this was an upset he was not prepared for. Though deep down, somewhere hidden in Naruto's heart, he liked this change for his father. Naruto could see it painstakingly clear in Minato's eyes. There was no longer recognition in those sapphire orbs. Minato was looking at him like he was an equal, just another shinobi in the world that could pose a threat to the village that he swore to protect with his life. Looking away from Minato, he glanced towards Danzo, making sure their eyes didn't meet for very long, but was just long enough to see the barely visible hint of surprise and understanding reflecting off of the man's condescending gaze. Minato, finally seeing Naruto break eye contact, looked towards his other son in the room. Natsu, what did you find out about that day? Natsu stepped forward, his eyes still crimson as he spoke loudly. I reviewed all the medical files for Naruto, Tucson. They reported that the cut Naruto received on that day was deep enough to slice his eye clean in two. In fact, they even said in the file that it was a miracle that Naruto still had his eye. And for the life of them, they just couldn't figure out why. Naruto looked away from the room of people, taking a long step away from his father, isolating himself as he rested his head into his hands. Naruto's body started to slowly tremble, his shoulders bouncing up and down rapidly. Natsu looked ready to attack, but Minato pushed his hand forward, stopping the red-haired Namikaze from moving towards him. Even the clan elders were beginning to get worried. Hiyashi had his Byakugan already activated, back-to-back with the Aburame, as large beetles flew around him. Tsume's dogs began to growl, biting through the thick atmosphere with their fangs, as Tsume herself drummed her long fingernails across the shaking table. The Ino Shikacho trio huddled together, all three waiting for an attack from Naruto. Naruto stood frozen in place, his body shaking heavily as a few muffled sounds echoed out from his mouth. Minato narrowed his eyes even further, pursing his lips into a thin line as he scoffed, and once again feeling no remorse for Naruto's condition. It's no use. Narumi told me everything already. Minato bluffed, hoping it would force Naruto into coming. Ha! Naruto giggled, his hand doing nothing to hide his cackling as it grew louder. Moving his hand from his mouth to cover his left eye, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He bursted out laughing, gut-busting laughter that shook all clan elders to their very core. His laughter was border on maniacal, forcing itself unhealthy out of his throat, making it sound subdued and scratchy. Naruto's body stayed trembling, having to hold his side from the sheer amount of amusement he was feeling. Minato couldn't move. The sight of Naruto like this filling him with buckets of unease, making it hard to stomach. The laughter only grew louder in volume as time went on, no one daring to move a muscle in response. The Hokage fumed, his eyes glowing dangerously as he snapped his fingers again, lowering his arm from Natsu. The redhead just grinned. It was all he needed. With speeds that would make even the most experienced Junin jealous, Natsu vanished from his previous spot, appearing behind Naruto and grabbing both of his arms and pinning him to the ground. With a loud bang, the blonde's head smacked against the concrete floor beneath, bringing his delirious laughter to a halt once and for all. But Naruto's grin remained, shocking everyone present as he looked up. His left eye now a deep crimson, with 3 spinning tomes inside his iris. Everyone tensed, snapping their heads away from Naruto to avoid eye contact with him. Minato felt his face go pale, looking away as his heart dropped a million stories in his chest. Natsu didn't have any time to be surprised as he tightened his grip on his brother, his long canines shining dangerously as he glared at Naruto, pushing down his shock into the depths of his mind for now, as his nails dug into the back of Naruto's arms. Naruto chuckled again, spitting out a good amount of blood from his mouth. "How perceptive of you two, son. I guess you deserve a reward. I'll tell you all the truth now," he said, grinning all the way, making his Sharingan spin wildly. Natsu chuckled darkly, making sure his nails punctured Naruto's skin as he pushed him deeper into the ground. "Like you're in any state to be as conceited as you are. This superiority complex of yours is getting out of hand." Natsu sneered venomously. "Ooh, like you're one to talk." Naruto giggled out, ignoring the pain in his arm as Natsu held back on breaking it. Natsu growled, "Shut the fuck up and answer already." Naruto pouted, looking down at the ground as he pressed his cheek further into the floor, attempting to shrug. Fine. Then yes, everything you said was correct. You're looking at the former Jinchuriki of the Sanbi." "See, come again?" Minato muttered, shocked to his very core. Sure, he suspected something like this to happen after finding out about Naruto's hidden seal. But finally being confirmed for him, it proved to be a hard pill to swallow. Natsu himself felt his eyes go wide, losing some of the Kyuubi's influence, as his eyes unturned back to their normal purple. His grip loosened on his brother, freeing the blonde slightly from the death grip. Naruto didn't even try to move from his spot. Naruto nodded again, starting to get fed up with all of this as he turned to look into his father's still eyes. "Yep, I was attacked by the Akatsuki around 5 months ago now, and I had that stupid turtle extracted from me. It's the reason I was unconscious for so long," he said nonchalantly, turning to his brother still on his back. "I told you that, didn't I? Back in the hospital room a few days ago, it was that blue bastard Kasame who almost killed me." But why? Why did you hide all this?" Minato asked, his voice lowering into a whisper as Naruto looked back to him. Naruto almost laughed at the pathetic look on Minato's face. "Some things just never change. Do you really expect me, someone who was left behind for so long, someone who was ridiculed for just being alive, would want to come forth and tell the world my deepest secrets?" He scoffed. "What a stupid question to ask." "Hokage-sama." Danzo spoke up as he stepped forward, getting a closer look at the scene playing in front of him. All eyes now turned towards the old warhawk, and for a split second, Naruto's eye seemed to take on a different shape. "Obviously, this boy cannot be trusted. We should throw him in a cell and force him to tell us all he knows." Minato froze at the warhawk's words, honestly pondering the old warhawk's words as he looked back to Naruto, catching a glimpse of Natsu nodding his head. "I agree too, son. Naruto can't be trusted. Before we came in here, he even asked me what I would do if the village were to be attacked." "What?" Hiyashi, Tsume, and Inoichi yelled, glaring daggers at the downed blonde boy. "Hokage-sama, we must detain this nuisance at once. It's a miracle he hasn't already snapped at us already." Hiyashi screamed angrily. Bakuryugan flared as he entered his family's taijutsu stance. Minato grew restless, glaring down at Naruto just as he started to yawn like he was bored. Breathing a weary sigh, Minato started to calm himself down, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a seal that was just about the size of his palm. Natsu and Naruto both peered over at the seal with interest, not aware that Minato had prepared a seal in advance. Naruto felt his eyes go wide as saucers as Minato picked him up from his hair, forcing Natsu off of him and holstering him upwards. Before Naruto could even react, he felt Minato slam his hand into his gut. Naruto wheezed loudly, blood flying from his mouth in pain, as Minato slammed the seal he just unpocketed directly into Naruto's stomach. Naruto hit the ground with a loud bang, getting the air knocked out of him as he felt his chakra system start to fail. Like it was getting blocked off from a fighting force. Coughing again, he looked up to his father, who stood tall above him with Natsu directly on his right, wearing the smuggest grin Naruto had even seen. "You're right, Danzo. He can't be trusted." Minato sneered, signaling both Danzo and Hiashi to step forward, both doing so without hesitation, the latter grin plastered onto his face. Minato's eyes never left Naruto's as Hiashi grabbed a hold of his son a hold of Naruto. "Take him to the highest graded cell we have. I want you to keep watch over him until I get there." Danzo. "Of course, Hokage-sama," both replied simultaneously. Naruto let himself get pulled up from the ground by the Hyuga elder, unable to wipe his blood-stricken mouth, as a wide grin grew on his face, making Hiashi even angrier. "What are you grinning at, brat?" Hiashi roared, bending Naruto's arm. Naruto spat at the elder, blood and saliva flying onto Hiyashi's pristine white coat. Hiashi looked pissed beyond belief, hearing an audible snap in Hiyashi's body as he headbutted the blonde. Naruto's head flew back in pain, his head again, showing off his blood-stained teeth with a vengeance as he laughed out loud again. They started to increase in volume, only stopping for a few seconds as Hiashi kneed Naruto in the gut. "You fools! You really think I didn't have a plan?" Naruto screamed, more blood flying from his mouth. Hiashi. Minato and Natsu watched Naruto in slight shock, watching as Naruto convulsed around in Hiyashi's death grip, like he was trying to break free from a straitjacket as he laughed like he was finally driven into lunacy. "It's only a matter of time before Konoha pays for what they did to me. These past 5 months I've been in cahoots with Iwagakure. They're on their way here now to completely level this whole fucking village." Iwagakure," Minato yelled loudly, his face growing even more pale as Naruto grinned evilly as he felt himself getting pulled away by Hiashi with Danzo right on their tail. "That's right. The Tsuchikage-sama offered me everything if we could kill all of you. He's been more of a father to me than you fucking asshole. Anbu, gather all the Junin you can and separate them into squads. Have the Chunin in the village patrol the perimeter to see if there is an attack coming from any direction." Minato yelled, as 5 Anbu agents jumped from the ceiling and landed in front of him before leaving to go and fulfill their orders. "It's too late. Iwa should be here already. And get this damned kid out of here already. Interrogate him when you get the chance," Minato said, glaring deeply at Naruto. "In any way you see fit." Hiashi and Danzo grinned darkly, slapping Naruto across the face, drawing even more blood to leak down Naruto's lip. "Tusan," Natsu said, grabbing his father's attention as Minato is now speaking to the rest of the clan heads, giving them all orders in quick succession. Miyanote turned to look at his son. Natsu's eyes were now a bright gold in color, a dash replacing his pupil as dark orange accents highlighted the outside of his eyelids, like thick mascara. "I sense 2 insanely strong chakra signatures heading this way. There." Natsu and Minato shielded their faces as a large gust of wind reached them. The wall across from them had been smashed open, throwing small stones and pebbles to them, as their clothes fluttered thanks to the harsh breeze. Minato could hear the distant sound of screams reach his ears outside the walls. Focusing his chakra and widening his eyes as he turned around, noticing that Hiashi, Danzo, and his son were now gone. Well. Minato Namikaze and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "It seems we reached our destination, Kisame," a deep voice said, drawing both Namikaze's attention upwards as the gust of wind finally died down, allowing them to see as they stared deep into bright purple eyes, residing in a bright orange-headed male that stood menacingly in front of them. Kisame grinned, nodding his head along with his leader as he bounced Samahata on his shoulder. "Of course, I'll leave the blonde Kaja to you while I go after the kid. I'll make sure to take his beast, just like I'd done to his precious little brother." Kisame spoke. Natsu growled, channeling more sage chakra into him as the pigment around his eyes grew darker, into a deep shade of red. Without looking back at his father, he spoke. "Tusan, I don't think this is part of Naruto's plan." Minato nodded, eyeing the orange-headed stranger with anger as he pulled out one of his famous 3-pronged kunai, twirling it in his palm. I agree. Make sure you kill that blue-skinned bastard. Of course, Tucson. Natsu replied, jumping out of the building with inhuman speed. Kisame just grinned, vanishing from his spot as he gave chase to the red-headed kid. Minato breathed in heavily, shifting his stance as he raised his kunai upwards. He had given strict orders to Shikaku to lead the shinobi in any way he seemed fit, depending on the situation. There was no one else he would ever entrust with something this important. He was a tactical and military genius and would surely help lead the great Konoha into another victory. Knowing that his village was safe with his top shinobi handling it, he eyed the unmoving stranger in front of him. Looking into those deep purple eyes that looked eerily familiar, like he had seen them in a history book before. The orange-headed man took an intimidating step forward, his eyes unblinking as his black and red coat became perfectly visible for the Kage to see. And what does the leader of the Akatsuki think he's doing infiltrating the strongest ninja village in the elemental nations? Minato challenged, cockily swinging another kunai out from his pouch with his free hand. The orange-headed man stood still, not even shaking his head as the purple eyes narrowed. We are here to capture the 2 Kyuubi Jinchuriki in the village, he said, outstretching both of his arms forward. A swell of chakra started to pulse around him, making Minato's go wide at the sheer denseness of the chakra. Feeling the air shift around both males, like it was climbing over them. The walls started to crack from the pressure, small pebbles getting picked up as the gust of wind picked up its speed to unbearable levels, forcing Minato to squint so he wouldn't lose his vision. The world shall know pain. Almighty push. Before the attack. Kurenai, open this door. Narumi yelled, banging her fingerless fists on the front of Kurenai's door. Her face was twisted into an annoyed glare. On the walk over here from the hospital, it gave her a long time to rethink her motives for coming here. Not only have her motives changed, but so have her feelings. Her father pissed her off. She had been burning herself into her delusions. He was the delusion one. Thinking what she was doing would maybe one day solve their family problems. It was childish of Minato to assume this was how Narumi was. If she gained anything from this, it was how stubborn her family was. She felt foolish, maybe perhaps a little sheepish at her thoughts, for thinking things could change in any way. That kind of behavior is reserved for Natsu, and not her. She was better than that. Well, she thought she was anyway. It was a hard pill to swallow for Narumi. And just by the mere fact that it revolved so heavily around her family, and she needed to escape that orbit like her life depended on it. Which was why she came to see Kurenai. She trusted Kurenai more than most people in the village, more than her family, more than anyone. Kurenai had been there for her after Naruto left, seeing firsthand how bad the Namikaze family fallout was. Kurenai helped her learn what it truly felt to care for someone. Yes, she really cared for Kurenai. Faintly hearing the yells to stop from Kurenai behind her door, she stopped her excessive knocking, taking a small step back as the door swung open with a fury, revealing a pissed-off towel-clad Kurenai, still dripping from her shower, as her unruly black hair matted itself to her forehead. Narumi raised her eyebrow at her, looking Kurenai up and down for much longer than she intended to. Wow, what a nice view, Narumi said, ignoring the deep glare Kurenai gave her as she walked past the Junin and into the apartment. What? You're the one who kept knocking. I had no time. Kurenai yelled, grumbling as the female Namikaze slumped down onto her couch, looking at the ceiling. Kurenai shut the door, quickly excusing herself to her room as she removed her bath towel and pulled out her clothes for the day. Not bothering to do her hair and makeup since Narumi was here, she would do it later if she had the time. What are you doing here anyway? I didn't think I would see you again so soon, since you just left, not even an hour ago. Kurenai said, a small smile gracing her lips, clipping on her bra and looking through the door so she could see into the deep blue eyes of Narumi as they stared at each other. Narumi sighed, her head leaning behind the couch and looking at the upside-down form of Kurenai. She raised her hand, drawing her attention to her fingernails that have yet to grow back as the copper-scented liquid remained stained to her skin. It seemed that Kyuubi wasn't healing her at all. For what reason, she didn't know, and she couldn't be bothered to even ask. If the fox wanted to tell her he could at any time, she couldn't keep anything from him after all. Narumi rubbed her temples, ignoring the pain that shot through her hand at the gesture as she fought back the now growing migraine. Kurenai frowned as she pulled on her shorts, silently watching her friend with a strange expression. Narumi was kind enough to spend the night here after Kurenai's horrifying revelation about Naruto and her feelings about him. Narumi helped her sort out a lot of her feelings about the boy and helped put her mind at ease so she could sleep that night. It was nice to have a friend who, while not understanding these feelings, was close enough to talk to about it without it turning awkward, especially since Narumi refused to leave her side for even a second. Kurenai would have talked with Anko, but she was out of the village at the moment, and not very good at consoling or talking things through. Anko's solution usually revolved around torturing, explosive tags, public humiliation, or all three. Something Kurenai didn't agree with in most cases, if not all. But when Narumi left this morning, she seemed fine. Perhaps a little tired since they really didn't sleep last night, but she looked normal. Now, though, Kurenai could tell that there was something on the redhead's mind. Narumi wasn't doing a very good job at hiding it. Her general aura screamed melancholy, nervousness, and a rough amount of anger. From this position, Kurenai could see the blood-stained fingernails, or lack thereof, on her hands as she rubbed her forehead. It was alarming. Narumi looked to be wearing the same attire of last night and had yet to return home for a shower. Her hair did look a little dry and brittle across the backside of her couch. More alarm bells started to ring in Kurenia's head the more she thought of why Narumi was acting strange. Her mind went into the darkest places as she recalled Naruto's words of yesterday, words which she still didn't know what to do with. Just in case, stay away from the Hokage Tower tomorrow afternoon. Kurenai winced as she remembered, her resolved feelings now feeling useless, as she felt her hands ball themselves into fists, crumbling the bandages she was currently holding. Narumi raised an eyebrow, watching the sad look cross over Kurenai's features. Frowning herself, she called Kurenai's name, snapping the raven-headed girl out of her deep daydream, drawing her attention onto Narumi. "Are you okay? Having trouble trying the bandages?" Kurenai looked down at herself, not even realizing that she had stopped dressing herself since she was so caught up into her thoughts. Narumi chuckled as she watched again, this time as embarrassment flashed across her friend's face. She called Kurenai over to her, her hands outstretching themselves forward. Kurenai did as she was silently asked, walking over to the still upside-down girl, stopping directly in front of Narumi, as the redhead grabbed a hold of her bindings and started to wrap them herself, letting her hands gently glide across the sides of Kurenai's torso for a few lingering seconds. "Geez, it looked like it was your first time even holding bandages," Narumi said, grinning up at Kurenai as she undid another knot, pulling it apart and making sure it didn't get tangled or loose on the ends. She gave them a pull, fighting them as she began a new strand, trying to tear her eyes away from looking up Kurenai's shirt. "Ironic, since you were the same thing every day." Kurenai blushed, looking away from the girl with a sad sigh. "Yeah, well, I guess I was just lost in my thoughts again." "Yeah, you and me both." A heavy silence filled the room as the words breathlessly escaped Narumi's lips. She momentarily stopped her rapping, but was quick to regain her composure before Kurenai could notice. Unbeknownst to her, Kurenai did notice. It was impossible not to. She could feel the strand Narumi tied was much looser than the other ones, like she had forgotten to tighten it, but the atmosphere was anything but awkward. As it danced across the two ladies' bodies, no, it was palpable understanding. Comprehension shining in both their eyes as a silent conversation sparked between their irises. But something was slightly off, as a strange emotion glinted in Narumi's eyes when they made contact. And Kurenai was ignorant as to why. The talk didn't last long, however. It was abruptly shut down with the absence of blue eyes as Narumi looked away. Her hands forgot all about the bandages she was supposed to be tying, her arms falling limp behind the couch with a small frown, letting the bandages slowly fall from her loosening grasp, falling down to Kurenai's hips, swaying in the non-existent wind. Kurenai was rendered speechless at the vulnerable look that passed across Narumi's face, resting in her lips before migrating to her eyes. Blue eyes that usually shined with confidence and bravery were gone. I had an argument with my father this morning about Naruto. Kurenai's breath hitched. Of course it would be about Naruto. When wasn't it nowadays? Just by saying his name formed a rift between all those who heard it, especially Kurenai and the Namikaze family. Narumi raised her head from the couch, feeling much more comfortable as the blood started to flow regularly through her body again. Intertwining her fingers together, she leaned forward, rubbing her thumb against her palm. He basically started screaming at me about how we couldn't trust Naruto and that I was hiding some sort of secret from him. Narumi sighed, looking down to the floor. He and Natsu basically found out about Naruto's secrets. He had seals all over his body. Did he not think they would find them? Tucson is a seal master, for heaven's sake. I see. Kurenai responded, shifting awkwardly in place as she eyed her friend from behind. She had a vague idea on where the conversation was headed and started to mentally prepare herself. They both are now trying to tell me that Naruto is up to something, like he has some kind of ulterior motive for being in Konoha again. Narumi said, getting to her feet and slowly making her way towards Kurenai. The Junin remained rooted in place as her eyes tracked Narumi, not backing down as the younger girl now stood at eye level with her, an unreadable expression on her face. Kurenai wasn't prepared for what was about to happen next. With a squeal, Kurenai felt her body get pulled forward. Narumi had grabbed the ends of her bandages she was previously tying and pulled them towards herself, bringing Kurenai to her as their bodies flushed against each other. Kurenai felt her face go crimson, muttering Narumi's name in pure shock as the younger girl wrapped her hands around the white bandages and tightened her grip, making it impossible for Kurenai to escape by normal means. Kurenai had to look up a bit to stare into Narumi's eyes. Since when did she get so tall? She was now a few inches taller than the Junin, looking down at Kurenai with an intense hunger that started to make Kurenai feel uneasy. "And Narumi, what are you? You know, I've never seen Tucson get mad at anybody like he was towards me. It was kind of a shock." Her voice was dark, trying to bring Kurenai even closer to her as possible. She released one of the bandages, and her hand immediately found its way onto Kurenai's face, gliding her blood-stained thumb across Kurenai's pale cheek, directly under her left eye. Kurenai's eyes were wide in shock, her complexion ghastly like a ghost. She didn't know what to do. Her heart was thundering in her chest like a drum. It was so loud she could barely make out the words Narumi was speaking as she felt her body move against her friend's. "He said I was trying to protect Naruto, that I still saw myself as his stupid older sister. What a fucking idiot." Narumi scowled, her bright blue eyes turning dark as she pushed Kurenai against the wall. Kurenai fumbled with her footing at the surprising motion, her head smacking against the wall with a soft thud. She would have fell if it wasn't for Narumi, who was now holding her from the waist as she felt herself get pinned. Narumi blinked once, her blue eyes disappearing, and what lied in their wake was bright red eyes as they stared at Kurenai. Narumi's tongue drifted across her now enlarged canines. "He has no idea of the lengths I went to try and get Naruto back. I was the one who actively sought him out. I was the one who fought him. I was the one who almost died trying." Narumi was seething at this point, anger swirling inside of her like a tsunami ready to destroy anything in its path. And what was in her path right now was Kurenai. "Narumi, stop this," Kurenai said after a few seconds of a tense silence at the end of Narumi's impromptu speech. She tried to wiggle out of Narumi's insane superhuman grip, but found it pointless since Narumi would tighten it whenever she tried. "No," Narumi answered firmly, lowering her head until it rested in the crook of Kurenai's neck. Kurenai gasped at the sensation, feeling something wet graze against her skin like a firecracker igniting against her body. "That bastard told me to grow up, and I plan on doing so," Narumi whispered, her tone prurient as it danced across Kurenai's own milky skin. "Don't act like you weren't expecting this. We spent years with each other. We were always together. We were inseparable." Narumi couldn't take it anymore. Her words were oozing with desire that has been untouched for too long. Her hand fell from Kurenai's cheek so she could plant it securely on top of Kurenai's slightly exposed torso, slowly making its way upward, inches away from her breasts, making Narumi shiver in delight, eager to feel what she had wanted more than anything. Slap! Narumi was broken out of her lust-filled thoughts as Kurenai's hand impacted her cheek, sending her to the floor with enough force for her head to smack against the back end of the couch. Narumi touched her now bruised cheek, looking up into Kurenai's harsh gaze. "What is the matter with you?" Kurenai yelled, throwing her arms over her chest and taking a large step back from Narumi. "This is insane. You just tried to take advantage of me. You weren't fighting back. I thought you wanted this." "Why would you even think that? Why would anyone?" Kurenai stepped back into her room, throwing on the first things she could find in her drawer, feeling incredibly uncomfortable at Narumi's steady gaze. Narumi rubbed her cheek, finally tearing her eyes away from Kurenai. Why are you saying no to me?" "For a lot of reasons. I'm dating Asuma." "Don't give me that fucking excuse," Narumi shouted, startling Kurenai. Her hands grabbed the carpet beneath her, tears glistening in the corner of her eyes and threatening to spill at any moment. "You don't even like Asuma. I never even see you with him," she cried, grabbing her shirt tightly, right above where her heart was as her body started to tremble. All the feelings she bottled up were now leaking through, and she had no way to stop it. "We were always together. Ever since Naruto left, it's always been the two of us. We were always there for one another. We know everything about each other," Narumi said, unable to stop her tears as they fell down her cheeks. She spent years hiding her feelings away from everyone, always masking it as just being supportive for her best friend. But after yesterday night, Narumi was certain she could finally get through to Kurenai. Narumi held her as she cried about Naruto. Kurenai's hands were so soft as they gripped her tightly. It was the happiest Narumi had ever been. It was the reason Narumi was going to the hospital in the first place. She wanted to give Naruto a piece of her mind, for him to give up on Kurenai, to stop playing with her heart. Is it because I'm not Naruto?" Kurenai stared at Narumi incredulously. Her throat went dry as her heart pumped uncertainty into her body. She didn't know what to say. Narumi was looking at her with such an honest expression on her face, a huge contrast to the look of lust she had not even minutes ago. At the mention of Naruto, pain flashed across Kurenai's face. Narumi's face contorted as she watched the pain on Kurenai's face, feeling her own heart break at the sight. "Naruto-kun has nothing to do with this. Please don't lie," Narumi whimpered, getting to her feet once again and slamming her hands down on Kurenai's shoulders before the Junin could react. Once again, Kurenai was thrown into a tense silence as Narumi's tear-stricken face was inches from hers. "I can be his replacement for you. We are triplets, you know? We're practically the same person. I can even henge myself to look more like him for you," Narumi begged. She knew how pathetic she was, but she didn't care. She was sick and tired of having to hide her feelings for this long. Narumi moved her hands to grip Kurenai's face in her palms, a powerful pleading look reflecting off her eyes as her tears fell onto the carpet. "I won't play with your heart like he does. I'll be honest about everything with you. I always have been. I won't ever leave you, Kurenai." Kurenai gulped loudly, her face as red as her eyes at the close proximity between them. Kurenai had no idea on what to say. She would have never thought that Narumi saw her in this kind of light. Narumi hid it well for these past few years. So well, in fact, no one would have batted an eyelash. Kurenai brought her hands upwards, grasping Narumi's with her own, and brought them down. Kurenai didn't even have to look at the redhead to know that the simple action utterly destroyed the younger girl's heart. It was obvious from the tensing of her hands and the way Narumadi shifted in balance. "That won't do, Narumi." Kurenai tried to keep her voice as soft as possible when she responded. She personally wasn't sure how to say this. It was completely unexpected. Kurenai didn't want to look up and look into the redhead's eyes, but she forced herself to. Kurenai wanted this to be as genuine as possible, but silently wished this was just one big prank to mess with her. One look into sad blue eyes was enough to tell her that this was no prank, but completely genuine. Kurenai opened her mouth again to speak, but no words came out. She was having trouble trying to figure out if she felt guilty or not for this rejection. But before either of them, a loud explosion shook the village of Konoha. Out of nowhere, the front of Kurenai's apartment was blown into a million tiny pieces, ushering in a large gust of wind strong enough to blow back both girls into the opposite wall. Kurenai smacked against the wall with enough force to leave a decent-sized dent in the wooden wall. Narumi was unlucky, however. She took on most of the attack, since she was standing in front of Kurenai. Her back crashed against Kurenai's bed headboard, causing the wooden piece of furniture to break on impact. Small chunks of wood pierced her body, and she winced at the sudden pain in her torso, her head clobbering the wall with a loud smack. Kurenai wheezed loudly, trying to catch her breath that was lost from her body from a sudden force that came out of nowhere. Her pain quickly changed to shock, however, as she looked at her now half-destroyed apartment. "Kurenai, are you okay?" Narumi yelled, having already pulled out the chunk of wood that punctured her, and sprinted to Kurenai's side. Kurenai just nodded, letting Narumi help peel her off the wall as she got back onto her feet. "What just happened? Is Konoha getting attacked?" Narumi said through a wince, holding her side with a grimace. It felt like she had a broken rib. It took a few seconds for Kurenai to catch her breath as she surveyed the damage to her apartment. The far wall was gone, but looking past the hole she could vaguely see that even the ground looked to be caved away. She could see several people running down in the street, and as soon as she noticed them, the screams of terror finally revealed themselves to her. Kurenai felt her face grow pale, taking a few hesitant steps towards her broken wall, ignoring the protests of Narumi as she stared into what was left of their village. Kurenai didn't even feel Narumi as she slided up next to her, looking out into the scene with just as much shock. Whoa! What the fuck happened? All they could see was destruction. Almost half of Konoha had been reduced into ash, leaving a large hole where the Hokage Tower used to be as it spread for miles. Another gust of wind picked up as what looked like half a house flew towards both girls, landing just meters away from them and hitting the ground with a loud bang. Kurenai's hair fluttered from the wind, her hand hiding a gasp as she watched the remaining civilians run for dear life. Luckily, the other half of Konoha seemed to be untouched, minus the debris that flew from the explosion. It seemed to be fine. "Kurenai?" Narumi whispered, not bothering to look into Kurenai's direction as her hand subconsciously reached out and gripped the Junins tightly. Is this Naruto's doing?" Kurenai slowly shook her head, not aware of the intimate action as she was lost in her own thoughts. "No, Naruto-kun told me what he was up to. But it wasn't this. You're right, this has nothing to do with Naruto-kun." Both girls felt their bodies tense at the unknown voice, turning around to see a tall man standing directly next to Kurenai's bed. He was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Narumi was the first of the two to get over her shock as she took a protective step forward, narrowing her eyes at the stranger as she finally felt the Kyuubi start to heal all her wounds. "Who are you, and how do you know Naruto?" The tall male eyes the young Namikaze, quickly taking note of the intertwined hands of the two. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Interesting. By how much Naruto-kun talked about Kurenai, I didn't think she would be taken already, especially by his own sister." Narumi, despite the situation, found herself blushing, scowling towards the man. Kurenai, on the other hand, finally became aware of the hand tightly gripping hers. She quickly removed her hand from Narumi's grip, missing the dagger of pain that went across Narumi's face as she did so. The Junin's ears perked up at the mention of Naruto. She took a step forward, quickly taking note of the black and blue cloak that the man was wearing, standing her ground next to Narumi as she narrowed her own eyes. "Are you part of that Atarashi group Naruto-kun told me about?" The man felt his eyebrow go even higher, his eyes glowing with a small amount of shock. "Oh my! I didn't think he would tell you about us. That is indeed quite a shock." Running a hand through his light gray hair, a small grin on his face. "Atarashi? What's going on here? And you never answered the question on how you know Naruto." Narumi bit towards the Atarashi member, her eyes turning red as she started channeling her chakra. Already prepared for a fight, It pissed Narumi off seeing the man not take up a defensive stance. He just smiled friendly and bowed deeply. My name is Yuno. I guess you can call me a business partner to Naruto-kun, and partially a sensei. A business partner? Kurenai asked, royally confused. Even Narumi's sweat dropped at the odd choice of words. Yuno straightened his back up before offering them another small smile, taking a seat on the bed as he motioned for both girls forward. Both looked hesitant, which wasn't a surprise to him. He ignored the cries of fear that echoed outside the village as she crossed his legs and leaned on his palm, averting his gaze to the top of the Hokage monument that was barely visible from his angle. I have some things to talk to you two about regarding Naruto-kun. With Naruto, Hashi, and Danzo. What's wrong, kid? Finally realized that you lost, Hayashi Hyuga said confidently, sneering at the 16-year-old he held hostage. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he allowed himself to be pulled by the Hyuga clan head to wherever it was they were going. Hayashi held on to one of Naruto's arms firmly, not bothering to hold the other since the blonde had his chakra completely sealed. If you want, I can overreact again, but that doesn't sound too fun. Naruto responded, attempting to shrug his shoulders as best he could within Hayashi's grasp. Using his free hand, he scratched his cheek with a bored expression on his face. Even though the blonde looked like he wasn't paying attention, he had kept the suspiciously quiet Danzo in his sights the whole time. He was walking a good few feet in front of them, leading them through the half-empty forest. Naruto almost wanted to laugh at how things were going. In fact, he had to bite his cheek until blood pooled in his mouth to stop himself from giggling at everything. Hayashi noticed the look on Naruto's face and scowled darkly. Barging his hand up, he backhanded the boy, making Naruto's head fly back painfully. What's so funny, brat? You'd be lucky if you make it out of here in one piece. Oh, I intend to, Naruto replied, spitting out blood from his mouth onto the grass beneath him with a grin. All the while this was happening, Danzo kept up his brisk pace as they finally made it to their destination. The Hokage had asked them to take Naruto into the most secure holding cell that they had. And there just so happened to be one right under the Hokage monument, hidden inside the Shodai Hokage's head. It was a tricky place to find, and even trickier to get into. It required at least 2 or more jounin, with special seal markings, made by the Shodai Hokage and Uzumaki. All the clan heads and advisors were given access to this seal since Minato took up in office. There had been a surplus of missing nin appearing in the last 10 years, and Minato thought it would be smart to utilize the holding cell as much as he could, especially if the missing nins were from Konoha. As soon as they cleared the forest, Naruto whistled in fascination. He always forgot how beautiful the village looked from atop the Hokage monument. Wow, this view is amazing, Naruto simply stated, drawing the attention of Hayashi as he just yelled at Naruto again. Not noticing Naruto's hand slipped quietly into the pouch on his hip, Danzo said nothing as he jumped onto the Shodai's head. Looking over at Hayashi, his face was as stoic as ever. Hayashi-sama, let's get this. Boom! Danzo's words were forcefully interrupted as a large explosion echoed throughout the village. Danzo was forced to stab a kunai into the Shodai's statue in order to keep his balance, since the gust of wind that randomly picked up from the village was insanely strong. Hayashi and Naruto weren't as lucky. They got a taste of the blast head-on, as dirt mixed with debris washed over them, sending them flying backwards with a yell. The blast lasted for no more than 5 seconds before it finally quieted down and came to a halt. Danzo spat at some dirt that got caught into his mouth as he turned to look where the blast came from. He felt his one visible eye go wide as he looked down at what he assumed before was the upper half of Konohagakure. For the first time in Danzo's life, he was utterly speechless, his eye tracking over the large crater where he knew the Hokage Tower used to sit, along with several hundred buildings, all filled with people. How tragic. I will admit, I do feel terrible about this. Danzo snapped his head upwards at the sudden voice, looking to his left to see Naruto, sitting down on top of the Nadaime Hokage's head. One of his legs was outstretched as his other was curled up to his chest, his arm lying lazily over his knee as he propped himself up with his free arm, looking down at the village with a neutral expression. Danzo schooled his emotions as he got to his feet and looked at the blonde boy with a blank stare. I see. Then you were not lying about your plans. Naruto hummed, nodding his head. It was a white lie. I've never been in Iwagakure before, but I did have a plan. What have you done to Hiyashi? Danzo asked, not out of curiosity, but out of necessity. Without looking away from the destruction bent him, he thumbed behind him. Danzo followed his finger before it finally landed onto the already dead body of Hiyashi Hyuga. A small red pike pierced his body from the back, extending outwards as the tip held his faintly beating heart. From the look of pure shock on Hiyashi's face from here, Danzo was sure that he had no idea what was going to happen to him. The chakra use? Danzo asked. Naruto tossed a blank piece of paper towards Danzo, letting the wind carry it before it landed itself in front of the older man's feet. A nullifying seal. I had one prepared to use once I got to Konoha, since I expected the Hokage to do something like that. Naruto said, bringing his hand to his chin as he hummed and thought. Well, either him or Natsu. I even asked Natsu about it earlier and he said I didn't need one. You've done preparations, you've been planning for a while. Give or take 5 months. But we told you we're in a coma. That doesn't change anything. Not all plans need the leader to be under the spotlight. Danzo found himself chuckling at that. How wiser words have never been spoken before. I would have to agree. We seem to have a similar mentality then. I am nothing like you. Naruto growled out, his hand squeezing into a fist as he finally turned to look at Danzo. Just the sight of the man caused the scar over his eye to heat up in phantom pain as hatred pulsed into his veins. You are the one who took Shisui-san away from me. You ordered the elimination of the Uchiha clan just because it was convenient for you. Even more so at how alike we are. Danzo gestured his cane to the village, a slight sad look passing across his eye at seeing the village he cherished more than anything get destroyed. What you are doing is the exact same. You don't who gets in your way, as long as it ends with you standing here before me right now. Did you not just kill hundreds of innocent people to get to where you are now? You did, because it was convenient for you. Danzo snickered, dropping his cane and watching it fall down the large mountain. How incredibly selfish. Naruto huffed, getting to his feet and turning to Danzo. The elder turned to him as well, both silently staring at each other as they let the soft breeze dance across their bodies. Naruto, just from looking at Danzo, couldn't help but start laughing to himself, bringing his hand up to his face and covering his left eye. If Danzo was confused by the sudden shift in attitude of the blonde boy, he didn't show it outwardly. But under his bandages, he felt his eye narrow itself, turning into a slight as the back of his legs tensed ever so silently. See, that's where you're wrong, Danzo, Naruto announced, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he raised his hand even higher, revealing his already transformed Sharingan to the world. Once again, Danzo went speechless at the sight, a breath getting trapped in his throat in silent shock, though his face remained passive. My goal wasn't just to get to you. In fact, you're just a side dish until the main course. Danzo narrowed his eye at the blonde, internally scowling as he tore off the bandages around his right eye, his own blazing red eye coming into the light of the early afternoon sun. His voice cold and ruthless. You're years away from challenging me, boy. Have some respect for your elders. Forming a ram seal as chakra erupted from his body. Rage swept through Naruto's body as he looked dead into Danzo's Sharingan. No, Shisui's Sharingan. The anger he felt at this moment was unparalleled to anything he had felt before, and he fully intended to make this old bastard eat his words. Copied Danzo, his own chakra discharging from his body as his Sharingan spun wildly. Just to let you know, Danzo, for most of my fights I've been hiding my abilities, only using them when necessary. But now, Naruto said coldly, his body vanishing in a small cloud appearing right next to Danzo. Manjikyu blazing brightly, Naruto flung out his fist with enough speed that Danzo's Sharingan could barely manage to keep up. Snapping his arm upwards, Danzo absorbed most of the attack, but the force was too strong and he was sent flying back into the forest, clear off the Shodai's head. I intend to use everything I have against you. Danzo clicked his tongue, channeling a good amount of wind chakra into his legs to ease his fall. landing on his feet and sliding backwards, destroying the grass beneath him. The elder wasn't deterred, however, jumping to the side just in time to dodge a thick beam of water that shot itself from Naruto's hand. With a quick sunshine, Naruto appeared right before Danzo once again, a dense blade of water enclosed in his grip, attempting to slash Danzo in his movement. Danzo was easily able to see the attack coming, thanks to his jutsu. Acting quickly, he grabbed the blonde's wrist before the blade could come into contact, and bent his wrist downwards, trying to break the appendage. Naruto saw through the obvious plan and bent along the same way, bringing his foot up and sending a devastating kick to Danzo's skull. Letting go of Naruto's wrist, Danzo bent backwards, avoiding the kick by mere inches, and shot his hand out, gripping the blonde's ankle and forming a one-handed seal as the wind started to pick up around him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A torrent of wind shot out from his mouth and blew Naruto backwards. The small wind blades tore into the blonde's body, cutting up his arms and legs in a zigzag pattern. Luckily, the wounds weren't deep. Not that it mattered to the blonde. Grinning, Naruto wasted no time, landing on his feet and forming his own hand seal. Shunshining again, emerging from the dust that Danzo's jutsu conjured up and got directly into the old man's face. Blood style, binding ropes. Dark red ropes of blood shot from his new wounds, snaking around Danzo's torso and binding his legs and arms together tight enough that he couldn't move. Not one to stop a cool combo, he cut the connection to the ropes. Turning them into thick threads, he grabbed a hold of the bundle, pumping as much chakra as he could into his arms, and started to lift the blood-clasped Danzo into the air. With a roar, he swung Danzo over his head, smashing the elder into the ground, shaking the earth beneath his feet. A large amount of dust rose from the ground, completely obscuring the boy's vision. Naruto's Sharingan pulsed, ducking suddenly as an arrow of wind shot through the dust and over the blonde's head, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Not even a second later, the smoke dissipated, with Danzo seemingly tossing it away. He shot through it with a crazed expression on his face, another wind jutsu at the ready. Seeing the obvious opening, Naruto decided to leap into the air instead, ripping into the wound in his leg, and spinning around, kicking off a tree, and he shot his front leg down, flicking his wounded leg that produced a thin blade of blood, swiping at Danzo with a frightening display of speed. With his own Manjikyu ablaze, Danzo was able to intercept the blood weapon with his own wind one. Bending his back slightly, Danzo was able to get the upper hand as another wind blade formed in his free hand and slammed them together. Naruto's face winced from the sudden amount of force. The pressure was starting to become a bit too much as Naruto felt his foot slide off the tree. Losing his balance, Naruto allowed himself to fall, dropping underneath Danzo's two dense gust weapons, intending to make this a close-range battle as his hand shot forwards, his palm slamming deep into Danzo's chest. Danzo couldn't fight back the wheeze that broke past his lips as the air got knocked clean out of him. His eyes went wide from the pain as his wind blades faded away. Reacting quickly, he brought his knee up, planning on breaking the blonde's jaw. Sadly, he was too slow, as Naruto just leaned his head to the side, dodging the hit. Skidding back slightly, it gave Danzo just enough distance to extend his leg and wrap it around Naruto's skull, pinning it behind his thigh and squeezing the young blonde's neck. Jumping into the air, he propelled his free leg forward, slamming the sole of his sandal directly into Naruto's face. A loud cracking sound echoed in the clearing as the top of Danzo's shoe tucked itself into Naruto's mouth. With a loud bellow, Danzo strained his voice, and using the foot in Naruto's mouth, he kicked upwards, shattering the blonde Sharingan user's front teeth as he flew up into the air. Channeling even more wind chakra into his feet, Danzo felt himself climb higher into the air as he twisted his leg that was gripping Naruto around and slammed him into the group. The second Naruto's body hit the floor, it erupted in a large splash of water, soaking Danzo from head to toe as the real Naruto appeared to his left, perfectly unscathed and with a toothy grin, channeled as much chakra into another blood jutsu as he could that sent Danzo flying back into a tree. Groaning, Danzo peeled himself off the tree, wiping away a small amount of blood from his lip as he stared at the cheekily smiling blonde a few feet away. Danzo didn't want to admit it, but he could feel his body beginning to show its age. While his jutsus and overall strength remained the same, it didn't matter if the body could barely keep up with it. "What's the matter, old man?" Naruto mocked, finding it extremely fun to watch as the old man struggled to even get to his feet. "Can't keep up?" "Shh, watch your tongue, kid. I wasn't a nominee for Hokage just for show," Danzy said, disappearing from his spot, fully intending to wipe the smug grin off of Naruto's face. Naruto dodges the first fist sent his way, then the second, and third, and the fourth. His grin never fell as he caught the fifth hit inside his own palm. "To be honest with you, old man, you're more disappointing than I thought you would be." Danzo's eyes went wide with unforeseen rage at the blonde's words. He was getting mocked. Danzo Shimura was getting a fool made out of him. With an ear-piercing scream, Dazno let out all of his anger and frustration at getting toyed with. His manjikyu spinning faster than any shuriken as he shunshined himself free of Naruto's grip. Naruto blinked in amazement at feeling Danzo vanish from him. It didn't quite ruin his awareness, however, as he felt the air around him grow hot, his face illuminating orange as he jumped away from the large fireball that came his way. The second Naruto's foot touched the ground, another ball of fire entered his field of vision. Scowling, Naruto performed his trusty water shield jutsu just in the nick of time to save himself from being burnt to a crisp. He did, however, wince as the steam from both jutsu burnt his arm slightly. Noticing that the ball of fire was finally distinguished, Naruto finally located Danzo, his Sharingan eye locking on with Danzo's own. Forming small senbons from his blood, Naruto caught them and held them in between his fingers. He straightened his back up, allowing his blood to heal his pre-existing wounds as he stretched, earning a loud yawn that was met with a dark glare from Danzo. My, this is pretty boring," Naruto said, tossing his red senbon in the air as he frowned towards Danzo whilst shrugging his shoulders. "But I guess it would be weird if side dishes tasted better than the main course." Danzo clenched his fists, a crazed look running across his face as he tilted his head upwards, his hair falling into his face until only his red blazing eye was visible. "I should have killed you all those years ago. You're nothing but trash," Danzo retorted back, walking towards the patiently waiting Naruto. A wicked smile tipped at his lips as he locked eyes with the blonde. "You seem to be completely unfazed by my Sharingan. You do know that this was your beloved sensei's, don't you?" "Why would I be afraid of that? You act like any genjutsu will have an effect on me," Naruto scoffed, his eyes going dark as he made sure to intentionally look into the spinning manjekyo of his opponent. "And of course, and soon I'll have it back." Within a blink of an eye, Danzo was gone. Naruto felt his eyes go wide for just a moment, but he managed to catch a faint red blur enclose on him from his left, but it was just enough. Spinning on his heel, Naruto lunged towards the blur, flipping the senbons in his hand as he met Danzo head-on. Feeling the soft skin tissue under his hand, Naruto wasted no time and stabbed the senbon into Danzo's cheek. Internally scowling, as Danzo managed to move out of the way at the last second to spare his Sharingan free eye. The disappointment didn't last long, however, as Naruto felt his arms fall limp to his side. His eyes suddenly felt very heavy as they blinked several times, trying their hardest to stay open as he felt an intense pull in the back of his mind. Like something was calling to him deep within his thoughts. It was so alluring, beckoning him even closer as he felt his back start to fall backwards onto the soft grass where his head laid to rest. Eyes squinting? The last thing he saw, before he felt his lids close forever, was a large smirk on that bastard's Danzo's face, and a dark red eye that laughed at him as the world around him faded into a thick, empty black abyss. Kotoa Matsukami. After what felt like just seconds, Naruto opened his eyes again, only to be met with a pitch-blank landscape that he recognized right away. He was plunged deep into his mindscape, out of his own volition, staring into the deep abyss with an annoyed expression. Dropping his head into his hands. Damn, if possible, Naruto wanted to avoid coming in here as long as he could. It didn't change any of his plans. In fact, it probably made them much more interesting in all honesty. He wondered what kind of plan Danzo was cooking up for him. Now that they were in his mind, the choices were almost limitless. But no matter what Danzo cooked up, it still wouldn't bump him up any stars. As bleak as ever. Though it's what I expected from a nuisance like you. Naruto turned around to look at Danzo as the elder spoke. Sinister grin already implanted in place as he stood at an imposing distance away, arms crossed over his chest with his Sharingan eye closed shut, a thin layer of blood trickling down his cheek. Naruto didn't take the obvious bait as he shifted his foot in the water under him, silently wondering how deep it was as it covered his ankle. No matter how hard you try, Danzo, you won't ever be my first priority. Naruto sighed out, finding instantaneous joy at the way Danzo's face contorted into an angry scowl, fury practically reflecting off his one eye as his body tensed. Danzo wasn't one for being looked down upon, and right now, Naruto was doing an excellent job at it. Naruto stared at his reflection in the water, ignoring the look of anger Danzo was throwing at him constantly. His own reflection seemed so different that Naruto barely recognized himself. His hair was starting to fall a bit into his eyes, covering his forehead that his slashed-out Konoha headband resided on. His Sharingan eye stayed in its Mangekyou form, spinning ever so slowly as his vision tilted to his right eye in his reflection, staring into the familiar gold that was just waiting to return. Hearing laughter echo in the abyss, Naruto lifted his head up from the water, turning his one blue iris to Danzo once again, this time with indifference. "You fool! Do you not understand what is about to happen to you?" Danzo screeched loudly, and Naruto was unprepared for the large gust of wind that appeared from the elder, seemingly out of nowhere. Naruto was forced to raise his hands to block his eyes from the heavy wind, squinting ever so softly as he felt himself start to get pushed back into the water. Water, splashing up like waves in a feeble attempt to douse the blonde boy in its content as it soaked through his pants. "Tell me, boy," Danzo said, speaking the word boy with an incredible amount of disdain that you could practically see poison leaking out of his body. "Do you know about the genjutsu? Koto Amatsukami?" Naruto nodded, still fighting the heavy gust as his hair flapped next to his ear, making it almost impossible to hear what the old bastard was saying. "It belonged to that evolved sensei of yours, well, before I stole it." Danzo's voice was oozing with venom as he clapped his hands together, killing the heavy wind, allowing Naruto to stand without issue. But the second Danzo's hands made contact, the black abyss was washed away, like someone had taken an eraser to it and wiped it clean, surrounding both shinobi in a blank field of plain white. Naruto looked away subtly, making sure to keep Danzo in his sights as he did so. Then right before Naruto's eyes, he looked directly behind Danzo, seeing old memories of him when he was a child, then to when he graduated. Switching to his abandonment of Konoha, and then finally ending onto the very day that sparked the creation of his master plan. Naruto, for the first time in his life, felt himself go pale, feeling his heart thump against his chest as his eyes snapped to Danzo's, just in time to see the elder's own eyes light up in understanding, before finally settling on deep glee. I see now what this so-called plan of yours is. It is..." He paused, his malevolent grin virtually bright with excitement as he watched the blood drain from Naruto's face. "Rather interesting." Naruto tried to recollect his thoughts as fast as he could, not wanting Danzo to get the upper hand as he formed a singular hand seal, forming a blood blade in his hand. "Huh?" Naruto thought frantically as he looked down at his empty palm, not believing his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his reflection again, noticing that his Sharingan eye had been replaced with his normal blue. Danzo's cackling broke Naruto out of his stupor, staring at the elder with complete dismay. "Koto Amatsukami, the most powerful genjutsu in the entire shinobi world. It has the power to control others' minds and alter your memories and your life," he said wickedly, as he started to walk towards the frightened blonde. "As of right now, you forgot how to even mold chakra." Danzo at this point was no longer trying to hide his immense glee as Naruto took a step back in fear. The memories once again appeared behind the Konoha elder again, but this time they were different. Young Naruto was curled up in a ball in a run-down apartment complex, his face buried in his legs as he wailed loudly to himself, going unheard at the happy Namikaze walked calmly away from him. All laughing together, hands intertwined as Naruto was forced to watch them leave his side. Whenever he tried to reach out to grab at them, it would stop. Like an outside force would grab his wrist to stop it from moving forward. At this, Naruto would cry again. His eyes bloodshot as he was sobbing reached new heights. "What are you doing?" Naruto yelled, finding it impossible to tear his eyes away from the movie-like screen that was playing these false memories of his. Then the scene washed away, making Naruto's eyes go wider and wider until they felt like they were going to pop out of his skull. Naruto knelt down, his knee plunging itself into the thick snow beneath him. His hand reached out and picked up the white substance, looking at it with a small amount of interest as he let the soft snow crumble in his hands. All of this could have been avoided if you were just a better big sister, Narumi. Naruto said sadly, swirling the snow around his knuckles as he turned his attention to the broken state of Narumi's body as it lay crippled onto the floor. Her mouth was completely swollen, left eye permanently closed, as his nose was bent into the other direction, broken beyond repair. Blood leaked down her swollen lip and dripped off her chin. She tried to usher out a response, but only coughing came out of her. Each cough sent a tremor of pain through her body, making her want to scream in absolute anguish. Naruto watched the scene play out in front of him, with nothing short of indifference, leaning his chin on his knee as he balled his hand into a fist, punching his sister in the cheek a few more times, just 'cause he could. "It's strange to see you so weak. It's so pathetic," he muttered, adding more force behind his punches. "Is this what Tucson and Kasan saw in you? They must be fucking stupid," he said, giggling to himself. Moving his fist, he whacked her on the head, wondering how cold she was since she was submerged a few inches deep into the snow. He brought his other hand forward, dropping the snow he broke apart into her face, finding amusement in the way she wheezed in pain at the unforeseen feeling. "I wonder if you're thinking to yourself right now, 'Oh, I'm so sorry, Naruto-sama. Please forgive me and my family for our sins. We didn't mean to treat you so badly. Wah wah wah.'" Naruto mocked and cried, adding fake tears to his performance as he collapsed onto Narumi's stomach. Making sure to smack his head down forcefully, just strong enough to make sure she had to exhale sharply at the feeling. "Yeah, well, don't think stupid shit like that," he said, his face morphing back into its original bored tone as he crossed his leg over the other, bouncing his foot back and forth as he picked up another chunk of snow. He smashed his head back down onto her as he felt her try to squirm away. The last thing we people like to hear and see after abandonment is pity. And we both know that it never would come from the heart. The snow started to take shape into a long, fin-like blade as he added his chakra into it. Shrugging his shoulders, he flipped the blade in his hand into a reverse grip, slamming down and piercing his sister through the throat, tilting his head upwards to see if the life already faded from her eyes. Still seeing a twinge of life resides in those matching blue eyes, he forced the blade deeper inside her flesh, nodding in satisfaction as her eyes turned dull and empty. "Well, it doesn't matter anymore anyway." "Stop this, please!" Naruto screamed pitifully, losing his footing and slipping on the water and falling on his butt. Shoving his hands in the water, he tried to crawl away from memories he felt getting implanted into his brain, and the growing, ever-growing closer form of Danzo. Tears started to fall down his cheeks as he whimpered as he felt the memories he made start to fade away, implanted with new ones, without his consent. Naruto cried as he plunged the blade deeper into the body of his little sister. Kisei coughed up blood, the droplets landing on the blonde's face as he tried to fight back the urge to sob at seeing life fade from her eyes. "Ni-san," she whispered, her throat dry as she reached a tiny hand out and gripped his cheek. Her own tears falling in rapid succession, and in a feeble attempt, tried to wrap her arms around Naruto. In her attempts, she moved her body towards him, subconsciously sending the sword deeper into her gut as her hands managed to get around Naruto's head. His head immediately fell into the crook of her neck as a violent sob ripped itself free from his throat. Kisa coughed up some more blood as she rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes falling limp and closing, never to open again. "Why, Ni-san? Please, stop. I'm begging you," Naruto cried, his hand coming up and covering his eyes as he sobbed. His eyes closed shut as he felt the memory plunge itself into him. Danzo's laugh was full of sin as he kicked Naruto across the face, making Naruto's head smash into the water. Danzo got onto his knee as he closed in on Naruto's ear. One of his hands reached and grabbed Naruto by his long blonde locks and raised his head up slightly so he wouldn't drown. And don't worry, I saved the best for last. Naruto stood in place like he was a statue he couldn't move, forced to stay planted where he was built for all of eternity. But even though his body seemed frozen, his eyes were anything but still. They danced, they jumped, and they even ran around the body of Kurenai Yuhi, stood just a few feet away from him. She looked as beautiful as the day he met her, back when he was still a child. His eyes were glued to her body and refused to look at anything else besides her. But one thing that they couldn't stop looking at in particular was the deep shine in her breathtaking ruby eyes. A sinister grin did its own dance on her lips. You love me? She blanched, her face contorting into pure repulsion as she shuddered. How disgusting! I mean, have you ever seen yourself? Naruto didn't know if his body knew how to walk anymore, or do anything else besides stare in bewilderment and pain at the woman he cherished. I mean, you're still a fucking kid, and you expect a woman of my status to fall for such a loser like you? She felt sick to her stomach at the mere thought of this boy having any sort of feeling about her. You were left behind by your family. You're nothing more than just a fucking piece of trash and a scapegoat for other people's anger. This time she broke out into dark laughter. Kei Kurenai-chan, please. Don't ever call me that. She screamed at the blonde, her stomach churning as she revolted in place like he had attempted to strike her. To her, it was like he did actually hit her, loathing the idea of that boy getting any closer to her than he already was. You're better off just leaving me alone, forever. In fact, I better not see you anywhere near me. Kurenai scowled, spitting in Naruto's face from an incredible distance as she vanished behind her apartment door. Away from him. For good. Naruto finally got his body to move, but in a bad way. His knees buckled from the intense pressure, and he fell to the floor, his hands doing their best to keep him stable as he sobbed. Naruto felt like a dagger was thrusted into his heart, cutting up each individual artery before snapping his heart clean in two. Kurenai, he whimpered, his tone pathetic as he slammed his head onto the ground, not caring for the blood that now fell down his face as he cried. Cried after losing the one person he cherished more than anything. Danzo's eyes glinted as he raised Naruto's head further up, looking into Naruto's now void eyes as he stared blankly at the ground. Now Danzo was certain that Naruto had seen him as his main threat, that no one could beat him now. With a deep breath, Danzo breathed out, igniting the air around him, slightly scorching the blonde's tanned skin. If Naruto felt the pain, he didn't react to it. Instead, he kept his gaze onto the ground, staring into his lifeless reflection with no emotion or thought. From now on, you will obey my every command, Danzo said, pulling the blonde's hair back even further, straining the blonde locks for everything they had. After realizing that Naruto refused to look up, Danzo looked into the boy's reflection, making sure to keep his Sharingan eye locked onto his blue ones. His heart swelling with anticipation as he watched the shoulders of the boy start to tremble. You will be my personal weapon. Now be a good dog, and... Danzo couldn't get the rest of his sentence out as the trembling from Naruto's body moved from his shoulders to the rest of his body. He was bouncing, and what sounded like a sob escaped his throat after a few seconds. Then another one came, then another. And soon, Naruto broke out into full-blown laughter as he convulsed in Danzo's grip. The elder watched in apparent anger as he backhanded the blonde, only to open his eyes wide in shock when Naruto's hand flew up to catch his wrist. Oh, you really are a fucking idiot. You really think some stupid genjutsu would work on me? Naruto's voice was confident as he looked back up to Danzo, his manjikyo spinning wide, putting Danzo in a much deeper state of shock. But how you shouldn't be able to use. Please, you think I came this far without having any precautions? Naruto mocked, snapping his fingers as the water beneath him started to spin. Danzo was too slow to notice, and before he even registered what happened, the current swept him away. Losing his grip on the blonde's hair as he yelped in surprise, falling back into the waves as they flew over him. Danzo's head tried to stay afloat as it bopped up and down, gasping for breath whenever he managed to escape the cascading water, only to repeat the process for several more seconds. He was overwhelmed. There was nowhere to go, and he couldn't just shine out of this situation. Why can't I stop this jutsu? Danzo yelled between battered breaths, almost drowning several times as he formed a ram seal, trying and failing to release Kotoamatsukami and escape this hellish nightmare. He couldn't even fathom that sick turn of events that led him to being swept away so pathetically. He pushed Naruto into a corner. He was the one who broke his mind. So how was Naruto able to flip the switch so easily? Oh, well, this is my mindscape, you know, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest as he stopped the jutsu, allowing Danzo to breathe again as he fell to the ground as the whirlpool disintegrated, the water evaporating into nothingness as the elder tried to catch his breath. Danzo raised his head to glare at the blonde, and if looks could kill, Naruto would be nothing but a pile of ash right now. You fucking brat! I'll kill you. Naruto teased, wagging his finger in front of him like he was toying with a child. That's no way to speak to the person in charge of your fate right now. Fate? What on earth are you talking about? And why didn't my jutsu work? Kotoamatsukami is indestructible. It's limitless. So how? Sure, Kotoamatsukami is indeed the world's strongest genjutsu, but at the end of the day, it's still only a genjutsu. Naruto's words were cocky. The blonde had never felt so powerful before. For the first time in his life, people were looking at him like he wanted. Sure, he has Kisei and Kurenai to a certain extent, but he always wanted those who ignored him to see what he was truly capable of. But for Danzo's case, he wanted to show the elder that his decision to kill the Uchiha, that his decision to slay Shisui, was the biggest mistake he could have ever made. He was glad that Sasori and Yuno had told him about Kotoamatsukami all those months ago. Well, more Yuno than Sasori. Yuno seemed to know much more about Shisui since he was there when he died, but it gave Naruto enough time to think of a way to counter the genjutsu, and not surprisingly, it wasn't that hard to think of a solution. Naruto took in a deep breath, shutting his eyes in the process as he snapped his fingers again. This time, water shot up from the ground, turning into bright blue chains as they wrapped themselves around the unprepared Danzo. The elder tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't mold his chakra anymore. What? You ask why it didn't work? Let me tell you. Or, Naruto grinned, basking in the atmosphere of power that he felt swirl around him. This was his power. He made all of this possible. It was all coming together in the grandest display that he had hoped for. What he and Yuno had talked about was finally happening. Their dreams were finally being realized. I can show you. Oh, Turtle-chan, you can come out now. Suddenly the ground started to shake around the two shinobi. The water surrounding Danzo started to fly upwards as Naruto stayed with his arms wide. He screamed out happily, snapping his eyes open and looking at Danzo with pure joy. The elder's face drained itself from its blood as he went as white as a ghost. Both of Naruto's eyes stunned him into shock. His body stopped moving against the water chains against him as both red and gold eyes of Naruto stared into him menacingly. For the first time in a long time, Danzo felt a small tinge of fear spark his heart. A loud roar echoed in the black abyss. Tremors started to shake the floor as it came closer and closer to Danzo. The elder was forced to turn his head to look behind him as the stomping grew louder. He felt his heart speed up, his body grow cold. The air around him grew heavy, and it was getting harder to breathe with each passing moment. His lungs felt like they were collapsing, failing to produce any more oxygen in his body as his skin went paler than any ghost. It was impossible to not feel a huge amount of fear as the rumbling grew closer. A scream trapped itself in his throat and refused to come out, hiding itself away from being seen as he started to tremble. His eyes went wide as a large golden eye manifested itself from the pitch-black abyss, revealing a large crab and turtle-like body that rolled over the black fog, showing its mighty size that towered over the kneeling elder. Danzo screamed as the beast came down onto him, its large mouth opening wide, its jaw looking like it unhinged itself as he hit down on Danzo. Teeth clashing against teeth echoed as the beast swallowed Danzo whole. Not bothering to chew as Danzo's screams were muffled as he reached out, trying to grab onto anything so he wouldn't fall into the monster's stomach. Then, everything went dark. Danzo continued to scream as he felt his eyes go wide with terror. Both of his reached upwards again as he attempted to grab anything that he saw. Feeling something under his grip, he grasped tightly, his fingernails digging into something hard, starting to feel his nails break as they slid across the material. It took him a few moments to figure out exactly what he was grabbing. His vision started to clear up. No longer did he see the inside of a demon's gut. He was staring up high into the bright blue skies of Konoha. His heartbeat finally started to calm down as he looked at the tree that he was holding tight. His nails peeling away at the bark, leaving small traces of his blood stained on the large oak. Finally awake, huh? We gave you quite a scare. Danzo's head snapped to the left to see Naruto leaned next to his ear. Hand gripped onto his neck, Danzo couldn't react fast enough as he got pushed into the tree. Gasping, trying to catch his breath as he stared deep into Naruto's gold and red eyes. Naruto grinned, applying more pressure to the man's throat. I will say that your plan was outstanding. Kotoamatsukami truly is a devastating jutsu. Danzo tried to squirm away but found it impossible to do so. He tried to perform a shunshine, but he could no longer feel the chakra flowing through his coils. He felt empty, like a husk or a man, as he tried to savor as much air into his lungs as he could. Naruto, noticing the man's questioning look, decided to answer the man's unspoken words. Oh, you asking about your chakra? I had my three-tailed friend inject you with a portion of his chakra when he swallowed you. Not only did it completely neutralize your chakra system, but shut down your ability to even mold a single jutsu. But how? I saw your memories. I didn't see a Bibiju. Danzo gasped again as Naruto applied more pressure to his neck, feeling the bark behind him starting to break as a few sharper pieces piled into his skin. His arms felt numb, his legs weren't even working, and he was being held up by Naruto's grip. Of course you couldn't. I had an accomplice place a seal inside of me to block out certain memories of mine. But Natsu-sama found all the seals on you. Naruto shook his head, behind his free hand up, pointed to his ear with a smirk. No, he didn't. This seal is inside me. It carved deep into my ear, hidden away that not even a seal master could see or sense it. Naruto moved his hand forward, moving it away from his ear as he lunged it towards Danzo. And now I have you right where I want you. You put up a good fight, but it wasn't enough, he said happily, the tips of his fingers hovering above Danzo's closed Sharingan eye. Danzo felt the rest of the air he had in his lungs start to dissipate as he was forced to watch in horror as Naruto's hand came closer to him. The shining sun did nothing for him except accentuate the demonic golden eye that stared deeply into him, provoking Danzo to try and fight back, even though Naruto knew there was nothing he could do. Danzo tried to let out a scream of pain at the sensation he was forced to feel. The scream was caught in his throat and Naruto squeezed it away. A loud squelching sound echoed through the forest, dancing across the slightly swaying trees as blood started to fall from Danzo's now empty eye socket. You fucking bastard! Danzo attempted to growl, gathering as much strength as he could, and punched the blonde with a pathetic display of force. Naruto took the hit, not even flinching as he dropped Danzo back onto the ground. The second Danzo hit the ground, he was noting for air, hand coming up and running his pulsing neck as he glared at the blonde. You? What you're doing will never work. You'll lose yourself. You'll lose the reasoning on why you're doing this. Naruto hummed in thought, tapping his foot on the ground as he looked at the Sharingan eye he just pulled out of Danzo. Finally, he took back the one thing that was holding Shisui back. Now Shisui would be able to rest in peace, knowing that the person who ruined both of their lives would soon be dead, and they would be free. Maybe I will. But it doesn't change anything. Naruto formed a familiar seal with his free hand. Danzo felt his cheek start to pulsate, fear spark throughout his body again as the sensation sent tremors that pounded itself into his skin. In a desperate attempt to fight back, Danzo grabbed a kunai from his pouch while lunging at Naruto. His moves were sluggish and uneven as he grew closer. His legs didn't seem to be working right as he tripped and fell to the ground, head slamming against the grass. Naruto just watched amused at the pure desperation of the elder. It was pathetic. But even you cannot deny that what I'm doing will in fact make this world a safer place. Blood style, Iron Dance. Danzo couldn't even get out one last roar of panic as the blood that leaked down his face started to shift, moving across his face like veins before covering his whole skull, muffling his cries as Naruto snapped his fingers again. With a loud pop, the blood punctured Danzo through every pore on his face. Like tiny needles, they all invaded themselves into his tissue, crushing his skull along with his brain as the body of Danzo Shimura fell to the ground. Completely lifeless, Naruto stood still as he looked passively at the dead body of Danzo. The one person who he wished would finally perish from the world actually laid dead in front of him. A deep chucking reverberated through his head, a sensation he hadn't heard in quite some time. Your plan is going extremely well, almost frighteningly so. Naruto laughed at the deep voice in his head, spinning on his heel as he walked towards the edge of the Hokage monument, where he and Danzo fought. Jumping a bit, he landed atop the Yondaime Hokage's head. He looked down at the almost completely destroyed village. He could see some flashes of jutsu being used in the distance, both from the far left and the right. No doubt his father was already undergoing a battle to save the village from and more ruin. Yes, it is, Naruto responded, grinning as he started to channel chakra, but this time it wasn't his chakra. Isobu, both of our dreams are almost here. He felt the calming aura wash over him as he channeled a small amount of the zombie's chakra to his skull. Raising his free hand, he forcefully tore out his left eyeball, the eye that Shisui had given him all those years ago. He didn't even flinch from the pain, as the soothing water jutsu from Isobu helped minimize anything that resembled pain. I'm glad Yuno and Sasori told me how to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It made killing Danzo much more worth it. Naruto then pushed the eye he stole from Danzo into his eye socket. This time, he did flinch a bit, as blood started to pool under him. Hitching his breath, he finally let the eye sit in his socket, channeling his blood chakra into his eye, fixing up the tissue damage, and not even 5 minutes later, his eye was as good as new. He opened his eye slowly. No longer did his Sharingan look like a windmill shuriken. No, now what lied in the center was a perfect symmetrical spiral, spinning all the way down until it formed with the center of his pupil. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto wanted to grin at the sensation, his hand pulling down his cheek slightly, grazing it over his scar as he felt the power flow through him. I did it, Shisui-san. I avenged you. Your power will live and die with me, and only me, he said happily. Looking down, he stared at his palm. This time he started to laugh, his laughs blazing through the wind, and he was sure the rest of Konoha could hear. Isobu, why do you think no one was ever clever enough to realize something that was so obvious about the Sharingan? Huh? Who knows? Isobu chuckled, swinging his three tails freely as he laid down in his seal that was no longer hidden behind bars. Naruto looked at the eye he tore out of him, the original Sharingan that Shisui had given to him, and chuckled. What idiots they all were, he said as he tore out his right eye this time, crushing his beautiful sapphire blue eye into nothingness as he put the Sharingan into his right socket, ignoring the pain as he fixed the wound with his blood. Then, he opened his right eye. Naruto grinned as he blinked several times to get accustomed to his new vision. His left eye was his new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In his right was his regular Mangekyo, but it was now a bright gold than its usual red, having been influenced by Isobu's chakra the second he implanted it into himself. Naruto didn't look back as he vanished from the Hokage monument, disappearing into the wind and taking off to complete his final mission. He got what he came here to do with Danzo. Ending the man's life and taking the Sharingan back was the stepping stone for something much greater. It was time for the real mission to begin. Naruto ripped through the destruction of Konoha at an incredible pace, looking around at the destroyed buildings with little emotion. He did grimace, however, as he laid his blue eyes on a few bodies that were unlucky enough to be crushed by falling debris, and were not splattered in the open canyon of the once mightiest village. It was a tough sight to stomach, but it was nothing that the blonde boy couldn't handle after everything he had been through. And with Danzo's use of Kotoa Matsukami on him, even though the memories were in fact fake and created just to spite the blonde, they still felt real enough to make him believe that he had done those horrid events. And if he didn't have Isobu with him, then he would have lost that fight the second Danzo used the jutsu. Naruto wanted nothing more than to just reverse time and kill Danzo all over again. Maybe even this time, he could somehow manage to trap Dazno into Kotoa Matsukami, so he could suffer like he had. The thought was definitely a good one. Overall, however, jumping over yet another set of broken houses, Naruto couldn't help but feel like he was walking on cloud nine. His plan was going perfectly, and he was sure nothing could stop the momentum in his achievements today. The biggest deal was the recovery of Shisui's other Sharingan, and the death of that old warhawk. He was told of Danzo's previous schemes through the shinobi world, like the elimination of the Uchiha clan for one example. But Naruto didn't care about that. He only cared that that old bastard was the one who killed Shisui. Everything else that man did meant nothing to him. Raising his hand up, he grazed the skin under his right eye, grinning happily as he felt the pulse of power from his now golden Sharingan eye. It now felt like he had Shisui with him permanently, that the older Uchiha was guiding him down his own path like a protector. It was a great feeling, borderline euphoric, that it pumped his adrenaline through his body at a rapid rate. Naruto's eyes glinted once he finally saw his destination drawing near. With a wide grin, he picked up his pace. He felt the ground shake under him a bit, and he looked up to the right after feeling the shaking once again. Looking off into the distance, he could see a faint figure jumping through the air, accompanied by flashes of bright yellow that reflected off the shining sun. No doubt his father was fighting hard, trying to save the village from any more harm. Naruto did idly wonder what was going through his father's head as he was fighting for his life, and the life of the village. He must have felt weighed down that the village he swore to protect was already half destroyed and on the verge of collapsing completely. And no doubt if word got out about Konoha's fall, Kumo and or Iwa would come knocking with all the forces they could to wipe away the village. So Minato was in a sticky situation, probably shaking in his boots to crush his enemy and make sure he had enough time to mask the village's broken state. Naruto wiped his thoughts clean away from his father as he landed in the dense forest that had survived any destruction. Wiping away some dirt on his pants, he activated his Sharingan, glancing over to a lump of trees with his golden Mangekyo. "Did you get what I asked you to retrieve?" "Geez, who the fuck do you think I am anyway?" Naruto chuckled as he leaned against the tree closest to him, crossing his arms over his chest as he watched a shadowy figure walk through the trees. Naruto could hear faint squirming coming from behind the figure, and he felt his grin widen ever so slightly. "Well done, this plan is now almost complete," Naruto said, waiting patiently against the large oak tree as the figure started to come out from the shadow, revealing his slicked-back purple hair for Naruto to see with a heavily bound woman slung over his shoulder. "Shh, whatever. I did what you wanted me to do, so here," he retorted, throwing the woman onto the floor right at Naruto's feet. "Even better. Good work, Hidan," Naruto muttered, feeling a small tinge in his chest as he looked at the bound woman at his feet. True to his word, Hidan completed the mission Naruto had given him perfectly, and without any questions. Silently looking over her body, Naruto could see that she had several wounds going down her legs, and was still currently bleeding from her arms as it pooled in the grass under them. The woman's whimpering seemed to stall for a moment as she looked up slightly, giving Naruto a perfect view of the tied Konoha headband that was wrapped securely around her eyes, totally obscuring her vision. As she looked up, her lips began to tremble a bit, like she was trying to fight back the urge to cry. Naruto kept his face impassive, even though he knew she could not see anything from her bindings, his Sharingan spinning in his eye as he looked through the woman. "Hidan, leave us alone for a few minutes," Naruto said, his voice void of any emotion as the woman tensed her whole body at his words. I'll be finished with her quickly, then I want you to watch over her until I return. Hidan just shrugged his shoulders at the boy's words. He didn't give any more fucks about what Naruto was planning on doing. As long as the blonde keeps his end of the bargain, then Hidan would play along until then. Yeah, whatever, Hidan said before disappearing from his spot without another word. Naruto internally sighed as he continued to stare down at the woman, silently watching her as she struggled to escape her bindings. He knelt down until he was at her level, tracing his eyes over her body until he finally found what he was looking for. Struggling would get you nowhere. There's a chakra binding seal already placed on you. You can't escape no matter how hard you try, Naruto said bluntly, voice as empty like endless abyss. The woman under him seemed to tense even further as she stopped her struggling, raising her head a tad bit higher as she tried to imagine where her captor's eyes were. Her lips started to tremble again, but this time at a much faster pace. A whimper escaped her mouth as she shook her head, saddened as the familiar voice ricocheted through her mind before stabbing itself deep into her heart. Shaking her head even faster, she started to undo the knot holding the headband around her eyes. Naruto did nothing to stop her as she continued to shake, letting the accessory fall down her face and for her fiery red hair to fall down her face. I didn't want to think that voice belonged to you, she whispered, face as fragile as an antique vase. Naruto hesitantly nodded his head, staring deep into violet eyes that had refused to show him any love and companionship in the past. Sorry to ruin any expectations, Kasan. Both mother and son stared at each other for what felt like years, neither speaking as they let their eyes do the talking for them. Kushina had a hard time forcing her eyes away from the multicolored Sharingan eyes that bored into her with little to no emotion. Once the shock died off, she allowed herself to finally look at her youngest son. Her baby boy. His hair was certainly longer than it used to be, falling down just a tad on his forehead, resembling Minato much more now than he did as a child. His face was even starting to lose a majority of its baby fat, though she could see that some still remained. Kushina had to fight back the urge to cry again, as she finally got a good look at the son she had abandoned, a living embodiment of her failure as a parent. Despite herself, she could feel a warm smile forming on her chapped lips. You really grew up, didn't you, Naruto-kun? Kushina said, her eyes shining with warmth that never used to be there before. She refused to take her eyes off her son. It was like she was trying to make up for lost time, even if she knew that that time was unreachable. Naruto felt his stomach churn at her words. The honestly reflecting in her eyes was enough to make him nauseous. He felt his hands clench around the beads of grass under him, trying his best to fight back the urge to scowl at his mother's tender look. He wasn't expecting such a look. He was more prepared for her to scream at him, to yell and struggle for her life and get away to safety. He wasn't expecting her to look at him like a mother. You look so handsome. You must be quite the lady killer wherever you went. I only ever had my eyes on one woman, but she probably hates me now after all of this anyway. Well, if she truly did love you, then she would be able to look past something like this. Naruto's fingers dug themselves into the soft soil as a scowl finally formed on his lips. He glared darkly at his mother, and he grew even angrily once he realized that she did not even flinch a muscle at the glare. He hated this. He wanted her to be scared or at least look at him with just as much anger as he felt looking at her. But instead, he got a normal conversation, like she wasn't even trying to understand why he was doing what he was doing. She didn't even look fazed that her own son had ordered an Akatsuki member to kidnap her. And that look, that damned look she was giving him, was starting to piss him off. Why? Naruto whispered, his voice lowering so low that Kushina had to strain her ears to even hear. You. Without even thinking, he raised his hand at her, the back of his palm impacting with her roughed-up cheek with a loud smack as she tumbled to the ground, her head bouncing off the earth as she grimaced in obvious pain. You have no right to look at me like that. You have absolutely no right to look at me like a son after everything you put me through. Naruto yelled angrily, his voice oozing with venom, hoping his words would burn away at her skin by their toxicity. Naruto felt the back of his palm start to sting from the impact as he looked down at the pathetic form of his chakra-sealed mother. Grabbing her by the hair, he pulled her upwards until their faces were once again at eye level. As he pulled her, he was prepared with a heated glare that would melt any ice in the near vicinity. But just like before, her look came off just as motherly. He tightened his grip on her hair, making Kushina wince just a bit, but she refused to fight back against him. Naruto felt his breathing start to get heavier as he pulled away a few strands of her beautiful hair. Kushina just smiled warmly at him again, leaning forward as much as Naruto's grip would allow her to, and leaned her head against his shoulder blade. Naruto's body then turned into a statue, freezing in place at the contact as her body started to tremble softly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything, Naruto-kun. I know I have no right, that I don't even have the right to speak to you like this. But, she said. Her body started to tremble even further as she leaned more into his body. Naruto stared at his mother as she started to shake against him. His mouth fell agape as his mind tried to process if what exactly he was looking at was in fact real or not. The contrast between her and his father was too much to bear. While Minato has been cold and rude to him, with good reason, he never did try to really apologize to him once. It was always half-assed or stemming from another one of Naruto's problems that he banked off of. It never came off as genuine, like he never wanted Naruto back into the family. Somewhere in Naruto he would say that was a blessing in disguise, that Minato truly didn't see him as a son anymore and now only looked at Naruto like he was an enemy, an equal that could even rival his real children. If anything, this is exactly what Naruto had wanted from the start. "I'm so happy that I got to see you again." "Shut up," Naruto yelled as he jumped back from her and got to his feet, forcing her head away from his shoulder, making her bounce with nothing to keep her up anymore. Still having a strong grip wrapped tightly around her hair, he pulled her away. Throwing her down to the ground forcefully, Kushina felt a yelp leave her throat as her head smacked against the ground once again. Naruto started to grow restless as he toyed with his mother. A part of him wanted to stomp the pathetic body of a mother into the ground. However, something stopped him. He wasn't sure why he did stop, but it just felt wrong. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to regain any control of his rapidly beating heartbeat as it thumped in his chest. "I don't have time for this. Oh, woe is me. Bullshit. I only need you for one reason, and I plan on doing it right now." Kushina physically flinched at her son's dark tone of voice. His words felt like small daggers as they swiped across her skin, almost drawing blood by their sharpness. Peeking through her hair, dangling in her face, she fought back the urge to cry again once they made eye contact. He looked so far away. He looked exactly like her baby boy, but also a complete and utter stranger. The red-headed mother, no matter how hard she tried, couldn't hear herself away from his eyes. Almost like she was being forced to look at them by an unknown force. She watched through glossy eyes as his menjikyu spun in his eye sockets. A sad smile plastered on her lips. "I hope whatever it is you're doing, that you end up being happy by the end of it." Naruto's eyes darkened, lowering his head so that the long blonde bangs covered his eyes. The air around them grew tense, like they had over 1,000 tons worth of weight tied around their ankles, just waiting to be pushed over at any moment. What Kushina couldn't see was in his shadowed eyes was the soft glimpse of apprehension in his Sharingan. It was faint, and it vanished as soon as it made an appearance. But it was there, nothing less. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the small tremble he felt in his lips. "Why do you think after all of this, you get to decide whether I am happy or not?" Kushina smiled a bittersweet smile, not even trying to fight back as she felt her hair get grabbed again. "I don't. But like I said before, if you truly love someone, then you would look past things exactly like this. Keep that nonsense to yourself." Naruto whispered back, forcing eye contact once again, and Kushina started to feel drowsy, like she was being hypnotized by the spinning tomoe of his manjekyo. Her eyes then started to flutter shut, blinking several times as she felt her head start to pulse in sudden pain. All muscles in her body had started to fail one by one. Naruto loosened his grip on her hair as she started to fall back down to the floor. The last thing she heard before fading away in unconsciousness was the emotionless words of her youngest son. Her baby boy. From this moment on, you have forgotten how to use chakra chains. And just like that, Kushina Namikaze was unconscious, and Naruto was nowhere to be found. With Kurenai and Narumi, why are you telling me no? Why are telling us this? Kurenai said, as she took a hesitant step backwards from Yuno, her heart dropping slightly in her chest, by the deadly calm expression on his face as he recalled the discussion he had with Naruto. She took a hesitant glance towards Narumi, trying to gauge the younger girl's reaction. Her eyes were wide in shock, which was understandable. From Kurenai's position, she could faintly see a few beads of sweat drip down her pale features and drop to the ground, her body slowly tensing as the female Jinchuriki stood rooted in place. Kurenai could not even begin to fathom what kind of thoughts were currently flying inside the girl's mind. This revelation was massive and not only affected her, but also Natsu. And it must have hurt twice as bad, since it was her very own younger brother that devised this plan. I am only telling you this because I deemed it necessary. Naruto is in love with you, Kurenai. Yuno said, making the older woman blush, and Narumi to frown even further. And you, Narumi, Naruto feels somewhat grateful for you as well. Narumi shook her head angrily, glaring over at Yuno as she channeled some of the Kyuubi's chakra into her coils. Her canines enlarged drastically, and her crimson-red slitted eyes were burning with an anger she had never felt before. Angrier than anything she had felt before. Altered animosity, and she didn't know what part of the man's crazy story had affected her the most. From the devastating revelation about how sinister her own brother's plan was, or the mere idea that said brother felt grateful for her, grateful enough to ruin her life. Grateful? Grateful my ass. If that bastard was grateful, then he wouldn't be here right now. You're wrong, he is grateful. He owes this plan to you, Narumi. Narumi gritted her teeth, her canines rubbing away at the plaque as she scowled, her sharpened nails twitching, waiting for the time to pounce and eagerly rip the man's throat out. Bullshit. Narumi seethed. It's true. It's because you kept your mouth shut all these years about Naruto's Jinchuriki status and his Sharingan. Yuno said suddenly. Narumi stifled a scoff and growled angrily as the man continued to point out her growing mistakes. If you had told Hokage-sama about Naruto, then he would have been forced on the book, and that would have definitely drawn the Akatsuki's attention onto him. He most likely would have died. But because his secret was kept, he was able to meet us in Adarashi, form an alliance with us and a bond with Kisa-chan. Infiltrate Konoha under a false pretense to finally make his plan come to fruition. Yuno stood up from the bed he was sitting on and looked down at Narumi, feeling a small amount of sadness as her face started to pale considerably. He really felt for the girl. He really did. It must have been hard that so far in her life when it came to Naruto she had made every wrong decision possible and was now putting her whole family and the entire village of Konoha in danger. Yuno didn't stop there, however. Even though Kurenai knew all of these secrets as well, he wasn't scared of her revealing them to anyone. Naruto trusted Kurenai more than anyone. He believed in her. But he didn't believe in you, Narumi. He then chuckled as he looked away from the girl. But don't worry, Narumi. Kurenai here is also to blame. If you had never given that scroll that you received from Kakuzu, then this whole plan would have failed. He would have never got his hands on those seal-breaking arrays I prepared for him. Yuno shrugged his shoulders in disinterest, ignoring the look of utter disbelief Kurenai was sending his way. The sight of the Genjutsu mistress caused him to freeze for a fraction of a second. He wasn't sure if what he was seeing was real, or in fact a Genjutsu. Kurenai looked just as, if not more pale than Narumi at this exact moment. He watched her eyes fly through a myriad of emotions. Shock, understanding, anger, flattery, before finally ending on uncertainty. Her blood-red eyes pulsated as the pupils dilated into the size of a pin, the air dying in her throat, looking like she forgot how to breathe for a few seconds. This confused Yuno, however, as he stared for a second longer than he thought was appropriate for someone in his position. His mind pushed all thoughts about Narumi and her growing anger away, as he tried to dissect exactly what Kurenai's eyes were showing him. From all the stories Naruto briefly mentioned in passing, and from what he heard from Sasori and Kise, he expected that the feelings he heard so much about would have been reciprocated by both parties. But the dark look of uncertainty was painting a whole different picture for Yuno. The mural was definitely tainted from the beginning without either of them aware of it. Paint was spilled over the canvas of their relationship and coated it in a different color than both of them wanted. Thinking and looking at her now, it would be a miracle if Naruto walked away from today with Kurenai on his arm. "And why did you deem this necessary?" Narumi growled. Her hand shook, and she had to actively fight the urge to send her claws deep into Yuno's gut the longer she was in his presence. "I gotta have gone my whole life without knowing this was my fucking fault." Narumi's harsh words seemed to draw Yuno's attention back onto her. The longer he looked at her, the pity he felt only grew inside his stomach, not that he showed it to her in the first place. Giving his best smile, he responded, his voice still incredibly calm. "Honestly, I wanted to give you and Kurenai a chance. More you than her, of course." Cracking his neck, he looked down at the female Jinchuriki, his eyes flashing with honesty that almost blinded Narumi. She had never seen such an honest expression on anyone's face before. It was starting to throw her for a loop. "I am offering you and Kurenai a chance to leave Konoha after this is over and come live with us, in the village that Naruto-kun and I have been creating for these past 5 months. Yuno smiled, gesturing to Kurenai. Despite her better judgment, Narumi followed, and her crimson-slitted eyes met Kurenai's matching irises. Just the sight of Kurenai sent Narumi's heart into a frenzy. Completely submissive to her pale and beautiful features, and was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Her body ached for the Junin, and she knew that she wanted nothing more than to finally hold the girl, like she did when Kurenai was upset about Naruto last night. "You both can live in peace over there. The both of you, together." Yuno continued, whispering the end of his words, so only Narumi could hear him. Naruto still fired a groan as the words traveled down her body in excitement. She knew it was stupid of her to have these thoughts pulsing through her mind, but she couldn't help it. The idea of them together was just too enticing for her not to think anything of it. It's what she wanted for the past few years, after all. Her crimson eyes then started to fade away, pushing the bright blue hue back into her iris, as she watched Kurenai's pillowy lips open ever so slightly. Narumi licked her lips subconsciously, feeling the familiar heat rise in her body that she fought to push down so many times in the past. "Wait, you said that Naruto-kun didn't believe in Narumi. Does that mean he has no idea of you coming to speak to us?" Kurenai asked, trying her best to ignore Narumi's intense stare as she focused her attention on Yuno. The man merely nodded his head. "You're quite perceptive, but yes, you're correct. I'm doing this on my own volition." "But why?" I can understand why he offered it to me," Kurenai said. After all, Naruto had already told her about his plan to make a new ninja village back in his hospital room. He had just failed to tell her everything in between. Like the attack on Konoha, and She couldn't even bring herself to say it. "But if he's doing what he's doing, then why are you offering this to Narumi?" That seemed to break Narumi out of her intense gaze on Kurenai as she turned back to Yuno, her eyes asking the same question. Yuno shrugged, a grin playing on his lips. Tapping his foot on the ground several times, he put more distance between him and Narumi. "Let's just say that I was curious on what her reaction would be, and leave it at that." Narumi growled, her eyes instantly switching back to crimson in a heated fury. He was starting to piss her off, and she was tired of holding back her anger. She scoffed loudly, and swung her arm outwards to show off her sharpened nails, as the wood beneath her feet started to crack from the intense pressure Narumi was emitting. Her growl was so loud that it made Kurenai take a step back in surprise. Yuno, on the other hand, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Not even blinking at the claws that were just waiting to tear him apart at any given second. "You really think that I would take you up on this absurd offer?" Narumi seethed, taking a dangerous step closer towards the unmoving Atarashi member. "While the idea of living with Kurenai in peace is appealing, you are asking me to abandon my family, To leave my mother and father and allow Naruto to go and kill Natsumi. She screamed so loud that spit flew from her mouth and landed on Yuno's cheek. Still unmoving, Yuno just grinned wider, reaching into his cloak pocket. Both could hear Kurenai's growing protest at them, but they didn't hear her, or chose to ignore her, in Yuno's case. Yes, I did think you would. The next thing Yuno saw was a blur pass by his peripheral vision. With speeds that even the most experienced Junin would have trouble following, Yuno spun on his heel, raising his hand up and caught the first that tried to take his head off. In one solid motion he spun again, flipping his attacker away from him as he sent her soaring towards Kurenai. Kurenai braced herself for the impact as she caught the fast-approaching Narumi effortlessly. She felt the body smack into her own. Kurenai gave a low grunt, holding the girl by the waist while Narumi's head came to rest near her shoulder. Both females locked eyes for a split second, and Narumi felt the anger in her body subside by a significant amount. Her face exploded into a blush that matched her crimson eyes, and she felt her mouth go dry. The close proximity was enough to stall Narumi enough that she momentarily forgot all about Yuno, getting lost into her favorite set of eyes on the planet. Her breath hitching as she watched a stray strand of her raven locks slowly fall down her pale features, sliding almost seductively across the smooth skin and resting comfortable between her eyes that was looking at her in embarrassment. On impulse, Narumi licked her lips again, as her eyes glanced between Kurenai's lips and her eyes with a fever that would make any grown man-woman squirm in place. And it was exactly what Kurenai was doing. It felt like hours to Narumi, but in reality, it only was a couple seconds, and Kurenai pushed her away. Her entire face red in embarrassment, looking away from Narumi, trying to calm the excessive beating of her heart. Narumi seemed to come down from whatever high she was feeling and was brought back to reality. Not bothering to mutter an apology as both looked towards Yuno, who was looking at them with a mixture of enjoyment and curiosity. Even though the situation was a rather unpleasant one for all three of them, he definitely did find enjoyment in these small moments. Sorry to break up the moment, but if you attack me again, then we will have a big problem on your hands. What are you talking about? Narumi growled again, finally getting her feelings under control as she took a protective stance in front of Kurenai and started to channel a mixture of her and the Kyuubi's chakra. Yuno stayed silent, and instead took out something that was in his cloak pocket. Both females raised their eyebrows as he pulled out a small-sized urn from his cloak. Keeping it still in his hand as he schooled his face from any emotion, his eyes growing dull. If you made even a sudden movement, then I will unleash this upon Konoha. Shh, what kind of shit are you plotting here? Narumi said, cracking her neck as she swiped her claws together, making them spark dangerously. You better answer quickly and tell me what's in that dumbass urn of yours. Yuno internally grimaced. He wasn't too fond of this sort of plan, but it was the only thing he could think of doing to minimize confrontation between him and the two Konoha in front of him. Naruto told him to use this if things looked like they were looking bleak. A contingency plan in case he failed. Sure, he hadn't failed in his own personal mission, but he wanted to avoid fighting with the Namikaze Jinchuriki and the Genjutsu mistress if he could. Taking a deep breath, he started to spin the urn in his palm, his features going dark. The lid opened up slightly, and a thick chakra signature flooded the broken apartment they were in. The chakra was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Shield her eyes from the potency of the vile chakra that leaked out, her breath dying in her throat as it grew heavier. Narumi, on the other hand, once again. Inside her body she could feel and hear the Kyuubi smashing himself against his cage as he roared loudly, sending tremors down her body and subsequently making her head throb in pain. Yuno just tilted his head back, staring dead into the eyes of Narumi Namikaze with his lips pursed in indifference. If you even try to go and help Natsu, if you even try to leave here without agreeing to my demands, and if you even try to attack me. He stopped, flipping the urn open a little more to allow the chakra to seep out even further. The wood of the walls started to crack from the pressure around them. drowning them in the repulsive feeling of animosity like a large tsunami. The room then grew eerie as the dark feeling latched onto their skins, a feeling that Narumi was all too familiar with. And one Kurenai dreaded feeling ever since the QB attack 16 years ago. Yuno smirked as both females went paler than any ghost. He had to hand it to Naruto. His ability to come up with genius strategies were far beyond that of a normal shinobi. He truly was something special. You have a choice, Narumi. You can either leave here now and go help your brother Natsu, but if you do, then you would be the reason as to why every innocent civilian in Konoha dies. Or you can stay here with me, and we can come to a friendly agreement. So please, make your choice. Somewhere in Konoha. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. Natsu yelled as he flipped himself around a tree with practiced ease. Using his foot, he jumped further into the forest. Not bothering to bring his hand to his mouth, he inhaled deeply. Breathing out a large dragon made of pure fire and sent it flying towards his enemy with a frightening display of speed. Unluckily for Natsu, his opponent wasn't an easy one. He easily dodged the mythical beast made of flames with a high jump into the air. His enemy grinned from the sky, his sharp shark-like teeth glinting dangerously in the sun, like a predator chasing his prey. Natsu actually had to squint his eyes in order to catch sight of his opponent, having trouble making out where he was as his bright blue skin camouflaged itself into the equally bright sky. With a loud yell, the man swung down his shark-like weapon onto Natsu with a rush, the sword's teeth grinning themselves, attempting to take a bite from the male namikaze. Natsu could see the attack coming, however, and leaned backwards, bending back until his hands gripped themselves into the grass and kicked upwards and smacked the sword directly in the mouth. The sentient weapon whimpered in sudden pain as his wielder groaned in dismay at missing his target. But not one to back down from a challenge, he continued his fall towards the earth. Internally, he gave his sword a small apology as he slammed the weapon into the ground, spinning around the hilt with speeds that a seasoned Junin would have trouble following, and swung his leg out. Natsu barely managed to escape the sweep as he bent all the way down to the floor, his attacker's leg missing him by mere inches as he breathed in another round of air. Fire style. Phoenix fire trap. 4 small birds made from his fire chakra escaped from his mouth, each flying at the blue-skinned man before they latched themselves onto each of his limbs, one on each leg and arm. He didn't have the time to shake them off before they exploded. The loud explosion rocked the ground around them, tearing into the earth, making a large dust of dirt fly into the air. Natsu was forced to cover his eyes from the debris, as the wind from his explosion sent him skidding back against the floor, tearing up any grass that was unlucky enough to be behind him. Once the smoke cleared, Natsu took notice of the disappearance of his enemy. He didn't frown, however. Instead, he just got to his feet and turned around. His face showed no sign of interest as he looked into the deep, pale white eyes of the human shark. "You're better than I thought you would be, Kisame." The man just grinned like a shark, lifting up Samahata and resting him on his broad shoulder. "Should I be flattered that someone of your stature complimented someone like me? A real S-class criminal?" he mocked. His tone dripped with sarcasm that made it entirely clear that he himself wasn't too impressed by Natsu so far. He heard stories of the red-headed Jinchuriki, hearing firsthand at how incredibly gifted the young shinobi was since birth. Graduating the academy early, promoted to Chunin even earlier, and finally a proud owner of being a Junin. All before he was 14. He was a prodigy in a league of his own, similar to the likes of Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. Just saying the boy's name was enough to strike fear into an ordinary man's heart. But Kisame was no ordinary man. Without even giving Natsu enough time to respond, Kisame vanished from his spot, reappearing directly behind the red head, and swung Samahata down. Natsu sensed the attack coming and jumped to the side, narrowly dodging the sword, and sent his elbow into the man's oncoming stomach. Natsu's eyes widened ever so slightly when his hit did nothing to the taller man. Kisame just grinned, taking the hit head, and switched his grip on Samahata so he was holding the sword in a reverse grip and slashed it across Natsu's chest. Natsu winced as the sword's sharp scales tore the skin across his midriff. Kasame laughed happily as he applied more pressure onto the sword, and Samehada responded in kind, its own mouth opening wider to take a bite of the intoxicating smell of chakra that radiated from the boy. The second Samehada's teeth pierced flesh. Natsu's body popped into a cloud of smoke. Kasame growled in dismay as he brought Samehada back to his body and rolled out of the way to avoid a fireball that soared after him. He had to continue dodging as more and more came after him, each ball of condensed fire growing in speed after him, almost making him drop Samehada from the increasing onslaught. Getting tired of being on the defensive, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Offensive was more his style anyway. Wordlessly, he rolled again, swinging Samehada forward, and he started to channel his chakra into it. Samehada then started to increase in size until he was big enough to swallow the balls of fire whole. Natsu watched in annoyance as his next few jutsu were eaten without any trouble. Going for a new strategy, he shunshined a couple of feet away from Kasame, kunai in hand, and swiped across the Akatsuki member's torso. Wordlessly again, Samehada's hilt started to bend and stretched itself in front of Kasame, like it was protecting the man. Surprisingly to Kasame, Natsu seemed unaffected by the amount of pressure the abnormally sized sword was pushing against his smaller steel weapon. He didn't show his surprise, however. Instead, he just smirked, showing off his sharp teeth like they were a prized possession. "I applaud your bravery, but do you really think you stand a chance against me?" Once again his tone was laced with mockery, and this time Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly. Channeling a small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into his body, he surprised Kasame by letting go of his kunai. Kasame had no time to react to the quick maneuver and couldn't help but tumble forward as Samehada smashed into the ground, thanks to the disappearance of pressure. During this, Natsu sidestepped with an overwhelming sense of confidence and brought his hand out and stuck his finger through the pommel of the kuani he dropped before it hit the floor, spinning it back into his grip as he sent a dagger-like weapon straight into Kasame's gut, earning a gasp of pain from the man. It all happened so fast that even Kasame wasn't sure if Itachi would have been able to track it. The sudden jolt of pain made him falter just enough for Natsu to continue his attack, grabbing another kunai from his pouch. This time the weapon was much skinnier, about a quarter of the size of a regular kunai, as he jabbed the weapon inside the pommel of the kunai currently in Kasame. With a flick of his wrist, he used his palm and slammed the hilt of the kunai down deeper inside of Kasame. A loud shockwave erupted from Kasame's body. The second Natsu's hand made contact, Kasame gasped loudly as he felt the kunai go hilt deep into his chest. The blow had so much force behind it that he was sent flying back. The second Kasame's body was a good enough distance away from Natsu, he grinned, his eyes flashing red for a quick moment as he pulled his arm back in one solid motion. As he was flying back, Kasame could faintly hear a soft sizzling sound echo throughout his body. Glancing down, he saw the smaller kunai that was plunged through the hole of the one in his chest, eyes going wide as he saw the source of the sizzling, an explosive tag. The tag then exploded in a loud bang, bringing Samehada closer to his body to shield himself from the explosion as he was sent flying further into the woods. Natsu watched his body go soaring and stood frozen in place, staring at the large gust with a large amount of indifference. A part of him wondered if he had actually succeeded in killing the Akatsuki member with that attack. No regular shinobi would be able to escape from that basic combo of his. It took an insane amount of speed and precision to get it off. But again, Kasame was no ordinary shinobi. So the more rational side of him assumed that he was still alive but at least injured greatly. Even if he was an S-class shinobi, it was still impossible to go every fight without sustaining an injury. Natsu, however, was too preoccupied in wondering if this was truly all there was to Kasame. He managed to steal a tailed beast from his brother Naruto. Was his brother just that weak, or was Kasame that strong? Because as of right now, all signs pointed to his brother being weak. Speaking of, Natsu thought as he felt an incredible familiar chakra signature closing in on him. As it grew closer, Natsu couldn't help but internally frown as he sensed the chakra source. It was familiar, and it definitely belonged to his brother, but something was off. It was giving off a darker vibe, and it felt even thinner than it had before. And it was larger. Much, much larger. It shouldn't have been possible for someone's chakra to expand so rapidly in such a short amount of time. The body just couldn't handle the inflection, and you would lose the ability to mold chakra by frying your coils altogether, or simply dying by chakra inflammation. An alternative was, of course, Fuinjutsu. Chakra suppression seals existed, of course, and it was possible to store a small to large body of chakra in your body in order to release it later when you needed to use it. Similar to Tsunade Senju's 100 healing jutsu. But that seal was always temporary, since the expended chakra would be all used up, making the seal vanish and would have to be reapplied. Though Natsu had looked over his entire body and didn't see anything close to a seal that stored chakra within his body, and even if he had one so well hidden, it would still be used all up minutes before he made it to his designated destination. And what Natsu was feeling was definitely a permanent increase in chakra, and he didn't understand how. Natsu had no time to dwell on his brother's chakra, closing in on him as a large chakra burst erupted from the forest. No doubt from that blue-skinned Akatsuki member. Natsu scowled and internally started to curse his foolishness at being distracted, especially by his brother Naruto. It had started to happen a lot more lately, and begrudgingly, he didn't understand why. Pushing Naruto out of his thoughts momentarily, he focused on the task at hand. Deciding to stay rooted in place and see what his attacker would do, sliding his foot back, he took a defensive stance. One that would counter most jutsus and even taijutsu technique. A stance that was created by both his mother and father. Another loud bang tore through the clearing, and right before Natsu's eyes he watched several trees start falling down, hitting other large oaks and making them tumble to the floor. Not even a second later, Kasame lunged out from the fallen trees with a deep scowl on his face. His pale white eyes were glistening menacingly with an equally pissed-off Samehada in his grip. "You fucking bastard!" The Akatsuki member screamed as Samehada slammed down next to Natsu, forcing the redhead to dodge the new few swings from the shark. The swings were much easier to see now than they were before. They were much slower and didn't have as much power behind them. No doubt, thanks to Kasame's growing anger, even Samehada looked particularly smaller than he did before. With another loud roar, Kasame ripped off his Akatsuki cloak that was in tatters thanks to Natsu's previous attack. And without earning the shake-like man threw the remaining cloth towards Natsu. Natsu scowled as he stared head first into the black and red pattern of the man's cloak as it fell into his field of vision, obscuring his vision by a tremendous amount. Straining his ears to the extreme, he tried to hear where Kasame was coming from. He tilted his head to look past the flying cloth, and his eyes almost widened as he saw the shark-like sword coming at him. But something happened in that exact moment, something that didn't even surprise Natsu one bit. A loud bang went off in the clearing, and the sword vanished from Natsu's view. The cloth that was previously thrown at him has also looked to be cut in two, floating down to the ground as the body of Kasame had gone flying back by a strong force. A strong, familiar force. Kasame's body impacted with the tree, a sickening crack echoing into the forest as his head smacked against the bar, and his body went limp. Natsu turned away from Kasame and looked towards where the attack came from. His purple eyes meet familiar blue. "That felt amazing. I hope I killed the bastard," Naruto said, grinning wildly as he looked over in Natsu's direction. Natsu showed no outward reaction to his brother's entrance, but internally he was confused at why Naruto was here of all places. His suspicion of his brother only seemed to grow as he started to walk to Natsu. "Natsuni, thank God you're all right," Naruto said, taking a few large steps towards him and went in for a hug. Natsu immediately smacked his brother's hands away, not feeling an ounce of guilt at the hurt look that washed over Naruto's face. The redhead scowled, taking a large step back, putting a good amount of distance between them. "What the hell are you doing here?" Naruto just frowned, rubbing his arm awkwardly as he limply gestures towards Kasame. "Tusun asked me to come and find you and help out if possible, and it seems I got here just in time." Natsu wanted to scoff at his brother's explanation, so he did. Without even a single warning, Natsu grabbed Naruto's hands faster than any Junin in the village could react. twisting his arms painfully as he pulled them behind his back, holding his brother in a tight grip and pushed him to the floor. In a very similar position, just like in the council meeting. Naruto tried to get Natsu to stop, but he wouldn't even comprehend what Naruto was saying. Instead, he pushed the blonde's face into the grass, making sure that the blonde had no way to escape like last time. Cut the bullshit for 1 goddamn minute. Do you really believe that I would buy your sudden shift in attitude? That I would be fooled by your lame-ass acting? Natsu, what are you at? Naruto yelled as he felt the pressure increase on his arms, making them bend in a way that arms weren't supposed to. Naruto's feet started to curl themselves around the grass as he ate a face full of dirt. Trying his best to move his vision from the grass and into Natsu, he tilted his head, only for it to be pushed back down by his assaulter. If you're gonna talk back, at least do it in person. Naruto scoffed, his teeth clacking in annoyance as he spat at a clump of dirt. And right before Natsu's eyes, he watched the body of Naruto puff into a body of smoke. You really think you're hot stuff, don't you? That look of superiority in your eyes is almost nauseating. Naruto's voice ran through the clearing, forcing Natsu to turn around. Natsu looked across the field to see his brother with his arms across his chest, a blank expression on his face as they stared deeply at each other. I'm not the one playing with lies and clones. At least I have the balls to tell the truth. Naruto laughed loudly at Natsu's words. His hand came up to wipe away an invisible tear away from his eye. Aren't we shinobi taught to trick and deceive our enemies in any way possible? Who has time for such a high ego? It's nice to hear that you think of us as enemies. It'll make kicking your ass even more worthwhile. Have we ever been anything but enemies? We were brothers. Barely, Naruto said plainly, and the sooner you get that through that thick skull of yours, the better off you'll be. Just 'cause we weren't brothers to you doesn't mean the same for me. Natsu replied just as plainly. The declaration made Naruto falter slightly. He blinked in surprise, and he didn't try and hide the emotion as it ran across his blue irises. It's hard to believe something like that coming from your mouth. Believe it or not, I'm being honest here. The redhead moved his hand up to scratch the back of his head. It must be hereditary. I've always seen you as my little brother. I know I was mean to you, but I didn't know any other way to show you how much I cared for you. I don't even know how many times I went to Kasan and Tucson and asked them to include you in training. Huh? Natsu gingerly nodded his head, looking away from Naruto and onto the slightly swaying grass under their feet. He played with the greenery under his foot, trying to find the next words he wanted to speak. They never listened to me, though. I tried for years, and they even threatened to take away my training if I continued to ask them. So I gave up, something I deeply regret. Naruto internally flinched as he looked at his brother. He felt his hands tighten into fists, and his blood begin to boil under his skin. Natsu refused to meet his gaze. Instead, he looked from the trees and the grass, finding anything else to be more interesting. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek to stop from frowning, biting hard enough to draw a few beads of blood and give his mouth the familiar copper taste. So please, Ototo, Natsu said, taking a few hesitant steps towards Naruto, closing the distance between them ever so slowly as he held his hand out, offering it to his brother in a sign of forgiveness. I promise I'm not. Naruto, quicker than he had ever moved before, turned his body 90 degrees, his eyes now blazing his dual-colored Mangekyou Sharingan as he spat out the blood that was in his mouth, conjuring a small blade from the liquid and stopping a kunai that came just inches away from his face. Naruto this time scoffed, looking at his brother who had just attacked him. Natsu just grinned darkly, putting more pressure behind the blade as he spoke. His words oozed with mockery and venom. Lying! Natsu then flipped around his blade, pushing off the hilt, and jumped into the air above Naruto and attempted to smash his foot down onto the blonde's skull. Naruto dispelled his blood jutsu and rolled away from the kick, dodging it easily and putting more distance between Natsu and him. Natsu's grin only winded as he landed back onto his feet and took off towards Naruto again, engaging in a taijutsu battle. You almost believed me, didn't you? He mocked, throwing another punch that was easily blocked by Naruto. That I would do something like that. Deep down you wanted that to be inside of his cheek again as he leaned back as a kick almost wiped itself across his nose. Oh please, I've been lying my whole life. Tell when someone is spitting bullshit to me, especially when that someone is you. Blood-style spitting rocks. Jumping away, Naruto once again spit out the blood in his mouth towards Natsu. The blood turned dense as it traveled through the air at insane speed. Natsu was forced to dodge the incoming attack, ducking and weaving out of harm's way as more distance was put between them. Using his kunia, he swiped at her across one of the blood rocks coming his way. The force behind the attack had much more than he anticipated, and he slid across the grass, almost losing his footing as he was forced to swipe across another one. The little distraction was all Naruto needed as he pushed forward, forming a single seal as he stretched his hand outwards towards a fallen tree. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Natsu watched the tree shrivel up as Naruto sucked the moisture from the large oak. He didn't falter, however. Instead, he stayed his ground as the large beast made of water roared in his direction. Just as the dragon was about to make contact, it got split in two. A clean cut went through the dragon's mouth and sliced its way all the way down to the tail before bursting into small plums around the red head. Not even a single drop of water landed on Natsu. Natsu started to chuckle as he looked over at the two different colored eyes of Naruto. Dropping his kunai back into his pouch, he wiped off a bit of dirt that landed on his shoulder with a bored expression. Naruto jumped back as he eyed the change in Natsu's chakra. It seemed to grow to an absurd amount that it was almost palpable to the naked eye. Natsu's laughter started to die down as he raised his head high, forcing Naruto to look up to meet his own newly designed eyes. His eyelids were now stained bright orange, drawing the attention to his own golden eyes with a dash for a pupil. Both brothers looked at each other's new eyes with a calculating gaze, gold meeting red in an intense battle of will. Both could now see the increase in chakra as it flowed through the clearing like water, glossing over them with its soft and powerful touch. Natsu smirked again, cracking his neck as he opened his eyes wide, his sharp canines coming to life as he stood tall. Try not to disappoint me now. Naruto met his smirk head-on, straightening his back up as his manjikyu spun dangerously in his socket. With pleasure. Both Namikaze siblings danced beautifully together across the open plain field. Each step sending small tremors through the ground that would rock their bodies from the pressure. They were moving at speeds that were almost impossible to follow, tearing up the ground so much that not even grass remained, just destroyed soil. Occasionally their fists would meet in a battle, but they would break away just as fast as they came together. Naruto's dual Sharingan could track Natsu's movements as he raced across the ground, feet glowing with a thin layer of chakra that only served to make him quicker. The blonde boy didn't even have enough time to blink, knowing if he did, then Natsu would have capitalized on his moment of weakness and strike. He could feel his eyes starting to dry up, but he was thankful that he could channel his blood chakra periodically to his eyes to keep them moisturized and open for longer periods of time. Natsu, on the other hand, was grinning, the orange pigment around his eyes glowing thanks to the bright rays of the shining sun hitting them just right. Golden eyes were just as fiery, the dash for a pupil looking at his brother with amusement as they danced. Thanks to his sage mode, he could easily tell where Naruto would be going next, thanks to his chakra signature. And since the blonde's reserves were larger than before, it was almost child's play to sense where he would be going. During this time, no jutsu was used between the two of them. Neither have spoken since the fight had started, and internally both had come to a silent conclusion to test the other one on their own physical prowess. It was one thing to be good at jutsu, and it was better to be a master of the art. But a real shinobi knew that at the core of their abilities was drawn from taijutsu. Everyone's chakra consumption and reserves were different from one another, with two never being the same. And it wasn't uncommon for most shinobi to excel in ninjutsu rather than taijutsu. But with enough speed, practice, and enough precision, taijutsu could render even the highest level of ninjutsu useless. Natsu believed this, Having had lessons from the village's taijutsu master Guy after mastering Sage Mode, Natsu clearly had the advantage during hand-to-hand combat. He knew it, and Naruto knew it. But thanks to Naruto's damn Sharingan, it was hard to get a solid hit off on the blonde. His strength increase had started to leave bruises on Naruto's body, but they would heal in a matter of seconds, putting them back to square one. And when he did manage to land a solid strike, Naruto would bounce back with one just as fast, tanking the hit and barely being affected. Natsu, starting to get irritated, used his natural speed to run around the blonde, fist glowing with a thin layer of chakra as he sent a sharp jab towards Naruto. Thanks to Naruto's Sharingan, he was able to see the attack get close to him. Stepping back, he put enough distance between them and brought his arm up to block his face, letting Natsu's fist graze against his shoulder. Naruto was left confused as he was sent flying back by an unknown force, his face stinging with pain as he spun in the air from the invisible attack before landing on the ground with a loud thud. He wasted no time jumping to his feet, wiping away a small amount of blood from his lip, making sure to keep the liquid on the back of his palm. Neither spoke a word at what just happened. Instead, Naruto was drawn to Natsu's orange pigment around his eyes, signifying his Sage Mode, which was no doubt the cause of the phantom attack. Natsu stared into Naruto's blazing Sharingan fearlessly, knowing full well he was in no danger from the fearsome jujutsu. As far as the redhead was concerned, there was nothing his brother could do that he couldn't do better. Even his new Sharingan didn't seem to measure up to his Sage Mode. How incredibly boring. Naruto didn't take the obvious bait laid before him by his brother. Instead, choosing to stay quiet as he jumped back, putting even more distance between them. The little stunt didn't sit quite right with him, making the redhead frown in annoyance as he scratched the back of his head. Running away? I honestly didn't see this coming from you. This time Naruto responded, Yeah, well, sorry to disappoint. Natsu shrugged his shoulders, not caring enough to think of a verbal response, so he decided to go with a more physical approach. Taking his time to walk forward, he formed a singular hand sign making chakra pulse around his form. Nothing you can do can ever disappoint me, Naruto-ni. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his Sharingan automatically snapping to the one-handed seal. Oh, and why is that? I seem to remember you being the most disappointed of them all. Well, 'cause all your power is all thanks to me. That threw Naruto for a complete loop, his fingers slumping slightly as he tried to comprehend the words that pricked his skin. Sadly for him, Natsu gave him no time to think of a response. Using the hand that formed the seal, he closed it into a tight fist before bringing it behind him. To form around his knuckles as he expanded his fingers again, causing a thick beam of flame to shoot off around Naruto. Fire style, flame rope. Naruto didn't bother to dodge out of the way of the incoming attack. Instead, he brought his hand up and closed into a tight fist, channeling a small portion of chakra as the blood from his previous injury shot itself off his hand, forming into its own rope structure and smacking the jutsu away. Naruto didn't stop there, opening his fist and conjuring the blood back to his hand until it coated the skin in a thin protective layer. With a sidestep, he grabbed the flame rope and yanked it towards him. Natsu grunted as he felt himself get pulled, forcing himself to dispel his jutsu and dig his heels into the ground to try and stop himself. Unluckily for him, though, he couldn't stop his momentum from carrying him forward. Thinking quickly, he ducked under a punch that almost collided with his face and put both hands into the ground, kicking up and breaking the ground beneath him, shooting dirt and blades of grass into Naruto's face. Naruto had no outward reaction as the particles of dirt smacked his face, easily seeing past them with his Sharingan and looking directly at his brothers falling back as his foot came inches from his nose. Once again, however, he was struck with the same invisible attack just like before. Natsu grinned in his awkward position, enjoying the look of pain and annoyance coming off of his brother's face as he quickly jumped back onto his feet before smashing his fist deep into the blonde boy's gut, only for his body to explode into a cloud of dust with a log of wood replacing Naruto. A substitution? He's quick. Natsu arched his back, fixing his posture as he waited patiently in the now desolate forest, with Naruto being nowhere in sight. Standing his ground, he twirled his wrist several times, trying to get the feeling of Naruto substitution jutsu to leave the appendage. It almost felt like a phantom hit that left no real satisfaction to the skin. Really, Naruni, resulting in hiding back? Natsu said, his tone leaking with disappointment as his eyes immediately snapped over a lone tree to his right. Naruto scowled as he pushed his back up till it was fully against the bark of the tree he was in fact hiding behind. He felt his scowl only deepen when his brother's eyes locked onto his location instantly. He knew that Sage Mode was good at sensory, but he didn't even get a full 5 seconds before his position was compromised. Shit, that damn Sage Mode is making it hard to get the jump on him. Come on, think Naruto, think. Naruto thought to himself, quietly moving to another tree in the distance, only for Natsu's eyes to follow wherever he went. He did this for several seconds, until Natsu started to grow impatient with all the lollygagging. Clicking his tongue against his teeth in irritation, he wiped his head around, feeling the faintest spark of chakra ignite his senses, before he took off for a particular tree he knew his brother was hiding at. Fine, let's make this more interesting, Natsu said, bringing up both hands to form a cross-hand seal before 2 identical clones of himself popped up next to him. Naruto cursed to himself the second Natsu and his clones started to move in on him, getting closer with each passing second. Deciding to not wait for them to get any closer, he jumped off the tree branch he was residing on, before forming a single-handed seal of his own. Pulling the water out of the tree until it swirled around him before shooting off towards the Natsu and the clones. One of the copies wasn't so lucky as he took on the majority of the hit, lacking Sage Mode and exploding as soon as the thick water collided against him, popping into a cloud of smoke. The second copy of Natsu couldn't stop his running in time and ran face first into the destroyed clone's smoke, making him go completely blind to the world around him. Without even noticing, a familiar flame rope lit up his face in flames as the intense heat burned his eyes. The clone screamed in pain as the jutsu wrapped around his skull before being yanked forward and getting smashed into the ground, once again exploding into smoke, making it even harder for the real Natsu to see. Natsu just smirked, sidestepping to avoid the rope that lashed its way towards him, forming a tiger seal, causing the smoke of his now deceased shadow clones start to flicker. Naruto realized what happened at the last second, missing the glimmer and the vapor, before total blackness overtook the smoke and it exploded. Natsu watched as the body of Naruto was blown back, tumbling on the ground. Natsu relaxed his posture, his eyes not even bothered to follow the now scorched body of his little brother. He shut his eyelids as he stood proud in the center of the clearing, his orange pigment representing his Sage Mode still glowing nobly in the still waking sun. He shifted his position, putting more pressure onto his left leg as he twirled his wrist again, trying his best to calm down and suppress the urge to hit something. Natsu wasn't sure just how long he stood rooted in place, wondering what just his brother was planning to do. Opening his eyes again, he didn't even need to look around the empty space to know to sense everything that was around him. To his right, hidden behind the tallest tree in the area, was a clone of his brother. And the body of Naruto that was scorched before had long ago popped into a pillow of smoke. Just above the hiding clone was in the branches were 2 more copies, both having a significant of their chakra shared between the 2. Straight behind him was the still unmoving body of Kisame, who had yet to awake, still being able to feel even the smallest hint of his almost depleted chakra reserves. And finally was the real version of Naruto's body, that was making barely an effort to conceal himself in the bushes to his left. He breathed a heavy sigh, staring directly at Naruto through the bush. Even with all this new power, you still are on the run? You have 2 Sharingan now, 1 even gold, and you're using blood-style ninjutsu that I've never even seen before. Natsu said, disappointment shining in his eyes as he shook his head. I was expecting so much more from you. Well, it seems like I did end up disappointing you. Can't say I'm much surprised either, Naruto said, crouching behind the bush as he formed a singular seal once again. Instead, this time he stayed unmoving. He side-eyed his brother. The relaxed position of the redhead did squash a few lingering doubts Naruto was having in this encounter. Forgoing any intention or need to hide himself, he easily let his brother know his location. Not like he wouldn't find out anyway, but this did give Naruto the advantage of spacing. Sage mode was too much of a crux to our blonde hero. Even with his Sharingan seeing past every attack, he sadly couldn't see the invisible ones that struck without a lead. And while he could go toe-to-toe with Natsu, Naruto didn't want to run the risk of using too much chakra just to get past his brother's senjutsu, especially when the Kyuubi has still yet to make an appearance. So Naruto decided on an alternative approach for dealing with Natsu: stalling. He wasn't proud of the idea by any means, but it was the only thing that seemed plausible in his current situation. He didn't know how much longer he would have to wait out until his sage mode went away, and Natsu himself seemed to hold similar feelings as well. Since his clones he had summoned lacked the orange pigment around their eyes, no doubt Natsu was trying to conserve all of the chakra that he could. Naruto just needed to wait until the right time to strike. He himself was also limited on the amount of time he had at his disposal. But damn if he knew the perfect way to stall for a little extra time. Well then, since you so-called gave me this power, isn't it only fair to push some of the blame onto you? I mean, after all, you did this for me. Right? Tch! Blame me? You should be thanking me. Natsu returned, his voice dropping several octaves, matching with the heated glare that tried to burn away the bush Naruto was residing behind. Because of me, you grew the balls to finally leave this village and grow strong. You were hindered here, kept behind a cage with no one to teach you or even wanted. Naruto scoffed, biting the inside of his cheek to stop himself from lashing out. This bastard really loved the sound of his damn egotistical voice. Even if some of the things he had said were true. You were nothing more than a shitty brother with a complex, nothing less, and definitely nothing more. And yet this shitty brother of yours helped you grow strong. Without me, you wouldn't even be half as strong as you are now. Natsu countered back, wrist twirling wildly. Saliva flew from his mouth and landed just a few inches away from where he stood, anger replacing the disappointment he previously felt. I think you're mistaking pushing away for helping. I have not. Natsu screamed, catching Naruto completely by surprise. Vanishing from his spot, Natsu appeared directly behind the blonde, the bush igniting into flames as Naruto barely even had enough time to smash Natsu's hand away. But the redhead did manage to use the block to his advantage and gripped Naruto by the collar, bringing just inches away from his face. Natsu was furious, his eyes now replaced with a dark red in color, his face contorting angrily as he growled, flashing his enlarged canines to Naruto. I was the only one of us who saw what our parents were doing to you. I was the one who genuinely asked why they refused to train you. I was the only one who wanted you there. I pushed and pushed, but they refused to budge. Didn't you ever find it strange how I only was rude to you after we started out training? How I always challenged you, always told you to keep up with me. Natsu gave pause, allowing himself to catch his breath and to give Naruto a moment to digest this. The only reaction from the blonde was the small widening of his eyes. So what did I do? I pushed you away from us. This finally gave you the opportunity to grow stronger. You met that damn uchiha who trained you. You managed to escape this whole village that burdened you since the start. You come back with 2 Sharingan, special blood-type ninjutsu, and yet you say I did nothing for you? He retaliated, picking Naruto up and smashing him into the nearest tree. The impact was so severe that dozens of leaves fell from the branches that shook with visible shock. What bullshit excuses to justify you being an asshole, Naruto seethed. Bringing his hands up, he dug his nails into Natsu's forearms. The words dropped with malice as he spoke. Naruto's eyes on Natsu felt like a hot iron scorching the latter's skin. The look of pure animosity glowed brighter than the sun in this exact moment that even Natsu was caught by surprise by the intensity. But before Natsu could respond, both Namikaze siblings felt a huge gust of wind fly over them. Natsu's grip was loosened, thanks to the large blast, and was forced to release it, letting Naruto drop to the ground. Both siblings shaving to cover their eyes from the amount of pressure the shockwave conjured. Seconds later, an evil presence washed over both teenagers, making them both snap their heads over through the forest and looking towards the sender, or Konoha. It was a dark and vile feeling, making their skin crawl with unease. A feeling that both of them knew all too well. They could see it, a towering cloud of visible red chakra, twisting and swirling itself trying to form a coherent shape that it desired. Shooting off, what looked like tendrils took shape in the back, splitting into 8 matching appendages coiling around buildings and smashing them into pieces. "What the?" Natsu muttered, being the first of the two to break out of his trance. "Now," Naruto thought, already having the advantage of being on the floor, sent a sweep kick towards Natsu's legs, effectively dropping the still somewhat dazed red head onto his back. Acting fast, Naruto whipped out a kunai from his pouch and pounced, attempting to pierce Natsu. Natsu's hand shot upwards, grabbing the Sharingan wielder's wrist before it came down onto him. His eyes lost their red tint, and the orange pigment around his eyes had started to dim. Natsu physically cringed as he felt the massive amount of chakra that started to flood his senses from every direction. Another gust of wind ran through the clearing, and before he could release what was happening, he recoiled in pain as the wind distracted him, and Naruto moved the kunai closer to himself and plunged it down just above Natsu's hip. Cursing in pain, he was then kicked in the stomach, his body tumbling through the grass, ripping it into shreds. The impact was so great, Natsu wasn't even sure if it happened until he felt himself smash against the nearest tree, gasping in pain as several shards of bark dug into his skin. "Don't move." Blinking several times to steady his blurry vision, Natsu opened his eyes to see a large blade or blood pushed up against his neck, and Naruto's foot pushing against his open wound on his torso. Natsu winced again, but not from the pain from his wound, but from the demonic chakra that refused to leave his senses. Looking out from the corner of his eye, he looked again at the large chakra spiral that had still yet to stop growing. Naruto could only grin, enjoying the satisfaction of one-upping his older brother and catching him completely off guard. The blood blade made from the sanguine liquid that Natsu spilled had only made Naruto feel better about his mini-victory. Pushing the blade deeper into his neck, Naruto spoke again. "If you even think about moving, I'll kill you right here. I have only one goal, and you will not be ruining this for me. Heh, not that I think you even can. Considering." Naruto followed his captive's gaze over to the demonic chakra growing taller, its right tendrils starting to swing across the blue sky. "Something like that has made an appearance. You bastard." Natsu scowled, turning back and looking deep into the dual Sharingan eyes. "You knew about this? You're willingly letting a damn demon devastate half our village? And for what? Because you didn't get enough attention as a fucking kid?" His eyes flashed back to their demonic red color as he yelled at Naruto. Naruto snarled, applying more pressure onto the open wound as he glared darkly. "Please, like I'm that damn petty. I have a dream, an ambition, and a promise that I swore to keep, and I don't care what I have to do in order to make sure it comes true. It's a good thing I already dealt with Kushina, not that Natsu needs to know anything about that." Before Naruto could even get another word out, Natsu's body exploded into red chakra, forcing Naruto to dispel his blood jutsu and jump backwards when he felt the intense amount of heat that emitted from the Palabale life source start to burn his skin. Natsu snarled, 3 deep red chakra tails forming behind him as he entered his tailed beast state, chakra bubbling around him. The wrists shit out wards, wrapping themselves around Naruto's arms, forcing and pulling forwards. "You're pathetic. If you truly had a dream, then you would have found an easier solution than destroying half of Konoha." Natsu growled out. The orange pigment around his eyes faded away completely, letting the Kyuubi's chakra take its place as he stored the remains of Sage chakra for later. As soon as his Sage mode melted away, he grinned, his vision going back to normal along with his senses easing down on him. The wound on his torso started to sizzle, already showing signs of healing as his 3 tails chakra cloak clung to his skin. Naruto grimaced as he struggled to stand his ground from the tail wrapped around him, digging his heel into the ground to try and stabilize himself. Glaring, he bit the inside of his cheek, drawing a small amount of blood into his mouth. "You wouldn't understand what I'm doing. The majority think what I'm doing is vile, but this will help save the shinobi world. Breathing heavily, the blood in his mouth escaped through his lips and took the form of a small bird that latched itself onto the tails. Blood style, exploding bird. The second the bird got near the sizzling tail, its eyes began to glow. The intense heat from the Kyuubi's chakra ignited Naruto's just used the second it reached it, making it explode and ripping the tail in half, effectively setting Naruto free. The tail didn't take long to grow back, reforming almost immediately as he crouched down into all fours, like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Putting an excess amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into his legs, propelling himself forward with enough momentum to destroy the ground underneath him. He raised his clawed hand and swiped across Naruto's chest, his nails like daggers as they punctured the blonde skin. Not even surprised that the body he attacked popped into a cloud of smoke, he turned on his heel, stopping a kunai from getting closer to him with his claws. Feeling satisfaction from the tense look of his brother, he ducked down, with speed that Naruto's Sharingan could barely follow, and jammed his elbow into the blonde's gut. Naruto reacted fast, however, snapping his hand down to catch the elbow before it made contact. The attack, while blocked, did have enough force to drive the back of his hand into his stomach. Grimacing from the small amount of pain, he pushed through it, throwing his elbow away, trying to force Natsu off balance. It didn't work, however, as Natsu just shifted his weight onto his back foot, and without forming a single seal, he shot out a streak to fire from his lips. At the last second, Naruto twisted out of the way, sucking out water from the grass under him until it formed into a large dragon. With a loud roar, the water dragon took off towards Natsu. Natsu rolled out of the way of the attack. Using his momentum mid-roll, he curled his three tails around themselves into a coil and launched himself back at the blonde like a spring. Fire style, Flame Blade Jutsu. Water style, Water Blade Jutsu. Naruto counted back, both siblings forming an identical blade of different attributes as they collided against each other. As soon as they connected, Natsu pumped more chakra into his fire weapon, making the bright orange shift into a bright blue as it started to heat itself considerably. Gaining more and more from his chakra and his Kyuubi cloak together, a loud sizzling sound erupted into the clearing as steam rose higher and higher from the two blades. Naruto had to fight back a wince from the heat as he poured more chakra into the attack, applying more pressure as his arm started to tremble, forcing him to add his other hand to try and stabilize himself. Damn him! He's still somehow keeping up with me in this form. Natsu thought, irked that he had to drop his sage mode and lose such a huge advantage. Thinking of the loss of his trump card, he casted a sideways glance back towards Konoha, to his hometown that was on the verge of getting destroyed. Damn it, where the hell is Kasan? She should already be there by now trying to stop it. He turned back towards Naruto. I might have to cut this short. The state of the village is more important. Natsu noticed Naruto's arms start to tremble and applied even more pressure onto the blade. As soon as he saw the small indication of annoyance flash across Naruto's eyes, he immediately let the jutsu disperse. Using speed that was almost impossible to follow, and breathed a fireball directly towards Naruto. Naruto, using the steam to his advantage, swung his arm across, molding the particles of water to his will, forming a shield that blocked the jutsu. Next thing that Naruto witnessed was Natsu's fist barreling through the shield and smacking Naruto across the face. Grimacing from the pain, his head snapped to the left, his cheek stinging from the hit. Performing a quick shunshin, Naruto appeared to the redhead's left, water blade still in hand, but before it could make contact, the three tails shot from Natsu's back and swiped across Naruto. Thinking fast, Naruto dropped his blade, forming a quick one-handed seal, and made the water explode like a geyser, sending both Natsu and himself flying to their respective sides. As soon as Naruto landed, he looked up, noticing that Natsu barely moved from his position. Completely unscathed from his jutsu. Scowling, he wiped his mouth, not even caring about his now bruised cheek that was already healing. He's tough, Naruto. I don't want to say this, but I don't think we can beat him without my chakra, Isobu said. I know, I don't think so either. Naruto was annoyed, but was willingly to accept it, since he was fighting against a Jinchuriki. But it still pissed him off that Natsu technically had the advantage. "Naruto, I have a plan." Naruto nodded, as he blocked another fire jutsu from Natsu. Rolling out of the way of the phoenix flying at him, he grabbed a kunai from his pouch and threw it towards Natsu without even aiming. Natsu was almost offended by the throw. Seeing such an academy-level technique sent his way made him deeply scowl, taking it as an insult to his skills, so he tried to swipe it away, only for him to be surprised when he couldn't tear his eyes away. "What the fuck?" Natsu tried to force his eyes away and grew more annoyed. Every time he tried to move his pupils, they snapped back into the metallic weapon, his vision almost shaking and turning blurry whenever he tried. Performing another shunshin, Naruto appeared to Natsu's left, right out of his field of vision, using the blood that leaked from his eye to form two small kunai between his fingers and jammed them deep into Natsu's midriff, penetrating through the kyubi cloak. Natsu's eyes went wide in pain as blood flew from his new wound. Using the blood from Natsu's body, Naruto formed a scythe from the gore he brought it towards the sky, his body illuminating into a matching red chakra cloak with 3 tails erupting from his back. Natsu could only gaze in pure disbelief as the demonic chakra of Isobu, taking on a small golden tint, wrapped its tails around the sanguine scythe and swung it down with a roar, stabbing straight through his cloak and into his shoulder blade, mere inches away from his neck. Natsu screamed in pain from the attack, his howl growing even louder as Naruto jumped over him. Yanking the scythe free from the body prison, he spun on his heel, creating just enough space between them and flew through several seals. Water-style, bloody torrent. Once again using the blood from Natsu's new wound, Naruto swung his arm around him, like he was imitating a cascading wave as the blood followed him. Using particles of water from thin air, the wave increased in size, the water mixing itself with the blood as he hurled it towards Natsu. Natsu wasn't able to dodge in time. Instead, he tried to bring his tails up to block the majority of the hit. Flexing a crazy amount of pressure onto his tails, it helped dwindle the attack, but not by much. A loud bang rang across the forest as the jutsu smacked into Natsu, causing his body to constrain painfully as a shockwave shook the surrounding trees of their leaves. Gasping in pain, Natsu was knocked right off his feet, his head whipping back as the jutsu broke through his 3 tails, his skull smacking against the ground as several beads of saliva flew from his mouth. The red-headed Namikaze moaned in pain as attempted to get back onto his feet, his body steaming as the water from the previous jutsu evaporated off of his chakra cloak. He sent a glare towards Naruto, his hand coming up and grazing over his wound on his shoulder blade, fighting back the urge to cringe as a sharp pain shot through his body. He didn't even need to look at the wound to see that it was a serious one, probably the worst injury he had ever received, and it was from his own brother. He didn't know whether to be incredibly pissed off or insanely proud at this moment from his brother's power boost, but all the pain that he was feeling for the very first time seemed to squash any positive reaction from the feeling, especially after seeing that he did in fact have a biju sealed within him, confirming Natsu's suspicion that he had since he returned to Konoha. Natsu was starting to lose feeling in his left arm, his hand slipping on the grass like a fish out of water. His cloak had started to seep back into him, gravitating towards his open gash in order to heal it as soon as possible and dry up the remaining specks of blood so Naruto could no longer use them. Natsu didn't even have time to comprehend how pathetic he looked as Naruto shunshined once more, kicking Natsu's hand that was holding him upwards, making him fall to the ground. Naruto grabbed Natsu by his hair, pulling on the red strands roughly, lifting Natsu until he was eye level with him. A shit-eating grin spread across the dual Sharingan user's face, his 3 swinging tails swaying happily behind him, almost like they were mocking Natsu. Natsu glared daggers at Naruto, hoping it would cut him up on the spot as the blonde tightened his grip around his hair. "You asshole! You're fucking trying to kill me!" Naruto tilted his head to the side in slight confusion, his eyebrows shooting upwards. "Well, of course, aren't you? Why the hell would I try to K-kill you?" Natsu said, stuttering slightly as his wound sizzled trying to heal itself. having to reattach and grow new nerves as he no longer had any feeling in his left arm. "You're a traitor, a wanted shinobi in the bingo book, and your order is to be brought back alive," Natsu continued, his ears twitching for a split second as he peeked back over to Konoha. Thankfully, Naruto didn't seem to notice the small glint reappear in his eyes as he looked away. Forming a new plan in his head, Natsu elaborated further. "And I mean, come on, you're my brother. I could never kill you." Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash as he smashed Natsu against the ground with a swing of his arm, his chakra cloak making it mere child's play to toy with Nata's body as he grunted in obvious pain. "I would think you would learn to keep such petty schemes to yourself after all this time. It hasn't worked for you once yet, you know," Naruto said, no emotion in his voice as he stared blankly at the back of Natsu's head that was now carved into the floor. Using his position to his advantage, he was able to get a much better look at what was happening in Konoha. "You call it a scheme, but I call it the truth. It doesn't matter if you believe me. Just remember," Natsu stated, turning his head as far as he could to meet back into Naruto's dual eyes. A dark grin threatened to tear Natsu's face in half, catching Naruto completely off guard. "No matter what happens, we will always be family." "What are you? Now Narumi, wind-style, Rasen Shuriken." "Naruto, look out." Naruto felt his eyes go wide as his head reverberated due to Isobu's loud scream for him to get away. Snapping his head to the side, he saw his sister Narumi jump from the field of trees. Her face contorted into a thick scowl as her Rasen Shuriken echoed in the air, flying towards Naruto at an incredible speed. Naruto was caught off guard by the surprise attack, not even aware of his sister's presence until it was too late. His grip loosened on Natsu's hair as he attempted to shunshine away. He found it impossible to do so, as he felt one of his chakra tails get cemented into the ground with Natsu's foot grinding it down. Naruto looked deep into the eyes of Natsu, staring at the orange pigment now surrounding his upper eyelids once again. Natsu's arm reached out, forming his own Rasengan, only much smaller than Narumi's, his grin never leaving his face. "Rasengan!" Natsu screamed, ignoring the pain in his shoulder as he smashed the ball of pure chakra into Narumi's passing jutsu, amplifying the female Namikaze's shuriken, making it almost double in size as it tore across the field, ripping up anything in its path. Then, the only sound that was heard was the tearing of flesh being wrenched forcefully from a body. Then a small thud as an arm fell to the ground. Time seemed to slow down for all three Namikaze siblings as they all watched the next scene play out in total silence. The second Narumi's jutsu vanished, Naruto was able to escape from Natsu, dropping his own chakra cloak, allowing him to jump away with practice ease. Narumi landed next to Natsu gracefully, not even making a sound as she stared at Naruto and the steadily growing distance he was putting between them. Sparing Natsu a small glance, her eyes flashed with worry as she noticed the large wound accompanying his shoulder. Natsu noticed the concerned stare and merely shook his head. Now was not the time for explanation. Narumi understood the head shake immediately, turning her gaze back onto Naruto. Naruto felt like screaming, his face twisting in pure agony as he looked towards his left arm, or more specifically, the lack of arm that now laid motionless in the center of the forest clearing. He reached over with his one remaining arm and grazed his new wound. His arm was sliced perfectly by that damned Rasen Shuriken from his forearm downward. Wincing from the contact, he channeled as much chakra as he could and forcefully clogged up his muscle tissue to stop the wound of its bleeding, knowing that if he didn't, then he would most likely pass out from blood loss, or best-case scenario, just start to feel fatigued. The only silver lining was thanks to Isobu's chakra. It helped minimize the pain that he was currently feeling when and after his arm was ripped from him. He made a mistake, and he paid the penalty for it massively. He had gotten too cocky, grown too arrogant to believe that he was safe from whatever tricks Natsu had up his sleeve. But the last thing he expected was for Narumi to jump into the fray. Why the hell is she here?" Naruto yelled internally, annoyance bubbling down to his very core as he snarled towards his siblings. "The Biju in the village should have distracted her. The only reason I brought it was to stop her." And it was in that moment that Naruto felt the large pool of demonic chakra begin to fade away. Naruto looked towards Konoha, his eyes going as wide as saucers as dozens of golden chains wrapped themselves about the biju, halting its movements, making it immobile. But that's impossible. I put Kushina under that genjutsu. There's no way. You seem pretty confused, seeing as how Kasan put your plan to a close, Narumi said, interrupting the blonde train of thought. Naruto scowled, sending them a wicked glare. What the hell did you do? Nothing. Sai and Shizuka-chan had found Kasan and brought her to us. Kurenai-chan is the one who reversed the genjutsu she was under. Narumi clicked her tongue in her mouth, wanting to spit from the mere thought. And to think that you would put your own mother into a genjutsu to help destroy our home. You truly are beyond help. And when did I ever ask for your help? Naruto yelled, sharing unglowing as Isobu tried his best to help calm the deep animosity growing in him, and fight back the huge feeling of betrayal from Kurenai's actions. Her actions solidified how she truly felt about him, that she had cut the rope binding the two of them together. And this only served to make Naruto even angrier. A small flash of gold flashed up and down Naruto's body, so fast that to any mere Junin then it would have just looked like a trick of the light. But both Natsu and Narumi thought that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. And as soon as they noticed the light, it vanished, receding back into Naruto as he let the anger course through his veins. You bastards, you're really starting to piss me off. He flashed again, this one much more noticeable than the previous one. Narumi scoffed, her eyes glowing red with demonic energy. Cut the victim card shit. What you're doing is vile and don't even try to hide it. Yuno told me everything about your little plan. Yuno? Who's Yuno? Natsu said, putting the rest of his attention onto the blonde boy. Meanwhile, Naruto was seething, foam almost spilling from his lips as he grinded his teeth together. He wasn't expecting his plan to backfire this much in such a short period of time, and what the hell was up with Yuno? Balling his fists in irritation, he cursed Yuno's name. This was not part of the deal. He wanted to keep Narumi far, far away from Natsu so he could carry out his mission. He was so close too. What the hell was Yuno doing? Narumi, noticing a flicker of surprise run across Naruto's eyes, she continued, drawing both boys' attention, especially Naruto's as he stood rooted in place. Oh, you know, she said, her hand extending out, pointing a clawed finger towards Naruto. How you plan to eradicate all Jinchuriki from the elemental nations? Flashback. The day before Naruto fought Kasame. Naruto stood overlooking the vast wilderness of Kunogakure's land from Sasori's hideout. The large bay window gave him access to a large foundation of trees that stretched so far that he couldn't even see the end of it. It had been a couple hours since he had learned the name of the one man that he had been dreaming to kill for the past few years. Danzo Shimura. Even thinking of the man's name sent his mind into a small state of frenzy. Feeling his hands clam up in anticipation, wanting nothing more than to head to Konoha at this very instant and take his life. But still, even as he stood here thinking of ways to take down Danzo, his mind couldn't help but drift into a different headspace, one that he had been thinking about off and on for several months now. You're still up? I would have assumed you would have been asleep by now. Naruto didn't turn around as a deep voice made its way over to him. Instead, he kept his vision out of the window, not even bothering to meet the man's eyes. His arms crossed over his chest, resting comfortably across the jacket as he stood in place, enjoying the quiet night that blessed the elemental nations tonight. Yes, well, I've been thinking, Naruto responded, feeling the presence of a man next to him. Peeking through his eyelashes, his manky hair swirling as he stared at the side profile of Yuno, who was now standing a mere few inches away from him. Yuno hummed, tapping his foot against the ground a few times like he was trying to remember a song he had forgotten. Is that so? Naruto turned his gaze away from the Adarashi and fixated his vision onto the large village of Kumo that sat rooted in the distance, finding it appealing at how quiet the village looked to be. It looked almost barren as it laid there. The only signs of life that resonated from the village was the small beams of light that shone through the Kage Tower from the top, and a few stores that have yet to close. It was much different from Konoha's nightlife. which usually consisted of shinobi still late-night training, or multiple bars staying open well into the AMs. But still, despite the quiet atmosphere of Kumogakure, the village itself looked peaceful. Radiating a good semblance of comfort and understanding for its people, the Raikage must be proud to lead a village like that. Yuno-san, if you wouldn't mind, I have a question for you, Naruto asked, his eyes breaking away from the Kage Tower and moving over to a large cliff that where small sparks could barely be seen, flashing in the darkness of the world. Well then, ask away, Yuno said, slightly curious on what exactly was going through the blonde's head, especially after the talk they had less than 2 hours ago. Though the talk did go much better than Yuno had originally thought it would, he was left trying to inquire on why Naruto had gone quiet for the rest of the night. Yuno wasn't one to pry for answers, but it never hurt to be just a little meddlesome here and there. Those fortunes that me and my old team kept finding, did you have something to do with that? Yuno grinned. Unfolding his arms, he placed a hand on his hip. What makes you say that? Context. I don't think that a person from Adarashi, who sealed a biju in me and implanted this Sharingan into me, would be able to keep their mouth shut for so long. So you most likely told the rest of your teammates. And it's also not a big shock that the person who threatened me in Yukigakure happened to be an Adarashi member as well, Naruto said, turning his head back to look at Yuno's profile once again. But then, that leaves the mystery on how you managed to know things you shouldn't, like my blood style or that my team would have encountered the blue flames on our first mission. Coupled with the fact that the fortune revolved around me in particular, it's too big of a coincidence. Yuno chuckled, throwing his arms into the air as he shrugged his shoulders. His grin grew wider as he finally looked at Naruto for the first time since he arrived. Guilty as charged, then? How did you do it? How were these fortunes accurate? Our old leader in our group, Akira, was born with a special bloodline. She was able to see the near future of a single person if she had consumed a small amount of that person's DNA. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I see. That's a pretty powerful bloodline, he said, turning back to stare at the mountain he was looking at previously. What DNA of mine did you get? Yuno nodded in agreement. Lowering his arms, he walked closer to the glass and looked up into the bright silver moon. Here. Once I made sure you weren't going to die, I grabbed a clump of your hair before leaving. Naruto nodded in understanding. It was all starting to come together and make sense in his mind. Putting his hands into his pockets, he straightened his posture. You said, old leader? Did something happen to her? Murdered by the Akatsuki. It was the reason why we came to recruit you so early. She was only able to see your future until you were 13, so we had no other choice. Then, you met Itsumi and the rest is history. I see. My condolences? No need. But I must say, this isn't what you really wanted to ask me, was it? Naruto chuckled to himself as he nodded his head. Naruto fished around in his pocket for a second before pulling out a small folded piece of notebook paper. He handed it to Yuno, who took it without a second thought. Unfolding the paper and letting his eyes scan over the contents for several minutes, Naruto waited patiently for Yuno to finish as he put his hand back into his pocket, his Sharingan picking up yet another large spark that shone off the mountaintop in the distance. He could pick up a faint chakra sense emitted from that mountain, one that Isobu said was painstakingly familiar to be considered foreign. Yuno hummed again as he pocketed the note that Naruto had given him, his face contorting into a grin. It's interesting. I got to say that I am impressed. Naruto just shrugged. Isobu helped me come up with it. And if possible, I would like to start tonight, Naruto said, this time locking both eyes on Yuno's own, unwavering from the slight pulse of shock he saw in the Adarashi's eyes. Tonight? That's moving quite fast, don't you think? Waiting would be pointless. If we plan to create a new ninja village, then we need to start right away, and I have the perfect idea, Naruto said, drawing Yuno's attention towards him as he walked closer to the glass. The blonde pointed into the forest ahead of him, where a masquerade of trees hidden in darkness obscured their vision. I'm sure you sense them too. There are 2 massive chakra signatures getting closer as we speak. Isobu had tried to get a good read on them, but judging sorely on their massive chakra pools, they could very much be Akatsuki. Nodded. He was thinking along the same lines. I agree, but what does that have to do with creating a ninja village? Naruto closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. It was now or never. If himself refused his own plan and ideas, then there was nothing left for Naruto to do. He was left with little to no options left, and his grand scheme would have been all for nothing, and he would have nothing to show for it. He would probably have to be on the run from both the Akatsuki and Adarashi if refused his proposition right here and now. His mouth felt like cotton as he tried to form the words he wanted to say. It was a 50-50 chance, and Naruto was betting it all. San, how much better of a world do you think it would be if Jinchuriki didn't exist? Felt his eyes widen into the size of saucers. That definitely was not what he was expecting to leave the blonde's mouth. He would have been more prepared if Naruto himself had said they were going to go after a Jinchuriki themselves, not say that their whole existence would be better left and forgotten. What are you trying to say? Exactly what it sounds like. A world where we eradicate all Jinchuriki. Think about it. If we manage to take away the power of the Biju from all major villages, they would have less of a reason to go to war. There are always attempts to capture Jinchuriki, and each always ends with a war breaking out. And groups like Akatsuki profit off of these wars and are able to slip through the confusion and steal these Biju for themselves. But if we take that away, be it keep them sealed away forever, or set them free in a remote island or settlement, then no village would be stupid enough to try and capture all 9 when they are together. Digested what was being said to him. What Naruto was saying made sense. Not only would it help stop unnecessary death around the world, but it would also stop another village from becoming too powerful. But while it sounded like a simple solution on paper, the methods to make it work or get people to accept it would be difficult. Regardless, the majority would never accept something like this. Then that would mean that they had to conduct a mission like this in total secret, keeping it hidden from the shinobi world. And if the major villages caught wind of them sneaking away with all of these Biju, that would only start a war of itself. From all 5 villages forming an alliance to take them down in the quickest and easiest way possible. It was a slippery slope that found himself agreeing with the more he thought about it. But an issue lied right next to them. What about the Akatsuki? They already have 5 out of 9 Biju. If we want a plan like this to even succeed, then we would have to go after them. I wouldn't say we go after them, more like persuade them, but first. Naruto then pointed his index finger back to the mountain he had been staring at. Followed the finger, his eyes barely catching a glint of light from the mountaintop. Naruto felt himself grin as his Sharingan eye started to spin, while his right eye turned golden from Isabu's chakra. Let's kill our own Jinchuriki. Flashback end. Silence swept across the forest as Narumi's words came to a halt. Her voice getting carried by the wind, sticking to Naruto's skin like an unpleasant sore. Even Natsu was rendered speechless, left staring at his brother, like he was a completely different person. And it was what Natsu should have known by now. That this wasn't Naruto, this wasn't the brother that he truly did care about, never lying about wanting back. He scowled, not enjoying the crazed look in the blonde's Sharingan eye, and peeked over at Narumi. Slightly relieved that she seemed to be on a similar page to him, giving him a very small sense of comfort at the nonverbal response. And the fact that you would kill your own siblings for a selfish goal. Natsu said. Selfish? You call this goal selfish? Naruto seethed, the enamel ripping off of his teeth as he grinded them together. This is for the future of the world, where Biju could live safely away from humans, finally being able to have an ounce of peace. A world where us shinobi won't fight over these Jinchuriki and go so far into war for them. He flashed gold once more, and this time Natsu stepped a bit closer to Narumi. His orange-pigmented eyes not even looking over to her as he whispered so quietly so that only she could hear him. I still have no feeling in my left arm right now, Narumi-ni. I'll back you up from here. Narumi nodded, allowing her Kyuubi cloak to spread over her body like hot lava. Only this cloak had 4 tails swinging behind her. She had been the one between them to be more receptive towards the demonic chakra after all. Narumi offered a small nod in understanding, taking a step in front of Natsu. Her knees bent downwards, crossing her arms diagonally in front of her, taking her family stance, knowing that Naruto had never seen it before and could use it to her advantage. If you think gathering up all Biju and setting them free will help bring peace, then you're more of an idiot than I thought you were. Narumi responded. I have to stop you, she thought. I'm partially to blame for all of this happening. Stopping you now will be my redemption. As soon as she finished her train of thought, Naruto was gone from his previous position. Narumi sensed him immediately, her head snapping towards her left-hand side. Thanks to her taijutsu stance, she was easily able to duck under the leg, her body twisting itself around Naruto's leg and smashing her open palm into Naruto's gut. Not even surprised that Naruto's body broke into a pool of water, she rolled out of the way of several blood kunai that flew after her. Not one for being on the defensive, she sprinted towards Naruto, who was in his previous position before his attack. During all of this happening, Natsu had jumped back to avoid getting caught up in the fight. His returned Sage mode tracking both of his siblings' moves as they entered a taijutsu fight, matching each other blow for blow. Though Narumi seemed to have the upper hand, having more chakra than the both of them, and Naruto was still getting accustomed to having one arm. Despite Natsu's usually arrogant nature, he was more than happy to play backup for his sister. He trusted Narumi's abilities more than anyone's. And since his arm was out of commission still healing, he knew that if he fought beside her at this moment, he would only get in her way, even if he was faster than her. Thanks to the distance he put between them, Natsu, not wanting to just stay back and watch, started to run around the two fighting siblings. Doing this made sure that Naruto couldn't get a sneak attack on him, or use him as a pretext to get the jump on Narumi. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Narumi surrounded herself in wind chakra and expelled it from her body, forcing Naruto away several steps. Naruto, having to readjust his footing to withstand the jutsu, used his backwards momentum to form several seals with his one free hand. Sliding back across the grass, he reached out, sucking all the particles of water from the kicked-up grass as he could before sending it back towards Narumi. Water style. Water Dragon Whip. Narumi was forced to stop her attack and take several steps back, weaving out of the way as the water whip bended every time she moved, following her every step. Starting to feel annoyed from the relentless jutsu, she tried to see if she could outsmart the attack. Noticing that Naruto didn't have the jutsu connected to him gave her the idea that he wasn't physically controlling it, maybe using his mind to signal it where to go. Using that to her advantage, she brought her tails close to her body, wrapping them around her torso as she slid across the floor, making the water whip miss her by a mere few inches. Seeing as the jutsu was about to change its direction back to her, she unwrapped her 4 chakra tails and planted them into the ground. Smirking to herself, and in one fluid motion, she used the tails to launch herself towards Naruto. Spinning over the water whip at incredible speed, straightening her leg out, she attempted to make contact with the side of Naruto's head. Naruto at this moment thanked Shisui for his Sharingan, as it was the only way to see the attack coming in time. Ending his water jutsu, making it splash onto the floor, he brought his one good arm up, catching the foot right before it made contact to his skull. The strength of the attack left Naruto stunned for a second, the pressure being so strong that he was sent skidding to the side. Calling out to Isobu again, Naruto's cloak came flying back, using his tails to ease himself to a stop. Only for his senses to alert him, his Sharingan picking up a red blur, forcing him to shine away, as Narumi descended, her fists smashing into the ground where Naruto previously was. As soon as Naruto regained his footing again, he decided to go on the offensive, and took off towards Narumi. Picking up one of the many disanchored kunai as he ran, his left Sharingan eye starting to spin as blood leaked out from his pupil. Misdirection. Throwing the kunai towards Narumi, the female Namiaksa felt her eyes get entranced by the metallic weapon. An all-too-familiar feeling she had experienced in their fight back in Yukigakure. She started to scowl as she felt the loss of her senses leave her body unattainted. Her eyes desperately trying to peel themselves free from the kunai, and whenever she tried, her vision would become blurry only for it to refocus a second later into the weapon. Narumi dodged to the left. Narumi felt her eyes go wide as Natsu's voice echoed through the forest, deciding to trust the voice from her brother as she forced her body to move to the left. Her muscles felt heavy from the movement, like something was weighing her down, and as soon as she moved like she was in slow motion, but in reality, it was only a couple of seconds. A strong gust of wind passed by her face, making her hair fly as Naruto's fist nearly came into contact with her lower jaw. When she noticed the straightened look overcome Naruto's features, the second she dodged his attack did she feel her senses snap back to normal, eyes flashing back to Naruto's body, bringing her hand up and using her wrist to send Naruto's arm to the side. Still trying to collect himself from his attack, failing, he barely even noticed his arm getting smacked away until it was too late. Not even reacting, he felt the chakra-charged fist impact with his chin, sending him flying upwards. Naruto gasped in pain as several specks of blood flew from his mouth as his vision shook from the heaviness in his head. He felt dazed and confused, not even caring to listen to Isobu that his jaw was now slightly broken thanks to the uppercut. He felt his Sharingan pulse as he felt his body start to descend back to the ground, blinking several times as his vision started to fix itself. As soon as he was able to see again, he looked up, seeing Natsu flying down onto him from the sky, Rasengan in hand. With a roar, Natsu slammed the jutsu into Naruto's chest, making Naruto scream out in pain as his body flew down to the ground, creating a crater where he landed. The ground shook from the impact as Natsu ended his technique, jumping in the air and landing right next to Narumi, who waited patiently where she stood. Narumi spared her brother a glance, eyes traveling to his shoulder. "I see your arm is fixed, thank goodness." Natsu nodded, moving his arm in circles, showing Narumi that he could move it with no problem. "Yeah, thanks to you I was able to prioritize the Kyuubi's chakra to heal it faster. Thank you, by the way. Without you, I don't think I would be half as good as I am now if I was hit with that strange distortion jutsu of his." Natsu just smirked, closing his fist into a thumb as he winked towards his sister, pointing to his eyes with his thumb. "It's all thanks to my sage mode. I was able to track him much easier thanks to this." Narumi turned back to the crater where Naruto was still in, smoke rising from the hole making it almost impossible to see through as it blinded both of them when they got close enough. Motioning her head in Naruto's direction, she spoke to Natsu. "Is he still in there?" Narumi questioned. Natsu nodded. "Yeah, he is. His chakra seems much smaller than it was before. I can't imagine him being able to stand after all of that." "Good." Narumi breathed a sigh of relief, using a small winjutsu to push away the remaining cloud of dust. "Now we should take him back to Tucson. Do you know what he's—" Not even being able to finish her sentence, Naruto's body suddenly exploded into chakra. The blast was so strong that it sent both Narumi and Natsu skidding backwards slightly. Natsu and Narumi were forced to cover his eyes from the wind, eyes squinting, trying to see exactly what changed with their brother. Natsu did scowl as he looked away, flexing his body to withstand the pressure. "Damn it! Why won't you just give up, Naruto? Stop forcing yourself to fight us. I'm getting sick and tired of the two of you getting in my way." Both Narumi and Natsu felt their spines stiffen as Naruto spoke. His voice had dropped several octaves lower, sounding like a new person entirely. Something that both Namikaze siblings found fitting due to his new personality. All they could see was small flashes of gold spark through the dust as Natsu felt his heart skip a beat. His senses overloaded as he felt a disgusting amount of vile chakra ooze from Naruto's position. And this wasn't like the chakra from Isobu that he had felt earlier. No, this was entirely Naruto's own personal chakra that was laced with a miserable, repulsive feeling. You could practically feel the amount of malice spreading across the field. Unmistakably the source of the pain that Naruto was no doubt feeling. "I just wanted to help, to be a man that Shisuini-san would have been proud of." The dust then cleared away, revealing Naruto standing completely unharmed in the middle of the crater. His shirt and jacket were completely shredded by the Rasengan, revealing his tan physique and the large scar over his stomach, visible for all to see. But it wasn't the large blemish that drew the siblings' attention onto him. It was the large, golden humanoid avatar that now surrounded Naruto. Around his torso was a golden ribcage that acted like a protective layer, shielding him from any harm that may or not come his way. "What the?" Narumi muttered as she looked on in horror at the large golden avatar. She didn't even hear the cries of Natsu to get away as he grabbed her sleeve and brought her further away from Naruto. "What in the world is that?" I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before," Natsu answered honestly, not sure what to make out of the situation at all. Naruto felt like he was on cloud nine. His chest swelled with power that he had never felt before, like it was injected into his veins and pumped to his heart. Like millions of tiny electric needles spread across his bones and muscles, rocketing through him, making him feel absolutely elated. He raised his head upwards, blood leaking from both of his eyes as a devilish smile spread across his face, reaching his eyes to the point that it looked like he was going to break his own jaw. His eyes settled on the avatar above him, looking into the matching red eyes of his Sharingan. And he started to laugh maniacally to himself, his body shaking wildly from his episode, not even bothering to hide his exultant joy from the world. His shrieks of joy only grew louder as he stretched his arms out, enjoying the feeling of power cascade onto him. "Watch me, Shisui-ni-san. Watch me save the shinobi world," Naruto feverishly yelled to the sky, a matching golden arm shooting out of the socket where his left arm used to be. Only this arm was skinny, thinner in size, resembling the bones of a skeleton, lacking his Sharingan away from his avatar's eyes, as moved his golden arm till it was outstretched in front of him, his open palms smashing into a fist as he looked at Natsu and Narumi, immensely enjoying the shocked faces of the two of them, with a crazed expression shining in his blood-leaking eyes. Susanoo. Flashback. When Naruto fought Kasame. You broke my arm. You managed to piss off Samehada, piss me off, and you almost killed me. I don't even care who you are, or why you have a Sharingan, or how the Sanbi got sealed into you. But, Kasame said, letting go of the blonde hair, as Samehada lifted Naruto upwards. Naruto tried his best to fight back, but everything seemed futile, since the sword was making it impossible to do so. His vision was beginning to get hazy, his eyes squinting to even look ahead of him, to make out an even single shape or person. The only thing he could see was the imposing silhouette of Kasame as he stood across from him, looking down at Naruto like he was some sort of prey. All noise started to become a muffled mess as Samehada gripped tighter around his neck. Naruto raised his hand to try and pry the sword away, but the moment his hand came into contact with Samehada, he felt his chakra get sucked away even further. Naruto blinked as he could vaguely see Kasame reach into his pouch but couldn't see what he took out. Naruto couldn't even hear what Isobu was screaming anymore. Everything had started to fade away from him as he gasped for just an ounce of oxygen. A silent scream forced itself from Naruto's mouth as he felt Kasame's hand slam itself into his lower midriff. He could now faintly hear the screams of Isobu as he felt his blue eyes start to roll themselves backwards. "I guess for your punishment, you won't mind if I take that biju, would you?" A strained gurgle was what Kisame received as his response. Blood dripping down Naruto's mouth, trailing down his chin before dropping off his neck, before finally finding its resting place in the center of his stomach, exactly where Samehada was biting him. Naruto's eyes didn't even close when they snapped back onto Kasame's, his dujutsu barely spinning in his socket, making the shark-skinned man tighten his grip on Samehada. Sinking its teeth deeper into flesh caused Naruto to curse as he felt the skin fall off his stomach. It didn't matter, however, because as soon as Kasame was about to start his extraction process, sharp tendrils shooting out of the blade's handles forced Samehada to slip his grasp as he gasped in sudden pain. Kasame was about to voice his annoyance as his eyes automatically snapped back towards Naruto, only for his pupils to dilate themselves as he looked at the now empty spot in front of him. His hand was still outstretched with no target. He shot his hand back towards him, swiveling around trying to find where Naruto had gone to. Turning around, it didn't take him long to notice that he was no longer in the same cave that he was not even 30 seconds ago. The perfectly cut stone walls were nowhere to be seen, replaced with a smooth white film that stretched itself over to the ceiling. It looked poofy, like he was looking at a cloud that had lost its place in the sky. Kisame was beyond confused, his hand leaking blood from his spat with Samehada, staining the pristine white canvas beneath him. "Brat, what the hell is this?" he yelled, bending down to pick up Samehada, only for the same thing to happen to him. Cursing, he dropped the sentient sword back to the floor. What the hell is happening? Taking another look around, he tried to sense any chakra signatures. He couldn't walk very far, quickly figuring out no matter what direction he would leave in it would start to loop him back to the center of the room where Samehada lay whimpering. A genjutsu? But that's impossible, because of Samehada. He makes you immune to genjutsu? Turning to his left, he scowled, looking deeply into the eyes of the blonde boy who had just finished his sentence, and more creepily, read his thoughts. Kisame dropped his defensive stance and stood at his impressive height, towering over the blonde. The Akatsuki member was no fool. He knew when he was at a clear disadvantage. Especially with Samehada being so uncooperative at the moment, Kisame knew that right now, Naruto was calling the shots. Naruto just grinned, enjoying the look on Kisame's face more than he probably should. Naruto ignored Isobu's words of congratulations as he crossed his arms, letting his Sharingan size the man up. Not particularly liking the silence from the boy, Kisame began to grow annoyed. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he still had his pride, damn it. Channeling his chakra into his fist, he tried to form a blade of water and slashed it across Naruto's throat before the blonde could even react. What the? Please, did you really think I would allow you to use chakra while trapped in here? Kisame's mouth fell agape as he looked at his jutsu-less hand, not even feeling chakra flowing through his body. His hand didn't even make it to Naruto, stopping just a few inches away from his throat, blocked by what looked like an invisible barrier. This must be so weird for you, Kisame, Naruto said, pushing Kisame's hand away playfully with his own. This is the first time you've been put under a genjutsu, isn't it? How are you feeling so far? He taunted ruthlessly. Kisame stumbled back, his shock dissipating as he felt a chill go up his spine. And he wasn't sure if it was because of the blonde in front of him, or his own unease at being trapped in a genjutsu. Can it be both? Feeling his heart start to beat quicker, Kisame scowled, shooting a death glare towards the blonde. "Oh, cut brat, what the hell is this? You can read my mind now, and what's this shit supposed to do? I already told you, you're in a genjutsu. But don't worry, I completely get it." Naruto turned his head, putting a hand in his pocket as he shifted in his spot. "Since it's your first time, you must be nervous. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it." "Shut the hell up." Yelling, he cut the blonde off. Feeling his pride take a major hit, he lunged forward, trying to wrap his hands around the blonde's neck. But like before, they stopped before they could reach Naruto. The blonde didn't even blink, looking between Kisame and his hands with a provoking smile. "To answer your question and many others, the reason why genjutsu doesn't work on you is because of Samehada. That sword can just break you out of it if he senses one being placed on you, right?" Kisame didn't respond, so Naruto continued. "As you're aware, I have a special bloodline. Being able to use blood-style jutsus, I merely coughed up some blood infused with my chakra, and a little bit of Isobu's own, and forced Samehada to eat it, putting even your sword under a genjutsu. Then all I had to do was look you in the eye, and the rest is history." "Samehada in a genjutsu? That's impossible." "How so?" Naruto asked, his head tilting to the side in genuine curiosity. Samehada, while a sword, is still a living and breathing creature with its own chakra network. He doesn't have eyes, so most people would have trouble putting him under one, but by using my blood, I invaded his network myself. I have to say I am quite proud of my accomplishment." Kisame growled, understanding the situation almost completely now, as he took a step back from the blonde, his blood boiling as he saw the grin form on the boy's damned face. "Fine. Then why are you doing this? If you wanted to kill me, then you would have done so already." Naruto smiled like a fool. the edges of his mouth reaching close to his eyes as he looked over his enemy, and soon an accomplice. "I wanted to offer you a proposition, a chance to leave the Akatsuki and come join me in my cause." Figuring it would be best to be direct, Naruto stated the truth, smiling as he did, so that if Kasame wasn't a trained shinobi used to the unknown, he would have been completely thrown through a hoop of confusion. But he was still alive, which meant that whatever Naruto needed from him, Kasame needed to stay alive. "Oh, and what makes you think I would do anything of the sort? I admit you're pretty ballsy and I underestimated you. But that isn't enough to betray the group I work with for whatever reason." Of course, Kasame had no intention of following up on the kid's offer. Even if he could read his thoughts, it didn't mean jack shit. He could see that Naruto just received the answer from the frown that replaced his one eager grin. Naruto shrugged. "I see. Well, it was worth a shot, right?" Naruto sighed, shaking his head as he shut his eyes before reaching into the pouch at his side. Kasame instantly tensed his body at the blonde's movement, subtly shifting his stance in case of an attack, and he had to stop the urge to grab Samahata since the sword wasn't on his back anymore. Kasame only grew more confused when Naruto didn't pull out a weapon, but instead placed a small urn in his hand, showing it off to Kasame like it was some sort of trophy. "What are you?" Kasame started to speak, but stopped himself as Naruto grabbed his hand and placed the urn into his blue palm, closing his fingers around it and making sure it was secure. "This is a gift from me to you, a sign of our partnership if you agree to help me. What's currently held in this urn is the Hachibi of Kumogakure." Kasame, for once in his long life, felt his mouth to completely dry. His eyes went wide in shock as he looked at the boy. No, at the Jinchuriki who was giving him a tailed beast like it was a birthday present. His pale eyes snapped back to Naruto's, trying to understand the expression on the boy's face that was almost impossible to decipher. "My goal is to create my very own ninja village. It will be a place where people will feel like they have a home to go back to, a place where they belong. But not only do I want this, I want to make sure that all Biju are free from captivity. I want to set them free on a remote island away from civilization where man cannot hurt them anymore. It's a promise that I intend to keep." "But I don't understand. Aren't you a Jinchuriki?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, and I would have to get Isabu extracted from me after everything is complete." Taking his hands away from Kasame's more, Naruto took a step back, snapping his fingers and letting the white film around them start to dissipate, changing before everyone's eyes into a heavily crowded village where they both stood in the center. Kasame watched with interest as kids ran around him, paying him no mind as they laughed and giggled together, using small academy-level jutsus to try and put more distance between them. Turning around, he could see several shinobi dressed in black and green, adorning Chunin Guard with their village symbol wrapped proudly around their forehead, a symbol that looked exactly like a never-ending spiral. Kasame once again felt the words leave his throat as he looked past the Chunin and down the street where a familiar man walked confidently, a sentient sword wrapped around his back with a long clock hanging off his shoulder. "Is that me?" "It is," Naruto replied, taking small steps around Kasame until they were next to each other. Both watched the scene with varying emotions. "If you agree to my plan, then you would be named Kage of this new village. You could rule it any way you want, as long as you were fair to the residents and shinobi alike. It's a dream I know you wanted, when you lived back in Kirigakure." Naruto prodded, side-eyeing Kasame with his Sharingan, masking his smile as he watched the man fall deeper and deeper into his genjutsu. "How does that dream sound, Kasame?" "It," Kasame whispered, head dropping down towards the ground, only for him to see his reflection stare back at him, garbed in traditional Kage robes that made his heart skip a beat. Feelings of when he was a child rushing back to him in a frenzy that he buried down long, long ago. He pursed his lips, the feeling growing by the second before overtaking him completely. And while he stood silently in the fabricated village of Naruto's genjutsu, seeing himself as a leader of a village with such pride and promise, he wasn't sure if the feelings were truly his or something that was planted inside of him the second he was caught in the jutsu. But he couldn't resist. "It sounds wonderful." he said with a smile, turning towards Naruto with the most gentle expression on his face. What do you want me to do for you? Nothing could fight back the grin that spread across Naruto's face at that exact moment. Showing his teeth, he even heard Isobu chuckle deep within his seal. Everything was going perfect. After this, you will take your partner and leave Lightning Country with the Hachibi. Once you are safe, you will need to go to Fire Country. Once there, you will meet my accomplice Yuno. During that time, you two will infiltrate the Akatsuki, which should be easy with you, and steal the remaining Biju in their collection. Yuno has a way to make it seem like they were never taken. Naruto stopped, grabbing a kunai from his pouch, and turned it until the blade came to full length, making sure to see his Sharingan reflect in the steel before continuing. While you are doing that, I'll be putting myself under a genjutsu of my own to look like I'm in a comatose state. Isobu will do his best to keep me out of commission until I've made it to Konoha, where he will wake me up a few hours after he deems it safe to do so. Kisame slowly nodded, digesting everything and agreeing without a moment's hesitation. Naruto stopped his walk, bringing a hand to his chin in thought before turning back to Kisame. Actually, did you have anyone in mind who would defect and help our cause? Yes, Kakuzu. He's only in the group for monetary gain. Depending on what you promise him, he will help. Perfect. Then when you get to see him, let him hold on to Samahata. It will put him under a similar genjutsu. This one won't be as strong, just a small manipulation one, to help get the ball rolling. We'll offer him to be the one in control of financial issues in the village. And if need be, I can just distort the genjutsu and fry his brain. Then have him trail Kisei for a few months, making sure to keep it a secret from his partner, whoever it may be. If possible, I would like this Kakuzu fella to prepare a few sealing seals for me. You can have Yuno help you with that as well. Hopefully he can give this to Kisei, but if he happens to run into Kurenai during his travels, then that works too. That last idea was purely coincidental, but would make things a little better for Naruto. Understood, Naruto-kun. Grinning, Naruto snapped his fingers, letting the genjutsu fall around them. Both parties felt a wave wash over them as Naruto fell to the ground unconscious, already under his personal genjutsu, letting his stomach bleed itself out. Kisame had to blink several times to focus his vision as he looked down. He was still holding Samahata in his right hand, and in his left was the urn that Naruto had gifted him. With a newfound purpose, he shined away, leaving Naruto completely alone in the falling apart base, promising the blonde that he will do his part in the mission. That he will complete it no matter what. To be a Kage is what I dream of. Flashback end. Hospital room 001. Gasp, gasp, whew. Gasp, 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 hoo. Gasp, 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 gasp. Ah! Narumi woke with a start, her body snapping itself straight up as her breathing turned erratic, starting to hyperventilate as her chest heaved itself up and down like a rag doll being thrown around a room. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't see, she couldn't feel anything. Her hands gripped her hair as the panic started to thread through her body, sticking to her skin like sweat. Puff, 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 puff. Her lungs were on fire, a direct contrast to the ice-cold feeling of her veins as they pushed blood through her body. It was agonizing not being able to breathe, feeling like she was suffocating from an overwhelming set of pressure that squeezed her throat like a vice. A silent scream tore through her throat that only made her hands grip her hair even tighter. A panic attack, the first one she has ever had. Like a light switch, it felt like her ears clicked themselves off. The air around her muffled completely, the sound funneling away from her until it only sounded like a distant, faraway ringing noise. It all melded into one consistent melody, making her question whether or not she was hearing anything at all, or if it was her mind playing tricks on her in order to keep her sane. The coldness and heat came and went with each passing second, changing and morphing so fast she didn't have the time to get used to the flipping sensation, making it borderline unbearable to sit through. The burning came back full force, knocking her off the bed and smacking the porcelain floor beneath her. The melody of noise assaulted her broken eardrums again, but quickly pushed it to the furthest part of her mind, while a hand came to rest over her rapidly beating heart. Her skin was on fire. like lava washing over her from head to toe, feeling like her body was tearing under the heat. Her nails dug into her arm, digging around trying to stop the heat from spreading, and screamed a silent wail that went nowhere except the confines of her mind. Breath. The melody of sound grew louder since she first heard it. It now sounded like it was several inches away from her. Breath. Yeah, she could do that. Breath. 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 Breathe. Her chest started to relax as a pair of soft hands came into contact with her cheek, making her blurry vision start to adjust itself back to normal. Her breathing was still abnormal, but it was starting to regulate as she blinked away the remnants of her cloudy vision. Shakily, her own hands reached up, desperately trying to grip the fingers, caressing her face as her eyes focused on a blazing red that calmed her almost immediately. The ringing song started to fade away from her ears, clicking themselves back on for the first time since she woke up. Will, richt, should, haven't, just reacts. I'm trying ku inna. That voice? No, those voices. She knew those voices. She has heard those voices almost every day since she was born. Tu-san, ka-san. Narumi's voice was a whisper. No, if she was being more honest, it almost sounded like a whimper as she spoke. The first words she had said since she fell out of bed, literally. Her voice was hoarse, bleeding with exhaustion and weakness as it tore her throat up just to say those simple words. She heard the voices again. The words spoken to her were much easier to hear than the first time. Breath. Just focus on breathing, Narumi. Kakure? Nai? The sound of the Junin's name dancing across her lips was powerful enough for her vision to readjust herself. Her blue eyes locked onto the sanguine red of the raven-haired beauty. Narumi's grip on the Junin's hand tightened considerably after meeting her eyes. Feeling how soft her hands felt against her skin, she felt her own breathing start to regulate itself. Yeah, Narumi, I'm right here. Kakuranai. Narumi leaned forward, her head bobbing back and forth until it made contact with soft mounds that felt foreign to Narumi. Not knowing what the sensation was, she should have been a little more cautious. But she didn't care. It was Kurenai. She leaned into the mounds, feeling particularly safe in the small space, as she clung to Kurenai's fingers like a lifeline. Afraid that if she were to let go, then the genjutsu mistress would disappear altogether. Taking in a small breath, she was able to completely calm her heavy breathing and return it to normal. She could now hear a faint murmur of people whispering in the room. But the most important thing was she could now feel the touch of Kurenai's hands on her face, and she immediately felt her face flush. Gripping her fingers tighter, her eyes closed for the first time, blinking away dried-up tears of pain that soaked her eyes before she felt a soft hand come down to rest on her shoulder. She tenses at the contact at first, head still resting on Kurenai. She turned to look at the culprit, only to sigh in relief as a small, sad smile lit up her face, staring into the blue eyes. Hey, Tucson. Oh, Narumi. Minato whispered, tears falling down his own cheeks as he fell to his knees. It was strange, Narumi thought to herself. She doesn't recall ever seeing her dad outright cry before. The only time she had seen it was when she caught him in his bedroom, a few days after Naruto had defected from the village with Kushina fast asleep next to him, making her wonder if he had waited until she was asleep to let it out. She saw it then, but those tears were ones of painful memories. The liquid that was once laced with regret was now looking at her with relief. Happiness shining in his irises that it made her blink a couple times in confusion. Hearing another voice, she turned to her left, only to see her beautiful mother also leaning on the floor beside her. Holding her arm like it was some delicate flower that would break at any moment, she was crying more heavily than Minato was. But she seemed more composed despite the cascade of tears falling down her face. Ka-san! What's wrong? Tu-san! Looking between her parents, she finally decided to look up, her face flushing as she stared into ruby eyes that gazed at her with worry. Her hands still wrapped around the genjutsu's mistress. She felt her mouth fall agape, words leaving her as she muttered a quick apology and tried to break free from her hold. The second she moved, a painful jolt showed through her legs and arms like a pinball machine, making her cry out in sudden pain. Her cry altered all three high-level ninja in the room, and it only made Kurenai cradle the genin closer to her, letting her head rest on her chest. "Try not to move. You're still healing." "Healing?" Narumi muttered, wincing as another jolt of pain roared in her. Looking at herself, she now noticed that from her stomach down, she was covered in bandages that were looking to be a little stained with blood. Her knees, thanks to her falling out of bed and onto the hard tile, were now starting to bleed again, thanks to the wound reopening. The worst of it all was the pain that soared in and out of her on her arm. Peeking over to her arm, she had to fight back the urge to scream in horror as she looked at the appendage. Thanks to her panic attack earlier, she has started to dig her nails into the bandages, scraping her skin and removing the protective layer before fresh blood stains her fingers and the floor beneath her. Kurenai did shriek, however, clamping one hand over her mouth to swallow the scream as the bandages tore away to reveal Narumi's burned flesh, still somewhat bubbling and starting to scab in various places. Narumi felt her heart drop 100 stories in her chest, the burning sensation crawling under her skin again, making her whimper in pain. What the hell happened to me? She didn't even notice how loud she had been, and completely missed Kushina running out of the room to grab one of the medics close by to come and check up on her. Seething, Narumi turned towards her father, who was gently stroking the non-bandaged part of her back. The Hokage blinked, sadness overtaking his vision as he and Kurenai shared a look. Narumi didn't know what that meant, and frankly she was starting to get a little pissed off. "Narumi, what's the last thing you remember?" "The last thing," Narumi muttered, closing her eyes as she tried to recall what exactly had happened to her. She didn't remember much, if she was being completely honest. Her memory was clouded with such thick fog it was hard for her to navigate the inside of her mind. She remembered Naruto, wrapped up in a gold-like titan, but those were just glimpses that would flash to her after several seconds. It was always the same scene for her. Seeing that humanoid monster, Natsu would then flash into her mind before the fog in her head changed into an obsidian black wall, towering over her and stopping her from seeing the rest of the memory. "I don't remember much," she said honestly, peeking down at her still helping arm. "I remember Naruto and Natsu being with me in the forest, then nothing at all." The room fell silent once the words left her mouth. Both Minato and Kurenai looked away from one another after that, but stayed silent. Seeing the two intercept so suspiciously, Narumi scowled angrily. What was the big idea hiding things from her? She was the one mortally injured, yet they still had the audacity to stay silent? What good does that even do for them at this point? Not caring anymore, and trying to null the pain as much as she could, Narumi pushed off of Kurenai, wobbling back until she was standing straight up, legs wobbly, letting her back rest up against the hospital bed as she glared at both adults in the room. She slapped away her father's hand that reached out to her in a desperate move to stop her, but all it did was make her hand throb in agony. "Why the hell are you two being so secretive? Someone needs to tell me what the hell happened to me, and fast." Narumi barely got the words out, wincing from the pain as she rested her elbow on the sheets of the bed, still feeling the pain, but it lessened as she let it rest. "Narumi," Kurenai said, getting to her full height to walk over to her, only to be interrupted by Minato as he placed a hand on her shoulder. The Genjutsu mistress looked back at him, a silent question flashing across her eyes, but he only shook his head in response. Kurenai seemed to understand and nodded her head, taking a few steps back to wait by the door for Kushina to return. Minato crossed his arms over his chest, looking directly into Narumi's eyes as they stared at one another. Neither Namikaze backed down from one another, as Narumi stood silent and patient, waiting for her father to speak. Minato was the first to cave, looking away from the red head and towards the door when Kushina walked back in with a nurse. "I'm sure you at least remember Naruto attacking the village?" Seeing Narumi nod, he continued. "During that time I was fighting the Akatsuki leader Pain. He was a tough fight, but I ended up killing him before Kushina here stopped the Eight Tails from running rampant thanks to Kurenai undoing the Genjutsu place. I fucking know all of that. I want to know what happened to me." Narumi seethed, pointing herself up and down. She felt like a psychopath. Minato sighed, scratching the back of his head in vexation. Right, sorry, he apologized, looking back up into his daughter's eyes with a regretful look. I don't know how it happened, but suddenly a chakra more intense and vile than the Hachibi flooded Konoha with its presence, and when I looked over, Minato looked away again, stopping to take a gulp as his body shivered with remembrance, at something so similar that happened when his children were born for the first time. The Kyuubi broke free from his seal. Huh? Even a whisper as it left her lips. Her blood that has been cold since she woke up now started to freeze from the blizzard of emotions that sprung up in her. The pregnant silence that filled the room made her shudder from the cold she was feeling, making her momentarily forget about the pain that was screaming in her legs and arms. The Kyuubi, B. Brock. Her hands came into her hair once more. Gripping her red locks, her gut trembled and pulsed with unease. The Kyuubi's chakra, she could feel it coursing through her network, the vile poison it was. It felt stronger, still controlled, but untamed, all in the same vein. But how? Narumi yelled, not even feeling the pain anymore as she tore through the bandages on her stomach like a wild beast. She could feel Minato and Kushina try to hold her back, but she didn't let them stop her. Ripping through each layer until she laid her eyes on her bare stomach, eyes wide as she saw the seal that contained the kick. The Kyuubi was no longer a perfect array of sealing markings, but instead it was broken apart. The usual circle it was in is now broken, looking like it was cut in half and misplaced in random places. Almost like a broken egg yolk as it dripped down towards her belly button. Like a wave of water, she felt the memories resurface and almost drowned her in the pure onslaught of information. Naruto thought to himself, bringing his new golden arm up over his chest to block a Rasengan shoved into his gut by his sister. The ball of chakra grinded against the Susanu's ribcage, making an unpleasant sawing sound, shake both Namikaze's bodies. The attack didn't even penetrate the humanoid creature, perfectly protecting Naruto's own, forcing her to cancel her jutsu to get out of the way. Being the most nimble out of the two, Narumi was easily able to slip from his grip, sliding on the floor away from Naruto. Naruto cursed as he felt the sting in his golden arm, still sore from its previous appendage getting torn off just minutes ago. He had to blink several times, feeling his Mangekyo Sharingan burning in his eye sockets as he tried to keep his Dujutsu active. He talked a big game earlier, but fighting both Narumi and Natsu was taking a major toll on his body. Narumi was quick, faster than Natsu, and with her four-tailed chakra cloak, she was almost invisible to the naked eye, and if he didn't have both Sharingan, she would have been hard to track. And not only was she hard to see, but she was nimble, being able to bend in and out of his attacks with such elegance and ease that he was dispelling more chakra to maintain his Susanu's shape than he would have wanted. He fought back the urge to curse, wincing as a chakra-enhanced leg smacked across the skeletal humanoid creature around him. The ribs bending with Narumi's leg making it shatter as she kicked him across the stomach. Feeling a rib of his own break under her foot, he let his eyes widen in pain. Coughing up a significant amount of blood, he started to channel more chakra into his jutsu, making the ribs firm around his sister's leg, trapping her appendage with him. Using the blood he had coughed up, created a torrent of the sanguine liquid slashing Narumi across the waist. But before the attack could make contact, Narumi vanished, Natsu having prepared a substitution jutsu on his sister, switched places with her, and easily dodged the attack. The skin around his eyes, still flowing orange from his sage mode, breathed out a large fireball directly in front of Naruto. Naruto didn't have enough time to use a substitution. Feeling the drain of his chakra, he screamed in pain as the fireball engulfed him, expanding the Susanoo completely. Flames burning so hot the fiery orange color started to wash out, transfixing into a soft blue before bleeding through the ribcage of the Susanoo, overshadowing the golden humanoid, causing a terrifying wail to escape its broken teeth. Emulating Naruto's own as he felt the skin on his bones start to burn itself to ash. Using whatever chakra he could, he pumped it all into his Susanoo, trying to repair the broken ribcage and encase him in the golden chakra. Isobu's cloak floated over him in an instant, trying to minimize the pain of his burning flesh as his left leg got the brunt of the attack, causing Naruto's knees to buckle as Natsu's jutsu grew hotter in the enclosed space. It wasn't long until Naruto couldn't take it anymore, unable to manifest enough chakra through the pain to perform a simple shunshine as he blew through the back of the Susanoo, breaking the ribs, making gold chakra expel itself into the air until only his golden arm remained as he smacked right into one of the faraway trees. He screamed, his legs surrounded in Isobu's chakra, before using a water jutsu to take the moisture out of the tree and douse it on his burning body part. The jutsu barely worked, only taking about a fourth of the tree's water as his coils burned like lava. He couldn't feel his leg, it was totally charred, and he could feel the burns settle themselves on his one good arm as he slammed it into the grass. His leg worked, however, just barely as he shakily got to a standing position, only to fall onto his knee with a screech of pain. Meanwhile, Natsu had jumped back, landing next to Narumi as she held a kunai in her hand. They stood some distance away, looking at the crumpled mess of their brother with nothing of disdain, like he was just another enemy and not a member of their family. Natsu turned to look at his sister, the orange pigment fading away from his eyes signifying that his sage mode had just ended. A sad smile on his face. "What's your call? Do we kill him? Or do we take him to Tucson?" Narumi scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest as she turned her attention back onto Naruto, who was currently trying to stand up again. "You're the Junin here, I'm just a Jonin, remember?" "True," Natsu muttered. Regardless, he couldn't change how he actually felt in that moment. "Let's take him alive. I'm sure Tucson would like to speak to him." "This isn't over yet," Naruto growled out. Sharingan disappeared in left eye until only his gold one remained, glaring at his older siblings, wishing they would then to ash. He finally got to his feet, swaying as he dug his nails into the tree to steady himself, feeling his cuticles rip themselves to shreds. "You won this fight. There's no getting around that one," he said before he snapped his fingers, letting the snap echo into the woods before another wave of chakra flooded from the trees. The Namikaze siblings didn't even hesitate, both disappearing from their spot the second Naruto snapped his fingers together, both holding a kunai aimed to incapacitate the blonde so they could take him in. The very moment they reached Naruto, he was gone, before a massive wave of a black substance Narumi was pretty familiar with shot up all around her. "What the hell?" The iron sand roared around her, covering her field of vision completely before caging around her like a prison. Walls so thick that she couldn't even see out of it as she regained her footing. Seeing the substance, she scowled, curing her own incompetence at forgetting all about the little girl that was with Naruto days before. "Damn it! That fucking brat!" Narumi cursed, using a Rasengan on the sand only for it to thicken even more. The cage didn't even scratch from her jutsu. She tried again, pumping even more chakra into it to try and break free from her prison. Looking behind her, she could see the forest, but whenever she tried to jump over the wall or run around it, the sand would follow her, stopping her in her progress no matter how high or fast she was. Natsu, on the other hand, looked up in shock at seeing his sister disappear before his eyes, locked behind a wall of black chakra he had never seen before, as he heard his sister's apparent struggle. Looking back to where Naruto was, he felt his eyes widen as he stared into the familiar white eyes of an Akatsuki member that should be dead. Kisame stood tall, Samahata gripped in his hand as he grinned at Natsu, enjoying how shocked he looked as he swung his sentient sword towards Natsu. Dodging the swing, he pushed his shock to the back of his mind for now, using a quick shunshine to appear to Kasame's left, only for an arm to reach out to grab his leg and yank Natsu back. Spinning, he looked into the furious eyes of Naruto, his burned leg shaking uncontrollably that he could see that not even a centimeter of skin had made it through. He felt Naruto's nails dig themselves into the flesh of his leg. His body froze at the contact, his eyes growing wide as he felt large teeth sink themselves into his side. A gasp of pain left his mouth as Samahata bit down on his stomach, snarling as he did, so as he watched, sealing arrays spread across his body, gliding across his body like an infectious disease until it centered around his stomach. Scowling, he tried to channel his chakra, but found himself unable to do so, as he screamed in pain, his coils growing hot as it seared his chakra network. Even the Kyuubi's chakra was staying hidden within his seal. "What the hell are you? He yelled again, feeling dozens on the kunai in his pouch piece through the fabric before embedding themselves in his legs. He screamed again, blood pooling around him as his back fell against the grass. A hazy look shadowing his eyes as his body burned hot with pain. Keep him down," Naruto muttered, as the young girl landed beside him with her arms outstretched towards Natsu, with her other controlled the third Kazekage, who was busy maintaining the barrier around Narumi. The young girl nodded as she watched Naruto take a shaky step forward. His burnt leg dragged itself against the ground, leaving a snail's trail behind him. Kisa felt her blood turn cold as she stared horrified at the state her surrogate brother was in. But Narni, you can't walk, don't move. I said keep him down, Naruto yelled, effectively cutting off Kisa, causing her to flinch back in surprise. She hesitantly nodded, slightly scared, but she did what she was told. Natsu grunted on the ground, trying to move as best he could, but the pain in his legs were making it almost impossible to do so. Digging his nails into the grass, he tried to crawl away, but they were kicked down, causing him to whine out again. He looked up, coming eye to eye with Naruto, as his blonde brother looked down at him, annoyance and pain puncturing in his eyes. Naruto, feeling the rest of his chakra start to fade away from his body as his golden Sharingan reverts back to his normal iris. Natsu tried to channel his chakra again, but found it impossible to do so. His coils felt like they were stitched closed, thanks to this unknown seal that now seeped into his body. The sealing arrays turned invisible until only one large one remained on his stomach. "You guys really ruined my plan," Naruto said, spitting blood from mouth as he fell to his knees right beside Natsu. If Narumi wasn't here, this whole thing would have gone perfectly. Naruto tore away the shirt Natsu was wearing and threw the fabric behind him. Natsu tried to struggle, but he was pushed down by Naruto's own. Natsu couldn't hear much of anything anymore. Only a high-pitched ringing sound echoed in his head as he tried his best to make his limbs mobile again. His vision had started to blur as the pain in his legs grew to an astronomical level. He couldn't hear voice anymore. He could barely make out the sight of Naruto and that Kisei girl standing above him. Kisame was nowhere to be seen, but a glance down would tell him that Samehada was stabbed in his legs. He could feel the sentient sword taking large bites from his flesh, but it was nothing compared to the burning feeling radiating from his chest at this very moment. Then a scream tore past Natsu's throat. His eyes grew as wise as saucers as Naruto's nails dig into the skin on his stomach. The sealing arrays traveled upwards until they disappeared into thin air. His vision went totally blank now, only seeing flashes of light on pitch blackness as his body started to spasm due to the feeling. The last thing that Natsu saw before passed out was an urn. "Damn it, let me out!" Narumi yelled as a Kyuubi-enhanced fist punched the wall of iron sand blocking her way. Scowling, she punched again, making a small dent into the sand, but it would reform faster than she expected, and would look brand new after just a second. Even the Kyuubi's chakra in her four-tailed state could barely do it. She could hear bits and pieces of people talking outside, but couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. It all sounded like a jumbled mess of whispers, and the iron sand was even doing a wonderful job at concealing her own chakra in this cube. The sand seemed to grow thicker in response to her hits, turning an even darker shade of black that she could almost see her reflection in the small particles. This was new for the Namikaze daughter. She was used to the Kyuubi's chakra being her number one truly card. It had failed her in the past. Only use it in serious circumstances. And this was pretty serious. Channeling her chakra, she formed a Rasengan and went ahead and smashed into the wall with a yell, the spinning ball chakra spiraling red like a whirlpool as it grew closer to the cage. But before the jutsu made contact, the red chakra disappeared around the Rasengan, leaving it in its original blue state as the Kyuubi's chakra started to leave her body. Receding back into her seal, leaving Narumi gaping in shock as Hijutsu lost its momentum. The Rasengan shrinks in size to that of a baseball before disappearing completely against the sand. Narumi stood in shock, looking at her hands as the last bits of red chakra faded from her body. She had to grunt in discomfort as the seal on her stomach tightened, feeling like a vice against her belly as she seethed, cursing at the fox as she did so. "What the hell?" she yelled, balling her fists together tightly. "Kyubi, what happened to your chakra?" No answer. "Hey furball, I'm talking to you here." Silence. Then a scream. Narumi's ears perked up immediately at the sound. She could barely hear it, but it was easy to make out where the scream was coming from, even from inside her iron-sanded prison. And it didn't take long for her to feel the demonic chakra flow outside her cage, causing her eyes to widen while a feeling of pure dread overtook her very being. And it was even faster when she realized who the scream belonged to. Natsu. Oh my god, Natsu! She banged her fists into the sand, channeling every ounce of chakra she could into her fists until they were glowing dark blue. Pure chakra sitting right at the top of her hands as her fists sent small tremors through the prison, only to reverberate back towards her, causing her own body to shake from the pressure. But she didn't stop. Her knuckles had started to bleed from the pain, her skin ripping apart, and she could feel the tissue breaking under her knuckles. The pain hurt, but after hearing Natsu's scream grow even louder, she was easily able to push past it. The scream grew louder, causing Narumi to panic once again as she channeled her chakra into her feet this time, trying to jump over the sand, but as soon as she jumped, the sand would follow her movement and block her no matter how fast or high she jumped. It was almost like an endless supply of sand that grew thicker after each passing second. Even the dents she had left in the black substance had already disappeared completely, it now looking brand new once again. "Kakyubi, give me your chakra, I need to get out of here." Silence again. "Damn it, why are you ignoring me?" She yelled, slamming 2 giant Rasengans into the sand, making a significant dent only to watch it close right away again. "There's no point." Feeling her head pound from the voice, Narumi turned around, only to come face to face with the seal that her father placed on her 16 years ago. The Kyubi just laid there, head laying down on its giant paw, grinning at her through the seal's bars. Narumi looked at the Kyubi in distress, her eyes starting to water. "What's pointless? If you give me your chakra, then I can break out of. You're never getting my chakra again." Narumi stood there stunned, staring at the demon in our disbelief. "What?" she asked Goro. The Kyubi bared its fangs to the girl, enjoying the way she took a step back in shock. "That brother of yours is promising to help and free us Biju from being muzzled and locked in cages, so all I have to do is wait until he comes for you." Stunned into silence, Narumi couldn't do anything, as Natsu's scream continued to grow louder and louder. Turning back around, she banged her fists on the sand once again. Tears freely fell down her face as she used every ounce of chakra that she could muster to try and break this barrier. But it was futile. She couldn't get out. In her head, the screaming from Natsu at some point had started to mesh into laughter. Unable to distinguish the pain as it started to mix together with the loud, booming sensation of the Kyubi's own amusement, her head rattled, shaking back and forth from the senseless maniacal laughter of her demon host as he cackled. Her fingertips bleeding from trying to peel the iron sand away, dripping into the green grass, mixing in with her own fallen tears as they stained the earth. "Kyubi, please. Natsu, he's dying out there." Not helping. "Kyubi, please give me your chakra. I'm sure with even a few tails I would be able to break this sand." "God damn it, Kyubi, please, I'm begging you. I hope you enjoy hearing your brother die out there while you can't do a single thing." The fox's laughter seemed to only increase in volume as she begged. An earthquake shook her head as she gripped her hair. She felt weak, more inferior in this moment than anything that has ever happened to her. She stood powerless, unable to even get close to her dear brother as he was getting killed just behind this barrier. A normal shunshin wasn't even working, and even at her natural speed, it was impossible to get around the iron sand. She felt weak. No, she was weak. She has always been weak. She couldn't beat Naruto when they had fought. He had always been weaker than her. Her ego had been inflamed then. not letting her see the bigger picture and catching her off guard, taking a cheap shot at her. She was weak, not being able to confess to Kurenai after all those not us together. Fearing what would happen if the older woman had refused her feelings. Scared at the very idea of rejection. Weak enough to never do the right thing. Always taking the easy way out of everything and allowing herself to walk the path of convenience. Only rarely sticking up for self, only for it to backfire in her face and make matters worse for everyone. Too weak to fight using her own strength, having to rely on the strength of several third parties for assistance. Relying on her father, her mother. On Natsu, Kurenai Shizuka Sai Anko, Naruto the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi. Clenching her fists until her nails dug into her skin, she turned around. Fury glowing on her face as her eyes forcefully turned crimson like the demon fox's. Animosity burning her blood and chakra coils, coming face to face with the giant demon as he grinned at her. She said nothing, her throat tensing as blood leaked down her fingertips. She reached out, drawing the demon's attention, and his eyes only seemed to glisten with intrigue as she did so. His grin widening to show off his impressive canines as he leaned towards the gate. Eyes leering at her, outstretched like a hunter stalking its prey. "And what do you intend to do, girl?" he taunted, but Narumi didn't care anymore. She didn't know what she intended to do. She didn't even know what to do anymore. She was angry, frustrated at everything happening around her. The tip of her fingers twitched, grabbing something with methodical practice that only seemed to make the Kyuubi happier. She locked eyes with the demon, not an ounce of fear to be seen. "I don't intend to do anything. I want you to do it for me. I'm done borrowing power from other people," she said quietly, pulling back and ripping the seal off of the cage in one swift motion. It didn't take long for the gates to swing open with uncontainable fury, picking up enough wind to shake the water beneath Narumi's feet, causing her to sway back and forth. But she didn't move from her spot, letting the wind leave scars over her body as the vile, red menacing chakra from the Kyuubi swirled around her, burning her flesh, but she didn't care. All she cared about at that moment was one thing, and as she felt the chakra take over her, breaking down the iron sand barrier around her and collapsing the surviving wildlife that was unlucky to be close by. 9 tails of pure malice formed behind her before everything went black, and she had lost consciousness. Flashback end. The Kyuubi. Minato looked away, taking it a little harder than anyone else in the room as he gripped his Kaji cloak. "Yeah, thankfully, you were just far enough from the village that it didn't sustain any real damage from your transformation. When we had gotten there, you were still in the midst of growing." Kushina was easily able to subdue her thanks to her bloodline, but Minato stopped his speech. Guilt shadowed his face as Kushina put her hand in his for support. Narumi stayed silent the entire time, waiting patiently for her father to finish as she pushed away from Kurenai. Ignoring the searing pain from her wounds as she looked her father in the eyes, Minato, sensing his daughter's gaze on him, reluctantly continued. "But when we got there, Natsu..." Something inside Narumi had snapped at that exact moment. Fury mixed with grief flooded the small hospital room as the redhead flew out of her bed. She didn't even care to acknowledge Kurenai and Kushina's gasp of surprise as she grabbed her father by the collar of his shirt. Minato didn't even flinch as he was pulled down to... Could have stopped her, but he didn't have the heart to. "Are you telling me all of this was for nothing?" she whispered, grabbing her father's coat as blood leaked from her bandages and stained his Hokage cloak, glaring at Minato with contained grief. "That I let the Kyuubi free, and I couldn't even save Natsuni?" "Set free?" Kushina said, mortified at the very idea of setting the demon free. "Are you saying you did that willingly?" Narumi turned to glare at her mother. Intensity burning hot like fire as Kushina took a step back from shock, not expecting her daughter to look at her like that. "I had no other choice. Natsu was having something terrible happen to him. His screaming was driving me insane. And that damned iron sand wall was blocking every single attack I couldn't break through no matter what I did. And the Kyuubi wouldn't help me no matter what I did." Narumi's grip loosened on Minato's shirt, leaving it wrinkled under her grasp as she slumped to the floor. Kurenai went by her side just as Narumi had hit the ground. No matter how much I begged, no matter how much I pleaded, he just wouldn't help. I didn't have any other choice left. I don't care if you guys don't understand. I don't even care if I had destroyed the village. I just wanted Natsu to be safe, and I wanted. Narumi trailed off, blinking away fresh tears as she looked back up to her father. Is Natsu okay? Minato followed suit, slumping down to his knees as he gently placed his hands onto Narumi's shoulder, the corner of his eyes moist with unsure tears as he nodded his head slowly, lifting the invisible weight off of Narumi's shoulders. Yeah, Natsu is okay. He's alive. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Naruki responded. Oh, thank Kami? Where is he? Can I see him? And no, you can't. He's in surgery at the moment and won't be ready for another few days. Surgery? Why? What happened to him? Minato opened his mouth to speak, but Kushina put her hand onto his shoulder, stopping the blonde Kage as he looked up at his wife as she shared a nod with Kurenai. We can get into that later. He and you are alive, and that's all that matters now. Right now, you need to rest. Your body is still healing and needs all the rest it can get right now. Narumi sat quietly for a moment before slowly and reluctantly nodding her head in agreement. Swallowing the bitterness, burning taste of pride, she turned and asked Kurenai for help getting up. The Junin obliged without a word. With help, she sat back on her hospital bed. The pain was still there, but the longer she went on, she could feel the effects of the medic's healing jutsu course through her body, like a calming agent. But by how serious these injuries looked, and especially how they felt, she was going to be in pain for a while. The room entered a long silence after she took a seat. All eyes glanced at one another, bouncing from person to person, in apparent melancholic harmony. It was like they were all afraid to say something, to speak about the betrayal that plagued their hearts along with the villagers of Konagakure. It was inevitable, or at least, that's the thought that passed through their heads as they sat in the desolate silence. Minato, not knowing what to do or say, just sighed. He knew something had to be said, but he didn't know if this was the right time. They all needed to heal from the past few days. Some more than others, and despite what he thought about himself, he was no idiot. But as he watched the love of his life comfort his horribly injured daughter, replacing the blood-soaked bandages with fresh ones, he tried to steel his resolve. Narumi must have noticed his hesitance, and gave her a look of her own. They stared at one another for a few minutes. Narumi grimaced, and Minato could tell that it wasn't from the pain. It matched his feelings on the matter, and she could tell right away. Kushina and Kurenai exchanged a small glance before peeking back at the two locked in a deadly staring contest. I want to kill him. Narumi broke the silence. Gaze never wavered off her father, the father who had given her such a blessed life while destroying another. The inevitable came true, much to everyone's dismay. Kushina stifled a sob, hand covering her mouth as Kurenai looked out towards the window. Not wasting any more time, Narumi continued. I want to kill Naruto. I want to make him pay for what he did to my brother. For what he did to Kurenai, the village, to us. Her eyes were glowing, her own intensity outshining the pain she felt in that moment, as her resolve was clear to anyone who looked at her. It was obvious what she wanted, and at this moment, no one would have the power to change her mind, even if they wanted to. She slammed her fist into her stomach, ignoring the pain and the cries for her to stop, as she spoke with more passion than she had ever had in her life. I promise you, Tucson. I will make sure to make Naruto pay for his crimes, no matter what I have to do or who I have to kill. I will never rely on the Demon Fox's power ever again, so please, Tucson, teach me everything you know. Minato turned away from her and walked out of the room, stopping right outside the door before taking one last glance back at his daughter. Seeing the resolve shine brighter than anything he had ever seen before made him proud, and despite the circumstances, felt his courage reaffirm himself. The second you are able to walk again, your training will start. Narumi smiled, happy to see that her father still trusted her despite everything that had been happening, and she nodded her head. She bowed her head to her father, the deepest bow she had ever given anyone in her entire life. Thank you. Somewhere else. On top of a hill sat a young teen boy, looking over the giant landscape ahead of him. Naruto watched as several men and women below him coordinated together on their building effort. A large bandage wrapped itself around his waist and up to his collarbone. Tied around his now open arm socket with a clump of iron sand, sweated on the stump of an arm to black any of the excess bleeding. Naruto had told Kisei that the notion was unnecessary, but the young girl was persistent when she wanted to be. With his one hand he grazed the last bandage around his left eye, hissing slightly at the burning pain as it pulsed at his touch. He was told not to touch it since the self-transplant he did to himself did more harm than good to him at the moment. Sasori said that he was lucky he didn't end up going blind and ruining the socket completely. Even if his blood release was sufficient enough, it was still incapable of repairing the nerves to actually fix the problem. Sasori had said more, but Naruto had stopped listening the second he knew that he wasn't in any danger of actually losing the eye itself. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto fell back onto the grass beneath him. Inhaling the intoxicating smell of nature, he thanked whatever god was out there for allowing him to enjoy his life nowadays. Construction was following its schedule. They already had several dozens of people cooped up in tents across the landscape, just waiting to be given housing. Hunters, including Kisei, went out in search of food, and they were overstocked to the point that they were in no need to fear for the next few months. Kasame had been a great help, appointing a team of village delegates to help with the more political structure that was already starting to form. I could just die happy. It would make me happy if you didn't just drop dead. That would cause too many problems for me. Naruto peeked one eye open, coming face to face with the upside-down image of Yuno looking down at him passively. Naruto smiled, sitting back up as he looked at the taller man. Don't act like you won't miss me, I'm way too much fun. Yuno took a seat next to the blonde, crossing his legs as he looked down at the construction site. More like a pain in my ass, an interesting one at least. Gesturing to the bandages on the blonde, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Naruto shrugged. "Better. My eye still hurts like hell, and I can barely feel anything on the left side of my body. Isobu helps with easing the pain, but it isn't as bad as it used to be." Yuno nodded. "That's good to hear." He let the world around him sink in for a moment before turning back to see Naruto was back to lying on his back. Raising an eyebrow at the calm blonde, he was curious about something. "You seem much more relaxed than I thought you would be after all this." Naruto sighed in content, breathing in the fresh air. "Yeah, I know, I'm kinda shocked myself. I think it's because I'm finally over everything." He paused for a second. "Well, maybe not everything, but I feel a lot more free than I used to. I don't care about my family anymore. I don't care what happens to Konoha, and I finally feel happy, like really, really happy." "I see. Well, I'm happy to hear that. And I hear construction is going well?" "Yes, very," Naruto said happily. "In just 2 days, 10 more houses will be ready, and that isn't even counting the general store that opened up a few days ago. Kisame-kun said that at this rate, we are going to have more houses than people soon." Yuno responded with a simple "that's great." And frankly, Naruto couldn't agree more. Life was finally turning around. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "Huh? About what?" Yuno disappeared from his spot in the blink of an eye, appearing inches away from Naruto's face with iris full of cynicism. "About the tailed beast, about the extraction." Naruto looked away, fingers toying at the blades of grass beneath him as he frowned. He felt a rumbling in his gut, making the pain in his lower abdomen flare right back up. "No, I will stand by my word. I promised after all." Yuno disappeared again before appearing behind the blonde, nodding his head in acknowledgement. "I am glad to hear that. The ceremony is in 3 days. I will be in the village helping in the meantime." Then he vanished, leaving Naruto all alone in the clearing with nothing but Isobu and his thoughts. The thought of having Isobu leave him pained him more than he would have thought. He was more than a partner at this point. He was a friend that had been there for him since the beginning of this journey. A friend that helped him out when he needed it the most. Helped him overcome some of his trauma and made him a better person. "I'm really going to miss you," Naruto said out loud, letting his soft voice carry itself off the mountaintop, as he instinctively put his hand on his stomach. Even though he only said about 6 words, it had felt like he had said 1,000,000. Each syllable carried a story that they shared together throughout the years, all the way from his childhood to his teenage years. They were precious memories that kept him afloat, even in his darkest of times. And now, he was finally happy. He let go of all the strife he had built up through the years, and manifested it in wanting to be a better person. He lost himself there a few times. His anger and insecurities overtook him completely a couple times, and if Ibosu wasn't there, Naruto wasn't sure if he would have ever recovered. "You know, I won't be far." The demon's voice was soft. Naruto appreciated the gesture and let a sad smile form on his features. "I know, but you've always been here for me. You're just as important to me as Shisui-san is." He laughed quietly to himself, feeling somewhat embarrassed at admitting something so personal. Ironic, considering the personal baggage he put on full display for the past few years. "Naruto," Ibosu said, his own smile on his face as he peered through Naruto's own eyes. They both watched the sunset just past the horizon together. Watching as the orange glimmer of light illuminated the housing underneath the mountain pass, as dozens of people walked the streets that were still being built. "Thank you for keeping your promise." Their last 3 days together went by in a blur. And while Naruto laid down on the open field of the forest, with Yuno and Kasama hovering above him, he still felt a smile grow on his face. Matched by his demon comrade. They both knew that they would still be best friends even after all this was over. Anything they needed for one another, they would drop what they were doing to help without a second thought. It was rare to have such loyalty to another person, or demon in this matter, and while they both didn't know what the future held for either of them, somewhere deep inside of them, they knew that as long as they stayed comrades and friends, nothing could ever stop them. As the last bit of chakra faded, Naruto looked at Isobu in his mindscape, a grin on his face as he extended his fist out. His eyes crinkled with amusement, and with a deep laugh, Isobu did the same, tapping their fists together for the final time. Thank you for watching final part of What If Naruto Was Neglected by His Family and Had Every Elemental Bloodline. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to Anime T23 for more exciting what-if scenarios and anime content. Hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. See you in the next video.